Chapter 131 Touché. Yep, just like I thought. Yaji squinted critically at the approaching station, unbothered by the squealing of the engine's brakes. You've overshot by. He paused to make a quick estimate. 12, maybe 15 meters. Patting Yugo on the shoulder, he smoothly stepped away from the engine and onto the station platform as Yugo continued onwards for a few more seconds. Beyond that, very well done. It can take some time to get an instinctive feel for how long it will take to brake at a given speed, and while you've been building the tracks, I doubt you've paid too much attention to their actual lengths. You'll get more familiar with the routes in time. I should have started right after that turn, the one with the circle of stumps. And you'll get used to landmarks. Yes, exactly right. At the speed we go, though, that turn starting your brake right at the stumps will get you almost all the way to this station. You'll want to release for just a second about 100 meters off. He paused, considering his words. Well, I suppose you could release the brakes for a second anywhere, but if you do it a bit farther out, it gives you more time to correct things later. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Yaji gave an approving nod while Yugo grabbed his bags and jumped down from the train. That's exactly where it should be. Fishing in his pockets, the man pulled out a half-crushed box of cigarettes and picked one out with his lips. While his other hand went looking for his lighter, he knew it was here somewhere. He shook the remaining cigarettes in vaguely Yugo's direction. Want one? He mumbled around his smoke, raising a brow. I don't smoke. Yaji shrugged, stuffing it back in his pocket and pulling out the lighter he'd been looking for. Even competing against the few lights of the newly constructed station, the small flame of the lighter seemed especially bright in the first hours of night. The crew lead took a long drag, spending a few seconds longer than usual to enjoy the simple familiar action before exhaling it in a breath that was as much relief as it was smoke. You want to start? He broke the silence, brow raised again, but he didn't even bother fishing his remaining cigarettes back out. He already knew the answer before he asked. I'll pass, thanks. Suit yourself, Yaji shrugged again. But know this position has more than its fair share of stress. I'd recommend finding something that helps you take the edge off so that this job doesn't wear you down too fast. I'm strong. Maybe. Yaji fell silent again, scattered specks of snow fluttering close and being illuminated by the end of his cigarette with every breath. Well, not maybe. The chuckle that escaped him left with small burst of smoke. I know you're strong physically, but while this job is definitely hard on the body, it's more mentally exhausting than anything. The constant stress of deadlines and shortages, labor and material add up. The axe hanging over your neck only ever seems to get closer. As well as you do, it only delays it, they don't push it back. It's always a good idea to help relieve some of that tension, even for just a bit, so you have a chance of recuperating before it all starts again in the morning. Yugo couldn't say he really understood what the man was saying, but he was wise enough to know he probably should ignore any advice that was being offered to him. What sort of things would you recommend? There was no harm giving some of them a try to see if he liked them, and then if nothing else he'd know what he could do if he ever experienced what Yaji was describing. Smokes are easiest by far. You can carry them with you throughout the day and pull them out if you need a quick break from the stress. Chewing tobacco's a bit more messy, but same basic idea. Booze is hard, you can only really get away with more than a sip or two after work, and if you drink too much the next day ain't going to be much fun for you. I suppose some like to hire company when they can afford it. He paused as he noted Yugo's confused look. Prostitutes, whores, ladies, or men of the night? Soiled doves. Take your pick. They'll hire a companion for a night of carnal pleasure and hope to work the stress away like that. Does it work? For the night? I'd imagine so, but it comes with its own host of problems. Money's the big one, followed by finding someone who's willing and clean. You have to worry about catching something from them. Sometimes they'll try to rob you if you fall asleep on them, and of course Yuki no Kuni officially frowns on the act. You'll spend a few nights at a guard station and get slapped with a pretty fine if you get caught. Of course, most of these boneheads will start spending their whole workdays thinking about the women they're planning on spending the day's wages on. He shook his head in disappointment. Not the sort of job that you can afford to be distracted doing. It's how you lose fingers or, gods forbid, take them off someone else. And you can't take them with you during the day. Hey, yeah, you're right about that. Tobacco really is the best option I've found, but if that don't suit you, there are other substances you can try. Thing is, most of them that help relax you are going to affect your judgment, or make you hallucinate, or reduce your touch to reality in some other way. Really not something you should be doing on the job, so make sure to restrict that sort of usage for afterwards. Other than that, he gave yet another shrug, disturbing the small amount of snow that was beginning to collect on his shoulders. I don't know, get a dog or something to greet you when you get home each day? Whatever works for you, I guess everyone's different. Thanks, I'll consider trying some of those. Yaijin waved off his gratitude. It's fine, you would have been pushed to them before long anyway. I'm just giving you a head start. In fact, you probably shouldn't thank me, I'm just pushing you to an earlier grave if anything. Silence returned, falling as softly as the light snow, and the two stood there on the station platform for a few minutes more. While Yugo knew it wasn't, standing in the light of the station seemed much more warm than the surrounding darkness. A pool of heat and life in a world that had ceased to exist beyond its boundaries. A distant cheer reminded him he was wrong. The crews that had built the tracks and stations were still celebrating a job well done beside the residents who looked forward to the increased business it was likely to bring with it. Good enough reasons to celebrate, Yugo thought, but he was also fairly certain neither group had needed much of an excuse to party. He squinted off into the distance, able to see the faint glow of lights from where he assumed the majority of celebrants had gathered. You can join them, you know. Yaji spoke up, only briefly glancing in the direction of the sound. You're the main reason they're celebrating anyway, only proper you make an appearance. What about you? Not going to celebrate? Yejo made a show of looking down to the lit cigarette hanging from his lips and then returned his gaze back to Yugo. I am celebrating. I thought that was what you did anyway. No, I simply celebrate the end of every workday. There's a difference. Ah, of course. But the man continued. Since this is a special occasion, I'll also celebrate by going to bed as soon as I get back to my room. His gaze flickered over to Yugo's bags. I can take those for you if you're going to be celebrating. Do you already have a room? No, not yet. Yugo frowned. Maybe he should have done that before they left. Hopefully there was still vacancy. I should go take care of that now. Actually, maybe I'll join in afterwards. Suit yourself. Yaji shrugged. Come on, it's fucking cold out. Let's get the fuck out of here. It wasn't that cold, Yugo thought to himself, as he trailed behind the senior crew lead. It was barely below freezing. Yugo! He heard her call as soon as he stepped into the lobby of the little hotel they would be staying in for the next couple of weeks. With no more than a potted plant on a low table and a single chair, it was closer to a spacious doorway or perhaps just a hallway. What she had been doing in a space quite obviously not intended to have occupants for more than a minute or two at a time, he wouldn't be able to say. Carrie. He gave the woman a nod and a small smile. I would have expected you to be out celebrating. Yes, she shrugged, momentarily diverting her eyes. I'll celebrate in a bit. Something was off about the way she said that, but before he could get too suspicious, she continued, those bright blue eyes returning to meet his gaze. So do you have a room yet? No, I was going to see if there were any left. He gestured towards the hotel office behind her. He was fairly certain it was just one of the rooms with a window cut out of the wall to serve as a check-in desk. There weren't a whole lot of rooms here, a dozen would be a generous estimate, but while the town didn't usually get a lot of visitors, it was currently hosting Yaji's crew and the crews that had constructed the station itself. Space would be in high demand, something probably pretty rare for the hotel owner. Maybe they'd pull in enough to afford touching the place up a bit. With the railroad making it much easier for goods from the mine to leave and for people with wares to make it to the town, it wasn't a bad investment to put this increased income right back into the hotel. He also knew that with roughly 3 rail crews here in the town for the foreseeable weeks, there were probably going to be a few more visitors in town looking to help unload both stress and paychecks from the workers. Honestly, he was a bit surprised no one from the last town had tried to jump on the engine when he and Yaji were heading back. It wouldn't have been the first time. Well, there aren't. She said so quite confidently, but one look at the confused man who had stepped up to the counter upon hearing a new guest told Yugo she was quite mistaken. No ma'am, he stopped as soon as she had turned to face him, and it didn't take a genius to know she was probably giving him some form of death glare. I mean a yes, sorry. We're full. Even with her facing away, he was able to tell when her glare instead became a smile. He didn't need to see the relief in the expression of the man behind the counter for that either, and she turned back to him to share it. As I was saying, Carrie continued, there's no more vacancy, but you're in luck. He still had no idea what on earth she was talking about or trying to do, but he decided to play along anyway. Am I? She gave a single nod. That's right. You're in luck because I'm so generous that I'm going to let you bunk with me free of charge. Yugo still wasn't quite following, but a look of understanding dawned on the hotel manager, or perhaps owner Yugo hadn't had a chance to find out yet, and he excused himself back into his office. Okay. Thank you. Come on, she grabbed his arm and started leading him down the hallway. We're at the end. With no reason not to, he followed, his arm hanging limply in her grasp. 8, 9, 10 rooms. The hotel had 10 rooms. He probably hadn't needed to count at all, considering Carrie led him straight to the last room displaying its number in aging paint, but he needed something to occupy his mind with as they walked. Maybe instead of purchasing property to rent out, he should look into getting a hotel. It was pretty similar, wasn't it? She withdrew the keys for the room from her back pocket and splayed out her free hand grandly as she shoved open the door to display the room. Ta-da! Our little home for the next few weeks. What do you think? It was small but still bigger than he'd been expecting. The presence of a queen bed was both surprising and made the room a tad cramped, but the overall effect was cozy, he supposed. Being in the back corner of the building, it actually had 2 windows, one directly behind the desk and another on the right wall, though they were currently closed. He supposed that even in the early hours of the night there wasn't too much to see out of them anyway. Taking up the left corner was what he assumed was a bathroom, which he was quite grateful for. 2 hotels ago the only option was communal, and he'd not been a fan of that. The bed took up most of the right side of the room, flanked by tables with lamps, and across from it a few poles were mounted to the wall with hangers on them. As he stepped into the room itself, he was able to see the front left corner was taken up by a counter with a sink and a microwave. There wasn't going to be much cooked in here, but Yugo couldn't cook anyway, so that was fine. Overall, he was pretty impressed. It's better than the last few rooms I've been in, was his answer. How much are they charging you? You're not going to believe it, she grinned, closing the door behind her. Only 4,000 a night. What? That was ridiculous. He'd been paying 6,500 for a smaller room in the last town, and nearly 8,000 in the one with communal bathrooms. Apparently those were a feature and not an inconvenience, or major pain in his ass. Well, it comes to 4,367 after tax, but hell of a deal, huh? I'll say. With few other choices, Yugo dropped his bags on the floor at the end of the bed, and luggage sorted, turned back to Carrie. You said you were going to join the celebration, didn't you? No, I said I was going to celebrate. What's the difference? The lock on the door clicked into place. The difference is that this celebration is going to be private. Oh. So that's what the hotel manager had realized. The size, price, and amenities of the room had all surprised him when he'd first seen them, but Yugo found himself again surprised at the quality and cleanliness of the soft white sheets that had been pulled up to his sternum. If he did end up going for a hotel instead of rental property, he would probably be looking into buying this one. He was not going to mind spending the next few weeks here, that was for sure. Of course, no small part of that was also due to the woman currently curled up with her back pressed into his side. He glanced down to his right, where she lay right beneath his extended arm, the sheets draped over her just loosely enough to hint at her form without exposing anything except the tan skin of her upper back. He couldn't see her face from this angle, a combination of her position and the loose curls of reddish-brown hair, but from the soft breathing he was fairly certain she was asleep. He should probably be joining her on that front. They didn't have work tomorrow, but Yugo preferred to stick to his sleep schedule, and if he thought about it, he was a bit behind on sleep anyway. The one problem with that, of course, was that the light on Carrie's side of the bed was still on, and his arm didn't stretch nearly far enough to reach it. He considered briefly slipping out of bed to turn it off, but as soon as he tried to move, he felt her sleepily press back into him, seeking his warmth. Before he could further contemplate either removing himself more quickly or just trying to sleep with the light on, he felt her shift more until she rolled over to lay half over his torso, light blue eyes looking up into his brown with far more alertness than someone just waking up should possess. Perhaps he had been wrong about her being asleep after all. "Where are you trying to go?" Her voice was quiet, but like her eyes held no hint of a recently shaken off slumber. He wondered how long she'd been awake for, or if she had even fallen asleep in the first place. "I was going to turn off your light." She gazed over to it for a second before reaching over, only to fall short. "Sorry, I can't get it either." "You could move over and reach it." Her response was to shake her head into his chest. "No, that would require me to get up, and I'm comfy." "Ah. Silence dominated the room for a few long minutes, only to eventually be broken by a carry Yugo was certain had fallen asleep on his chest. Yugo? What are you doing in Yuki no Kuni? Her face was still hidden between a combination of his chest and her hair, but Yugo raised a questioning brow anyway. I'm working on the rail, no. She looked up from his chest and locked eyes with him. What are you really doing here in Yuki no Kuni? Why are you here? Holding her gaze for a few long seconds, he slowly repeated. I'm working on the railway. He paused briefly, still holding her gaze, and continued. And I'm working my way up the department until I have enough information to pass on to the person who gave me my mission, who will pass it on to the person who assigned them theirs, who will proceed to use it as a gift to gain favor with someone else. All this for a gift? Yugo could only offer her a shrug. It's the entire job of the person who gave me my mission to secure gifts for someone. They didn't tell me who exactly, but I think I have a pretty good idea. Sounds like quite an important person. His boss considers them so. From what I hear, it's devotion to the point of obsessiveness. And you can't tell me who any of these people are, I'm assuming. My boss, I guess, is Jirobo. He's the one who gave me this mission and is assigned to gather gifts for someone his boss very much wants to impress. Is he going to be impressed by trains? Jirobo hesitated, trying to determine if he knew anything about Orochimaru's obsession that would grant him insight into the matter. Eventually he settled for giving another shrug. I have no idea, I've never met the man. Jirobo seems to think it would make a suitable gift at least, and that means I'm here trying to get it. She was silent for almost a minute before speaking again. So what happens once you have it? Honestly? He shrugged again. I don't even know. I didn't spend much time around anyone else before this. I've thought about asking to stay here in Yuki no Kuni. Any reason why? He gave her a soft smile at her question, and moved his right arm down to wrap around her waist with a gentle squeeze. I've found I rather like it here. She frowned for a second, hoping for perhaps a more overt answer, but in the end accepted it for what it was. I suppose that will have to do. A wicked gleam entered her eyes as she was struck with sudden inspiration. Actually, I think that answer could use a little bit of work. Without warning, she pulled herself more fully atop him, pushing away the sheets as she took her new position, straddling his waist. What are you? A single finger was placed over his lips. Just lay back and relax. I'm going to make sure you have a very good reason to stay in Yuki no Kuni. He was of the opinion that he already had a pretty good reason for staying, but there was no way in hell he was going to be bringing that up. Yugo was no idiot. Tayuya folded her arms across her chest, looking down at Hanabi behind her or Mai's rather desk. So where can I get an explanation about why all my stuff from my room has disappeared? The young Hyuga looked up, raising a brow, and a second later she understood what had happened. The wolves were only ordered to leave Naruto's, Orochimaru's, and my own room alone. I would assume they've already packed yours up. Packed up? Why? There was some small kernel of fear that she had done something wrong somehow and was being sent back to Otogekure because of it, but she was fairly certain she hadn't done anything unless that's why she was being sent back. In which case she had most definitely been doing things. Like the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. That had probably been her favorite thing to do here since being assigned the position by Orochimaru. You haven't heard? Hanabi's quizzical expression only lasted a moment before she remembered. You were running an errand for Orochimaru, weren't you? Yes, sent me to grab something from their office back in Otogekure. Strange, I thought one of the reports I read the other week mentioned Orochimaru practically packing up everything. From their main private lab, yeah. Not from the office, half of that's still there. So what did I miss? The wolves are leaving Konoha. We don't know where Naruto intends for us to go just yet, though he has mentioned that he doesn't plan on it being Nami. Oh? Tayuya's arms dropped back down to her side and she leaned against Mai's desk, much more at ease now that she knew it had nothing to do with what she did or didn't do. You know why we're leaving? I thought Naruto-kun was pretty fond of Konoha. Seems strange for him to just up and leave. The man had dissuaded Orochimaru of all people from attacking the village. If nothing else, that spoke volumes about how he viewed it, and the scary amount of influence he held over her boss. If the world knew he had the Orochimaru at his beck and call, willing to do anything to please him, he'd probably have minor villages lining up to be under his rule just to avoid becoming a future target. Then again, if they knew how much he indulged those with his favor, of which she was sure Orochimaru was one, they might move in the completely opposite direction. She couldn't really blame them for that either. It was just a sensible sort of thing to do. I hear he got into a disagreement with the Hokage, though I really don't know the details. She'd have to remember to ask him when she next saw him. She doubted it was something that necessarily needed to be kept from her, and was probably just something he hadn't thought to explain to those working under him. Probably. What, and the Hokage's not dead? Tayuya scoffed. There's no way some Hokage could force Naruto-kun out if he didn't want to leave. That was a strange sort of thing to say, Hanabi realized, but it was probably stranger still that she wholeheartedly agreed with the statement. There was something wrong with that she couldn't help but feel even when she knew he was Tsukuyomi. A daimyo, regardless of how well off his country was or the allies he had, should not be a match for a Kage when it came to physical might, but the thought that he would be weaker than the Hokage was just impossible for her to wrap her head around. She was even fairly certain he wasn't stronger than or even capable of taking out the Hokage. There was just something about him, maybe his presence, that made it hard to consider him lesser at anything. No, it would seem they came to an understanding. Tayuya frowned and thought, trying to figure out why Naruto would have agreed to such a thing. She came up with absolutely nothing. I just can't see it. She shook her head. What on earth could he gain by agreeing to that? I don't know. If you see him before I do, feel free to ask him. Tayuya scoffed again. If it's something involving people like the Hokage, he probably intends to keep his goals under wraps. I doubt he'd just let me know. Doesn't hurt to ask, Hanabi shrugged. But you're probably right. He might let me know, considering most of the reports are going through me anyway, but if it's serious enough he might not even let me know. A whistle escaped the redhead's lips before they turned up into a smile. Kind of hope that's the case. I'd love to see her face when he tells her the matter is above her. Is there a reason for that? Hanabi questioned. She was aware the two didn't really get along, but Hanabi had never understood why. They may have been quite different, but they both seemed to share a common focus, Naruto. It would take an absolute idiot to not see that, and fighting would displease him greatly, and she couldn't imagine either of them would continue the rivalry if that was the case. Well, mainly because I find it entertaining to mess with her. She's always so serious and proper. Seeing her on the back foot or expressing frustration is always a treat. Orochimaru also figured she could use some motivation to speed up her relations with Naruto to make sure he was getting what he needed. If I was just someone taking care of those needs, she probably wouldn't think much of it, but if she doesn't like me, then the fact that I'm the one seeing to them becomes an insult to her pride. You definitely didn't come up with that. Well, no. Tayuya's arms folded across her chest, and she looked away in mild annoyance. That was Orochimaru's move, but you don't have to call me out like that. Sorry. Her amused expression told Tayuya that Hanabi wasn't sorry in the slightest for her comment, but she let the matter slide anyway. She wasn't that upset. Still stung though. Don't lie to me. Hanabi shrugged and moved on. Orochimaru's orders, huh? So is that why you were so determined to go after Naruto? Tayuya blinked, surprised that was actually a question being asked. Are you kidding? Of course not. I don't need Orochimaru to tell me Naruto-kun's a damn fine choice, and if he's willing to respond to my advances, I'd be an idiot not to see how far things can go. I don't know, seems kind of weird to me for so many people to be going after him like that. You'd think at some point the amount of women he surrounds himself with would dissuade more from trying to join in. Think it has the opposite effect, really. They see so many women close to him and figure that must mean he's a good catch, so they try for him too. Wouldn't be able to tell you how many of them think they might be able to steal him away all for themselves, but it wouldn't surprise me if at least some of them thought that way. And you? What? No, I'm not stupid. He's used to spending time with a lot of different women. There's no way I can compete with a couple of them willing to share, and I'm not really inclined to either. I know I've joked about marriage, but even then it's inevitable he'd end up with mistresses too. Hell, she scoffed. He pretty much already has mistresses, even if that wasn't something practically expected from someone of his position. I'm just happy for what attention I can get. She paused, frowning in thought. Speaking of which, have you seen him recently? I haven't run into him since I got back, which is strange. He usually doesn't leave his office all that much. One of the wolves mentioned he came back and spoke with Kakashi. She had not been pleased to learn the man had apparently just been hanging around in Naruto's office unsupervised. What would have happened if she'd sent sensitive files there for Naruto to look over? It was an absolute security nightmare around here. Before leaving again to take care of something with Anko. I have no idea what that could be. Well, she did, she just had nothing to go off of but a guess, so who knows how accurate that really was. Not that it was a huge stretch to imagine he was making sure she was ready to come with them. She couldn't imagine him not taking her, and even more she couldn't imagine the woman just staying behind. Maybe that's why Naruto had decided to just let her come along, it was cleaner and easier for everyone involved. So she's not available either? Damn. Taiya grabbed a chair from in front of Mai's desk and dragged it over towards Hanabi's side before taking a seat, leaning back and resting her feet on the old oak. What are you doing? Well, if Naruto-kun and Anko are busy and Mai isn't yet back from her vacation, I guess I'll just have to bother you to entertain myself. What makes you think Mai's not back? You're at her desk and she hasn't yelled at me for being in her office. Touché. Purple Eyes looked up from their work and blinked in surprise. After a few moments of silence, he slowly looked over to his calendar. He was pretty sure he was on the right day, and then back to his unexpected visitor. Either I've misplaced nearly a week, or you're quite early, Mai. She didn't look amused, arms folded and a hip cocked to the side as she tried to melt Naruto with her eyes alone. Done something, have I? That's what I hear. Her voice was short and clipped, filled with frustration. Something about getting into fights with the Hokage? I sent Dayuri, didn't I? I had intended to send Kuyara. She probably would have had better tact. Tact has nothing to do with you picking fights with the Godame, Naruto. We had a small verbal spar. Nothing serious. He waved off her concern and returned his gaze back to his work. We came to an agreement anyway, possibly an understanding even, but that might be giving him too much credit. An agreement that involves the wolves leaving Konoha. He didn't have to be looking at her to know the exact expression she was wearing. Yes. And you were just going to up and leave while I was out of the village? You were on vacation. His gaze returned to her, becoming pointed. The purpose of which was for you to relax and unwind, not worry about matters of the wolves. You can't expect me to relax and unwind when I know there's something so important going on. Which is why I originally contemplated not notifying you at all. She blinked in surprise at that, her stern expression momentarily lost as she processed his words. It was back quickly enough. You weren't going to tell me? I had wanted to avoid causing you more stress while you were on vacation. And you think me finding out immediately after my vacation that the wolves aren't just moving but are gone was going to be any better? The look he shot her was filled with resigned disappointment. Hence he stressed. Sending you the notice ahead of time. Oh. He didn't bother dignifying her realization with a response, again turning his attention back to his work and filling the otherwise silent room with the sound of his pen scratching against paper. Sorry. Her voice joined the pen almost a minute later, but her eyes had trouble looking in his direction. I just got really worried when I heard you had been fighting with the Hokage, and the wolves were being forced out of Konoha. He looked back up at her, waiting for her black eyes to meet his weary purple. Do you really have such little faith in me, Mai, that you cannot trust me to take care of our children? That hit hard, and Mai was pretty sure she had actually winced as the words reached her ears. I can, she assured him. But I worry when I haven't seen to things personally. He gave a nod. Good. What? Good, it shows you care. Yours, she hesitated to ask as if her question would suddenly make it so. You're not mad? Mad? At you? No. One brow rose and his lips twitched in amusement. How could I be mad at you for worrying about your children? I do it all the time. Naruto leaned back into his chair, tossing his pen to land gently onto the few scattered sheets of paper that covered the surface of his desk. I'm a little disappointed you weren't able to finish your vacation properly, he admitted. But I'm not mad about it. It was your vacation, not mine. I'm not going to force you to stay somewhere you don't want to be. It was lovely, though I would have appreciated it if they gave me a straight answer about when checkout was. I told them not to. I didn't want you worrying about how much time you had left instead of enjoying the time you were spending. And if I ran out of time? She raised a brow that he returned. You say that like I wasn't prepared to extend that vacation for as long as you needed. Oh. Were they reporting back to you? There had been wolves with her at the resort, close enough to come to her aid but distant enough to be respectful of her privacy. Of course he'd given some of them orders to keep him informed about how she was doing. No. What? No, Naruto repeated. That would have been impractical at that distance. I just gave them instructions to extend the reservation if you hadn't managed to fully unwind yet. Yeah, that made much more sense. You know Hanabi and I still have things pretty much under control. Naruto pointed out. You could finish your vacation here in Konoha if you like, maybe staying at the Inuzuka compound? Otherwise there are hot springs here and some fairly nice hotels we could get a room for you at. That was pretty tempting actually, and she would be close enough that if anything went wrong she'd be able to return and help take care of it. I think I'll take a look at some of the reports first just to make sure nothing's been missed. Of course, he gave a shallow bobbing nod. Put your worries to rest first, then you can resume your vacation. Should I reserve a room for you somewhere? She bit her lip and thought. Considering how much time she just spent with Sum, it was probably best that the woman had a chance to see to her own clan matters and wasn't distracted by Mai's presence. There was also nothing to say Sum couldn't join her in a hotel room so she could resume the vacation Mai had cut short. Maybe for tomorrow night. For tomorrow, certainly. He paused to think for a second. I don't think your office has been completely packed up yet, as Hanabi's been using it. If your wolves' reports aren't there, let me know and I'll have them retrieved for you. It was a not-so-subtle reminder that he was well aware her own favorite wolves were providing reports directly to her, but as all other times it had come up he didn't seem at all concerned about it. In a way she thought he might be trying to point out that having them do so was a waste of time when she should just be able to access any other wolf's report, or ask him directly, but it wasn't like she had ever intended for it to be some secretive thing she was doing. Reports from wolves ended up on her desk, reports from wolves that had spent their day around Naruto detailed things he had been up to. Thus inevitably she ended up with what were basically reports on Naruto through no intention of her own. Though she had admittedly made sure to arrange things so that at least one of those reports would end up in her pile of paperwork rather than Naruto's. It just made more sense that way too. Why would Naruto want a report that just told him he had done all the things he knew he did? I don't think that will be necessary, I'll just look at any reports for the preparations. He bobbed his head again. As you will. Let me know if you need anything. His gaze fell away and he returned to his work, as she left the doorway, closing the door behind her. It was conflicting having her back. He really did enjoy the chance to see her again, and she was terribly attractive when she was angry, which often made it very difficult for him to take whatever had angered her as seriously as he should, but the fact that she was back seeming just as stressed as she had been when she left concerned him. How was she supposed to rest and recover if she just spent the whole time worrying about the wolves? Admirable as that was, she had desperately needed a break from it. He really did think the presence of Tsum would have distracted her enough to get them through the entire vacation, though to be fair to the Inuzuka matriarch her presence was likely what had kept Mai at the resort for this long. Maybe next time he just needed something better than a hot spring resort, though he was at a loss for what else might make for a good vacation. Shaking that train of thought from his head, he returned his focus to the pseudo-seals that were scattered over the desk. He thought he had the individual parts figured out enough now, it was just going to be a matter of understanding how it all worked together. First, however, he was going to need to have Orochimaru go over it with him again to confirm he was right about these. Having the maker of the seal here really was quite convenient. Mai, I was told you would be returning after we left. Hanabi looked up as the woman in question entered the room before hurriedly moving the papers she was working through into a neat pile on the side of the desk and vacating her chair. That was the plan, I hear, but then word reached me that someone might have been picking fights with Kage, and we would be leaving Konoha. Well, Mai was her direct boss technically, but at the same time, did she really want to be informing the woman of what Naruto may, or may not have been doing now that she knew he was Mai's boss? Either way, he certainly didn't want to be saying anything bad about either of them, or even saying something that might make them look bad. That naturally left her in quite the predicament. Mai held up a hand and Hanabi was more than happy to fall silent before she said anything that might get her into trouble. I'm going to go through some of the reports to see where we're at. She sat down at her desk and opened the top drawer where she knew her favorite wolves would have left her enough reports to get a good grasp on the situation. She was not disappointed. But is there anything that would require my immediate attention? Hanabi frowned in thought, scrunching her brows, and after a few moments without an answer forthcoming, Mai looked up at the young woman to send her a look of silent inquiry. I know, she finally answered. No, everything's been pretty much under control. It felt a bit strange to say that for some reason, perhaps it had something to do with the skeptical brow Mai rose, but isn't that how it was supposed to be? Things were supposed to progress smoothly, wasn't that the goal? In fact, it's all gone very smoothly since Naruto announced we would be leaving. In the next couple days we'll be fully ready to depart. Mai blinked in surprise, taking a second to confirm she really had heard what she thought she did. It's not that she didn't believe what her assistant was claiming or didn't have faith in Naruto's ability, but she knew Naruto's luck, something out of his control always went wrong. For there to have been not even a single complication seemed beyond impossible. The man attracted trouble like nothing else. There was no way it had finally decided to leave him alone. You're sure? Nothing strange happened that complicated things? Nothing at all. Yeah, pretty sure. I see. There was a slight pause. No offense, Hanabi, but I think I'm going to need to go through these reports before I can actually believe that. Maybe I missed something. Hanabi shrugged in plausible agreement. But I really don't think anything happened that was worth noting. Naruto's been busy visiting people before we leave, and I've been overseeing the preparations of the wolves. As bad as it was to think, Mai had a suspicion that the only reasons complications hadn't shown up looking for Naruto's attention was because the man hadn't really been involved with the preparations after initially handing them over to Hanabi. It was the only thing that really made any sense. Then I look forward to seeing how you did in that role. Mai removed the stack of reports from the manila folder they had been left in, spreading them over her desk. Perhaps there's some aspect of the preparations that would benefit from your direct supervision for a time? Hanabi was able to understand what she was really saying easily enough. Please get out of my office so I can work, and gracefully acquiesced. Of course, she gave a fairly shallow bow and spun to leave the office. I'll see what areas of opportunity I can identify. The door shut with a soft click, and Mai turned her attention fully to the reports that had been set aside for her. As much as she wanted to believe that everything had been going perfectly, she also really didn't want that to be the case. Surely she hadn't worried and returned to Konoha for nothing? She wasn't a fan of that thought, not in the slightest, and if it turned out to be true, she was going to feel very foolish. I'm not even going to ask. Naruto stared up at the two wolves who had entered his office, one slung over the shoulders of the other in a fireman's carry. The one being carried shakily extended an arm, and Naruto made note of the letter tied to his hand. Was this? He paused to give a scrutinizing look to the wolf being carried. The uniforms were all the same and masks were identical, but slight mannerisms and other small details had been allowing him to better identify his children. Curly brown hair, dark blue eyes, and he could just barely make out a vertical line from a scar that ran through the wolf's left eyebrow. Tsukuyomi, damn it, it was who he thought it was. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he gave a deep sigh and then proceeded to massage closed eyelids in a futile effort to chase away the oncoming headache. They waved their hands slightly, just enough for the fluttering letter to catch Naruto's attention again. He reached out for it, untying it from his child's hand and setting it on his desk. That would be the report he'd requested from Ganju then, but he was having trouble finding the motivation to read it at the moment with the current distraction. As much as he hated it, he could tell exactly what had happened to lead up to his wolves taking this particular action. He wasn't sure if being able to follow what passed for their logic was a good thing or spoke poorly for his own mental health. Both of you find a room and get some rest now. His voice left little room for argument, but the one still standing rose a hand in question. I think most of the rooms have already been packed up, Tsukuyomi-sama. Then find one that isn't. Use my room if you have to, I don't care. He shot them both a serious look. Just get some rest. He pointed to his standing son. You aren't even supposed to be here, you should be in Kuni. I could start heading back there now, Tsukuyomi-sama. Did you not hear me? Tsukuyomi-sama? I said get some rest. I'm not ending you straight back after you carried your brother all the way here already. His accusing finger moved to the carried in question. And you should not have required someone to bring you back in the first place. My orders are not an excuse to ignore your own well-being. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Good, now that you both understand that, go follow my orders. I expect you both to eat and get a full night's sleep before you even consider doing anything else. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. The two bowed while the one standing did and retreated from the room. Shaking his head in disbelief, where on earth had they gained such a disregard for their own health and well-being? He reached for the letter. As expected, it was addressed to him from Ganju, but he had known that much when he saw who was delivering it. He really was hoping for good news on this front, but he was also well aware of just how long it had been since Orochimaru last used this particular base. The chances of it being inhabitable soon were really quite low. There was, however, only one way for him to find out for certain. Reaching for his letter opener, he slipped it through the envelope to retrieve the report inside. Time to see how his luck was holding out. He had almost finished reading through Ganju's report when he was again visited by his most favored wolf. Sorry. HM? His attention lifted from the report up to my, making note of the way her gaze drifted away to avoid his own. What on earth are you talking about? For a doubting you. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Everything seems to be in order and well handled. I just didn't believe things could possibly be going so smoothly. And you think I do? I'm as stunned as you are, Mai. I was sure there would be at least 3 complications by now. So far the biggest issue I've found is trying to sell some of our property, and we don't even have to be doing that anyway. He paused, glancing down to the report on his desk. Well, and this. With a flick of his wrist he gestured to them. I had hoped one of Orochimaru's old bases would be in good enough condition for us to relocate there immediately and vanish fully from the public eye long before Iroh Lernisuma asked us to leave Konoha, but it looks like we may be in Nami for a bit before that can be arranged. Can I? He waved at them again. By all means, feel free. It's no good news, but I can't say I'm terribly surprised. I was due for a bump sooner or later. I suppose we're fortunate it's such a small one. She moved closer to the desk and he slid the report towards her. As he'd said, it wasn't good news, but she was grateful it wasn't something bad. So we'll be in Nami until this base is ready? We don't have a lot of alternatives unless there's a country you've had your eye on you'd like me to capture for you. He paused before raising a brow and shooting a hopeful look her way. Is there? She felt her lips twitch in amusement, which only increased when her answer caused him to frown in disappointment. No, Naruto. I don't have my eye on any countries. He had probably been spending time with Anko lately because that frown of his was very, very nearly a pout. Ah, well, can't be helped, I suppose. You, on the other hand, seem to have one in your sights. She continued. Dayuri mentioned there was a meeting back in Hanaheim before your return to Konoha. Oh, that's right. He straightened up at his desk. You wouldn't have been there for that. He frowned. Did I not tell you? The look on her face told him no. Have someone else tell you? Still no. Send you a letter? Nope. It wouldn't happen to have been included in one of the reports that crossed your desk, would it? His shoulders slumped. Ya didn't think so. Sorry, I thought I had taken care of that. Naruto glanced over to his still mostly empty calendar. I really need to keep better track of what I actually managed to complete. You need an assistant. She corrected him, her weight moving to her right hip as she shot him an accusing look. Weren't you supposed to be working on that? They were both very well aware that technically Mai was his assistant, but neither said anything about that. Their workloads were individually large enough that they could both do with their own assistant. At the moment, however, only one of them seemed to have one. Or you need a second assistant, he proposed, coming dangerously close to bringing up the fact they were both avoiding. Then we can spend more time on the really important tasks. Which could also be read as, and then you can go back to being my assistant. And they both knew it. By unspoken agreement, they wouldn't actually voice it, no matter how much the idea reminded them fondly of simpler times. With how much you end up piling onto your plate, you would still need an assistant to keep track of it all, otherwise we'd end up focusing on the wrong things. He conceded her point with a shrug. That's fair. It wouldn't matter much in the future, but who knows how far off that might have been. Probably best to get an assistant now just in case, and he could either keep them or pass them on to Mai to help her with her duties later. Now it was just a matter of finding someone suitable, something he didn't hold much hope for. He'd already found Mai, and Hanabi was somewhat similar. What were the chances of finding anyone else like them? He wasn't going to be holding his breath. So Nami, she brought his attention back to the original topic. Yes. He nodded. We'll probably need to stay in Nami for a bit, maybe a few weeks. Hopefully a month and a half at the absolute most. Ganju and his team should have the new base at least habitable by then. And the new base is? Yes, that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? He shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't that old. Why was his memory already abandoning him? And with a grin that was half dry amusement and half morbid concern, he continued. You know, Kuni was suggested by Anko, and after letting her explain her thoughts, it seemed to be quite the pick. Orochimaru has an old base off the north coast we're trying to get operational so we can base our activities from it. Nami no Kuni is a bit too well known as our territory for us to really get away with any covert troop movements anymore. Mai thought it over for a few moments. It was pretty close to Hai no Kuni but also close to Nami no Kuni. There wasn't a hidden village in the country, so they didn't have to worry about that. Actually, it was by Ta no Kuni too, wasn't it? That meant Orochimaru would be able to lend aid from Odogekyo with relative ease should they need it. Yes, Mai agreed she could certainly see the benefits of choosing Yu no Kuni. The fact that they would be by a coast only made it better because they would be able to ship supplies there from Nami no Kuni without much trouble. Okay, and does Yu no Kuni know it will be hosting us? No, not in the slightest, so long as Ganju's team hasn't drawn any attention. I see, so you have no plans to take actual control of the country? She was answered by silence. Naruto? Well, not exactly. Naruto. Her arms folded. Explain. Now. I may or may not have given someone the impossible task of infiltrating the daimyo's palace and replacing him with our own agents. He what? She couldn't believe he would have given any of his children, or even their allies for that matter, such a task. Was he trying to get them killed? Had he finally lost his mind? Who did you send? Akishi. He sent. Wait, she didn't know that name. Who the hell was Akishi? She blinked in confusion as the anger began melting away. If it wasn't someone she knew, it probably wasn't a wolf, so that was already a major positive. As long as it turned out this person wasn't Hyuga or Inuzuka, then everything was fine. Who? The Akagino sent. She was determined to prove the worth of O's children, so I gave her a task to do so. What? The hell had she missed? He paused, staring at her in thought for several long seconds before the realization bloomed in his purple eyes. You were on vacation when she arrived, weren't you? He gave a lazy wave of his hand as if to dismiss the matter. Akishi is the half-snake, half-woman child of O, the golden serpent god of the sun. The what? Mai opened her mouth to question his words but couldn't bring herself to ask the multitude of questions that had risen. Closing her mouth and her eyes, she took a deep, calming breath and tried to fend off the oncoming headache. How had something like this not ended up in those reports? Naruto. Yes? I think I'm going to have to finish that vacation. Certainly, he shrugged. I've already rented a room. You can check in at 2. He watched curiously as she spun around and walked out of his office. Had it been something he said? It felt weird being back, and Sim couldn't decide if her memories of vacation felt like a dream, or if sitting at her desk with a stack of paperwork, and no Mai was some sort of nightmare. She was leaning towards the second. Maybe she should have stayed for the rest of their reservation when Mai gave her the option. If nothing else, she was fortunate in the fact that the Inuzuka clan really didn't generate much paperwork. Submitted pedigrees, requests for training, requests to be given a partner, and proposed repairs and improvements to the compound made up the most of it, and right now there weren't any young Inuzuka ready for partners, though there was a new litter of puppies that would need to start training soon. Might be a future Niken or 2 in there, and the rest would probably end up sold as hunting dogs in the Inuzuka's only real form of clan income. Not that they needed that anymore, not with the wolves and by association Nami no Kuni supporting them. Sim frowned and thought if they didn't need to be selling them as hunting dogs to any nobles or other rich individuals throughout the elemental nations, maybe they should be sent to Nami instead. Either the wolves could use them in their patrols or Hana could use them to train some of the children there. Well, assuming that wasn't already happening. There were Inuzuka stationed in Nami no Kuni as Hana's escort, and she'd not really checked into the genders of their companions. For all she knew, there could already be a litter or more that had been born abroad. She'd have to remember to ask Hana about that the next time they spoke, or more likely in their next exchange of letters. She'd get to that after she checked through the current paperwork. Or if she needed a break. Probably when she needed a break. In fact, a break did sound pretty good about now. No. With a sigh, Sim hung her head for a second, defeatedly accepting the fact that she needed to get this work done. She'd been gone on vacation, her first one in many years. She had no excuse not to be working now that she was back. Reviewed, accepted, denied, reviewed, ACC what? Sim blinked dumbly at the page, trying and failing to wrap her head around what had been written. Propose further joint exercises with the Hyuga and Aburame to further our ties to influential Konoha clans and cement our position within Konoha. That made sense, the first bit at least. They did things with the Hyuga and Aburame all the time as part of tracking teams, nothing new there. What stood out was the reasoning behind this joint training. Cementing their position within Konoha? What was that about? Still confused, she tentatively signed off on it but moved it over to the side of her desk to be looked further into later. to better integrate ourselves with the civilians of Konoha, dedicating a section of the compound as a public dog park and offering training classes for non-Nikken pets could help endear ourselves to a greater portion of the populace that one wasn't any better. Again, what was being suggested seemed perfectly normal, but for what reason would they need to gain civilian support? Had she missed something? There was a brief knock at her door. Had someone let themselves into her house too? Before one of her clanmates poked in their head. "Sama, I heard you were back. Have you had a chance to look at the suggestion I left?" She ignored the fact that they had invited themselves both into her home and office, focusing instead on the possibility of figuring out these strange requests that had landed on her desk while she was away. "Which one was yours?" she asked, ready to search for it. "Are requesting funds from Nami no Kuni to start a few businesses and eventually obtain seats on the civilian council for the Inuzuka clan to further our influence?" She stopped her search and slowly looked back up at them. "Why on earth is that something you think we should be aiming for? When you were gone, Kyuubi sent someone to inform us what he expected from the clan after the wolves were gone. He would have told you, but considering you were on vacation..." He trailed off. Ignoring the fact that he apparently wants us integrated with the civilians for some reason, Konoha, he interrupted, earning a glare. "Further integrated into Konoha, then you're proposing these things?" She gestured to the recent papers she had come across in the stack. "Because you received instructions from him while I was gone?" No. Then why are you suggesting them as formal requests rather than just passing on Tsukuyumi's message now that I'm back? With all due respect, Sama? Naruto fucking terrifies me." She found herself blinking in surprise again. "What? You?" She pointed to the chair before her desk. "Sit. Explain." Now. Someone was going to need to explain to her how the hell it had come to be that Naruto was now terrorizing her clan members, and how the hell it had apparently been so damned effective. Chapter 132 Preventative Therapy. Sam's forehead connected to her desk with a solid thump before rising an inch and falling back down. After her third strike, she looked up at the Inuzuka in her office, her forehead an angry red, and shot him a look that was almost pleading. "This is a joke, right? And note, Sama," she groaned. "Tsukuyumi, I could understand, hell, I would expect it, and I wouldn't have any problems with that, but you're telling me that some of the most senior and respected members of the pack are now terrified of Genin Naruto." She made sure to stress his Konoha shinobi rank for emphasis on how unthreatened they should be. 3 of them had reached Jounin. For fuck's sake, they should not be scared of a Genin. Even if she was aware he was probably much more than that, his extra status was among the wolves. Sam wasn't so foolish as to disregard the power and influence she was certain Naruto wielded within the Imperial House, but she was also pretty sure that didn't translate into a physical sort of power. Ignoring the wolves, he could stick on anyone who got on his bad side that trained Jounin should be trembling at. Don't get her wrong, she was incredibly impressed that he had managed it, her respect for him going up a few notches without question, but she couldn't ignore how disappointed in her own clan members that made her. Sure, Naruto could be a bit off-putting, and he had a presence about him that made you feel like you were a naughty child called before parents that had discovered your latest misbehavior, but that was no excuse for her family to be trembling in their shinobi sandals at the thought of him. She considered calling them to her office to get the story from them directly, but quickly shelved the idea. She could just pay Naruto a visit and get the events from him. She doubted Naruto would have any reason to try stretching the truth at all, considering he wasn't the one scared of himself. Her Inuzuka, on the other hand, had their pride to cover, and would probably embellish the story quite a bit to avoid further embarrassment. The real question, though, was whether or not she felt like stopping by now and feeling like a child again. No, Sam decided. She really didn't. Maybe later. Yes, exactly. Sasuke Maru nodded as he looked down at Naruto's pseudo-seals. It had taken a bit for him to understand the thought process each one represented rather than actual functions or seal elements, but that had been aided by the similar manner of thinking the two shared. The Sharingan helped a bit too. You've translated the concepts just fine for the application and for the building of the secondary chakra system of the original Ten no Juen, and it looks like you've managed to eliminate the drawbacks. Orochimaru frowned. But something about the activation and deactivation seems off. I'm not sure you'll be able to properly control it that way. I see. A similar frown pulled at Naruto's lips. Things had seemed like they were going a bit too smoothly around that part, like they were fitting together perfectly. He supposed he should have realized that would indicate he didn't really understand how it was supposed to function, even if he did understand the function itself. You'll need to explain those parts to me again, then obviously I'm missing something. Of course, of course. From the indulgent smile that crossed his face, Orochimaru was more than happy to spend more time around his godson explaining the subtleties of his greatest masterpiece. Let's start here at this part. A pale finger pressed down towards one of the pseudo-seals and the part of the actual seal it was to replace. As I've said before, a knock at the door interrupted him, drawing the attention of both the room's occupants. Expecting someone? Orochimaru asked with raised brow. Rarely was Naruto's dry response. Appointments seemed to just make themselves more often than not. Scooping the papers from his desk into their folder, he slipped it into his desk drawer for safekeeping. The knock sounded again, strangely wooden, and Naruto blinked in surprise as he realized his visitor. Come in, Danzo. Orochimaru's brows rose in interest as the door creaked open and the man in question took a step into the room. Danzo's exposed eye did a quick sweep of the room, as he was wont to do in every room he entered, only to freeze at the sight of the missing Uchiha Sasuke standing next to Naruto's desk dressed in one of Naruto's outfits. He paused for only half a second before turning his attention to someone just out of sight of the doorframe. I do believe he might need a minute more. The voice of the Sandaime Hokage answered him. He's already invited you in, Danzo. Naruto and Orochimaru shared a glance, and Orochimaru moved to the window with a sigh, slipping out to the surprise of the two wolves standing guard. It's fine. Naruto's statement was both to Danzo and to the startled wolves, folding his hands over his desk and waiting for his new guests to make their way more fully into his office. Danzo continued in, stopping near the left corner of Naruto's desk, and was followed by Hiruzen, who spared the room a curious glance. It was much more plain than his own office, and he briefly wondered if that was something to do with the upcoming exodus, or simply a matter of personal taste. As strange as it seemed, his bet was on the latter. Gentlemen, welcome. Naruto stood in greeting, gesturing towards the chairs that sat before his desk. If it weren't for regular cleanings of his office by the wolves, they would no doubt have quite a layer of dust from their disuse. Please help yourselves to a seat. He took his own as soon as he had said that, and waited another few seconds for the two to get comfortable. Well, as comfortable as one could get on those chairs, which from experience he knew was not much. When they were settled, he steepled his fingers together, and resting his elbows on his desk, tapped the tips of his fingers against his lips. Not that I'm at all perturbed by this sudden unexpected visitation. The fact that they arrived by themselves and no wolf had come to warn him of their presence was beyond strange. Oh no, Danzo had stayed here for a while, hadn't he? That was probably why the wolves had just let him and the Sandaime through without escort or warning. That made sense. But I would most certainly like to know what has prompted it. You're leaving, Naruto? Was Danzo's response. We've decided to pay you a visit before you're gone. I hardly expect you planned on visiting either of us before you departed. Naruto frowned at that, but conceded his point with a bob of his head. He hadn't planned on visiting either of them. The thought had never crossed his mind. I expected as much. No offense, Danzo, but you hardly strike me as the sentimental type. At most, I might expect to send you a card to let you know we've left. A sudden thought struck him. You're not in need of any more underground bases, are you? I appear to have one I'm not going to be needing soon. Oh? The Warhawk's brow rose, but before he could answer, Hiruzen cleared his throat, drawing attention towards him. Perhaps the two of you could discuss such business when I am not present? He suggested. Danzo and Naruto shared a quick glance. I don't know what you could mean, Sandaime-sama. Naruto gave him a faux inquisitive look. We're simply discussing realty, nothing wrong with that. As much as I'd rather not be, I'm well aware of what that realty would be used for, and as much as he'd like to claim private security, he shot Danzo a dirty look. We all know that's not the case. Shimura-san, Naruto returned to Danzo. Have you considered branching out to provide private security to others? The man in question stroked his chin in thought. I hadn't, but that's not a terrible idea. You'd of course have to be slightly more open about whose company was providing such security to yourself and others, but that shouldn't be too much trouble. Again, when I am not here, please. Hiruzen sighed. We're here to say goodbye, not discuss ways to defeat my orders to disband Root. Root? Danzo questioned. Naruto scoffed. There's no such thing, Sandaime-sama. I regret the fact that you two ever met. Noted. Danzo nodded. With a shake of his head, Hiruzen turned his attention to Naruto. I heard you and your friends are leaving Konoha. You know you don't have to, right? Even if my son doesn't like it, the Imperial House of Wolves has been sanctioned by Iroh. Only he has the authority to order you out. I'm aware, Sandaime-sama, but I thank you for your concern. Naruto leaned back into his seat. We had already been contemplating moving on, you see, so now was as good a time as any. To avoid conflict? Sure. Naruto very pointedly turned his chair to more fully face Danzo, instead his attention moving with it. So about that realty I have in my possession, are you already familiar with the property, or should we perhaps arrange for a tour? I'm fairly certain it's already mostly cleared out. I think a tour might be in order. I can't say I really remember what that building was like, and I'm sure your wolves probably took similar liberties there as they did here. A fair point. Naruto nodded in agreement. Are you available tomorrow afternoon? I do believe my schedule is clear then. It was all clear technically because he never bothered to write anything down, but that was another matter entirely. I should be. I'll have to review my own schedule to see if I had arranged for any meetings with my security personnel. It's never wise to maintain the same shifts and patrols over long periods of time. After all, I like to mix things up regularly. A sound idea indeed. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark here and say this somehow works into your hand in other ways, Naruto. Hiruzen gave him a shrewd look. I'm not sure what else I should have expected of you. I'm not sure either, Sandaime-sama, but this would hardly be the first time you've underestimated me or my character. Ah. Yes, it would seem that time hadn't completely washed that away, had it? Naruto certainly didn't seem hostile or spiteful, but Hiruzen could definitely understand why their interactions may end up being perhaps a bit more terse than he would have liked. Yes, I dare say you're right about that. He paused for a second. Still, I'd like to wish you the best in your endeavors as you move on from Konoha. I do think I'll take my leave now. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. Do make sure to enjoy that retirement of yours. It's long overdue. Yes, Hiruzen gave him a small grin before turning to leave. I'll be sure to do that. It could, Hiruzen supposed, be worse. A professional relationship was better than nothing, and while he regretted some of the decisions he'd made when it came to the young man, he was still pleased to know he seemed to be doing quite well for himself. He hoped that didn't change, though he was aware that with whatever was going on between Naruto and his son, that would mean he was perhaps rooting against Asuma. Did that make him a bad parent? Well, if it did, he at least got it right with the other two. 2 out of 3 wasn't too bad, was it? There was silence for several long seconds after Hiruzen had closed the door after himself before Danzo spoke. Realty, huh? He asked with a raised brow. Was that genuine, or were you that desperate for a topic to avoid telling him anything important? Naruto's own brow rose up in challenge. Desperate? He scoffed. Not at all, it was simply an easy way to show him I had no intention of continuing on that path of conversation. Not anymore. Not anymore. Naruto agreed. Once perhaps, but not these days. He lost that trust some time ago. The young daimyo shook his head. I prefer not to dwell on it, doesn't do anyone any good. And yet you brought it up today. Danzo pointed out, earning a mild glare from the young man. I'm more than aware, thank you. His expression said he was anything but grateful for the older man's insight on the matter. It served its purpose well enough. And that would be? Danzo knew, of course, or he thought he did, but he'd long ago realized that assuming was always a bad move when it came to Naruto. Just because everything he was seeing pointed to something didn't mean the young man was going in that direction at all, a fact that was as frustrating as it was fascinating. It always made him pity the young man's assistant. He couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been trying to keep track of everything as it happened day in and day out. To get him to leave, was Naruto's answer. I hadn't exactly planned on having a Hokage former or not paying me a visit today. Heads up from either you or the wolves still here would have been nice. Surely it wasn't that much of an inconvenience? The look Naruto shot him told him he may soon be eating his words, but he couldn't fathom why that would be. Orochimaru. It wasn't said very loud, but as soon as the name came from his lips, the man in question slipped back and through the window, and Danzo understood perfectly why including Hiruzen in the visit may have posed an issue. Ah. Yes, Naruto agreed. I'd rather not have to deal with that can of worms anytime soon. A frown pulled at his lips and his gaze drifted over to his door as realization struck him. Orochimaru was the first to notice naturally. Something wrong, Naruto-kun? I just realized Hiruzen is now in my apartment unescorted, he admitted. I can't say I'm exactly comfortable with that fact. You think he might snoop around? Asked Danzo. That didn't exactly sound like his old rival. Not as much as I think he might end up running into people talking about things they shouldn't or guests I'd rather he not met. Naruto answered with a sigh. At least the godling is gone. Danzo blinked in surprise. Excuse me, the what? Just the daughter of a sun god. Naruto waved off the man's question. It's of no consequence. The fact that I don't immediately think you're lying about having some sort of divine being in here at some point terrifies me beyond belief, Naruto. The daimyo shrugged. Well, I guess it's a good thing she wasn't here when you stopped for a visit then, isn't it? He retrieved the papers he was working through with Orochimaru earlier. Don't worry, I sent her off to take over a country for me. You probably won't be running into her anytime soon. As much as Naruto seemed to think him bringing Hiruzen here was cause for a headache, Danzo was becoming of the opinion that he was receiving one that was substantially larger. Spending too much time around Naruto and his wolves was probably not good for his health. There was another knock at Sum's office rather than down at her front door, and Sum found herself wondering if perhaps someone had stolen the front door, and that was why everyone seemed perfectly at ease allowing themselves into her house lately. She couldn't really think of any other explanations that made any more sense, so that had to be it. Come in. She was sure if she waited any longer they would just see themselves in that door too, so Sum was quick to exercise what little control she seemed to have left in her own damn house. She was pleasantly surprised by the identity of her guest. My. Sum, the young woman smiled. How was everything with the Inuzuka? Fine, just fine. Sum shot her a quizzical gaze. Should you be here? I would think setting things right among the wolves would have taken longer. A dusting of pink spread across the top of Mai's cheeks. Everything was under control, actually. Sum blinked a few times, running the words through her head to make sure she had heard them correctly. Really? Yeah, you're as surprised as I am. She admitted quickly, adding, and Naruto too. He was apparently expecting there to be many more complications than he's run into so far. I'd bet. Shaking her head, Sum shot her a grin. If anyone knows trouble, it would be that boy. Pausing, she remembered the last time she found herself discussing the young man. In fact, from what I hear, he's managed to terrify some of the senior Inuzuka while we were gone. They practically jump at just his name. The sound that left Mai was somewhere between a defeated sigh and a hopeless moan, and even she wasn't sure which it had been intended to be. I'm so sorry, did you need me to speak with him? Sum shook her head and let out a quick bark of laughter. No. While I'm sort of disappointed that they are terrified, it's certainly an impressive feat on his end. Might have appreciated him telling me what Tsukuyomi wanted the Inuzuka clan doing while the wolves were out of Konoha, but I'm pretty sure he hadn't expected us back soon enough to pass it on personally. Oh? This was the first she'd heard of him giving the Inuzuka instructions. She supposed she probably should have expected it to be something of that nature when Hanabi mentioned he'd been seeing to other groups before their departure, but she wasn't sure what sort of instructions might have been intended for the Inuzuka. Last she'd heard there weren't any real plans for them. Everything Naruto had intended had already been implemented to his satisfaction. What did Tsukuyomi want done? I should probably check with Naruto to make sure I get the original instructions rather than just what they've managed to remember, but the gist of it is that with the wolves gone, they'll need us to be your eyes, ears, and hands within the village. To that end, he wanted us to ensure we have strong ties to the village and integrate ourselves enough that the thought of losing us should terrify the councils. That doesn't seem like a bad thing to do, even if you weren't associated with the wolves. Mai noted. A lot of the clans are pretty separate from the majority of Konoha and just rely on their status. If you were to become a part of the average shinobi's life, the clan's standing would shoot up tremendously, and if you get the civilians enamored with the clan, you might become the first shinobi clan in Konoha to actually have the support of the civilian council since the Senju at founding. That would be a very good place to be, considering they controlled a lot of the economy and were the makers of Konoha's more mundane laws. Well, no, they were Konoha's lawmakers. It was just that the Shinobi Council then needed to make exceptions and modifications for shinobi, and then the whole thing would have to be approved by the acting Hokage, or technically the daimyo himself. Having merchants liking you enough to cut you deals on goods was already a huge boon, the possibility of exclusive trade deals even better, and then to bring in the thought that you might have the favor of lawmakers who could help you elevate your own clan or boxing your competition. That was absolutely priceless. That sort of thinking did make Mai slightly worried about what Naruto might have planned for the near future, but she did her best to set that to the side. Everything was under control at the moment, and moving forward smoothly. She'd get more details for all his plans when they got to Nami no Kuni. And more importantly, when she had a chance to forget all about the divine beings he may, or may not have been having dealings with. She technically wasn't paid anyway, but there was no way in hell she was paid enough for that sort of mess. She'd leave the whole godhood bundle to Naruto. He seemed to find it perfectly mundane, which if she was honest was probably some cause for concern. First he's presenting himself and others as deities, and now he was apparently consorting with other true divine beings? If he really was that brought up questions she wasn't comfortable even considering, and if he was mistaken, well, she liked what that pointed to even less. Note some agreed. It's not a bad idea at all. With our ties to you and Nami, well, I hadn't really considered how the village would see us. They didn't matter anymore. Sort of a dumb way to look at it, I suppose, but I guess that's why he's the daimyo, and I'm just a clan head. That's a bad comparison to make some. You don't even want to be a daimyo. You're damn right about that, but that still goes to show the difference in ambition and, well, vision, I suppose. I hadn't even considered how we could use our connections to Nami to improve things in Konoha beyond financially. Just because Konoha doesn't really think that highly of us in anything other than tracking doesn't mean we can't use those new funds to build ourselves up to something more here. No, it doesn't. Do you have an idea what you'd like to do to raise the Inuzuka clan? Me? No. Luckily Naruto had such an impression on my clanmates that they've gone ahead and come up with a list of things we can do to further expand our influence. Some frowned at that. No, that's not quite right. Gain more favor might be more fitting. Perhaps with the populace? Her expression was pleading and questioning both, and my thought it made her look like a confused puppy. I'm really not good with this stuff. Well, in that case, what do you think about a crash course somewhere a bit more comfortable? Oh? Sim perked up immediately at the suggestion. What did you have in mind? Well, we never did finish that vacation, and with everything here in Konoha going just fine, maybe you'd care to join me in finishing it? It's not much of a vacation if we're here, though. Sim frowned. The Inuzuka compound isn't exactly a resort, and it would be really weird to be back with the wolves, no offense. None taken, I'd feel weird trying to relax so close to work anyway. I was thinking more along the lines of a nice hotel and some time in Konoha's hot springs. That does sound pretty good. She looked down at what work remained on her desk. Yamai's proposal definitely sounded better than sorting through that. Guess I should get packed. Naruto says check-in's at 2, so there's no rush. Sim raised a brow. Did he arrange it again? He offered when we got home early, Mai admitted. Said it was understandable that I would worry, but that he and actually Hanabi being under wolf protection wasn't something known to the public and was definitely more a Hyuga matter than an Inuzuka matter in any case. My assistant still had everything under control, so I was free to finish up here in Konoha before we left. No offense, Mai, but sometimes I really do wonder if you need to work at all. You could have yourself set up like a princess for the rest of your days with a single request, you know that, right? I do, I just think it would be terribly boring. Yet Sim agreed with a grin. It probably would be. But I think I could handle being bored if it also meant I didn't have anything to stress over anymore. Now that I can agree with you on, but when there's nothing to stress over, I get worried I've missed something important I should be stressing over. And that, Sim declared, throwing one arm over Mai's shoulders as she stood up from her desk, is exactly why we're finishing this vacation. That's it? Hanabi asked, torn between disbelief and hope. She wanted to believe it, but it just sounded too good. They must have missed something. Really? The wolves gathered before her shared a glance, not sure what she meant. They said they had finished. That seemed pretty self-explanatory to them. After a few seconds of silence, one of them spoke up. Yes, Hanabi-sama. We've finished packing the den and the apartment. We've left this office and Naruto's office alone for the most part, but that's only an hour or so of work maximum that we can do before departure or even after everyone else leaves. Naruto's bedroom is the most full still, but most of his belongings are packed. If his belongings are packed, how is it the most full still? Naruto's room has quite a lot of blankets and pillows, was the explanation she received. Certainly not a very satisfying one. It just left her with even more questions. Okay. Why does it have so many? If there are extra, we should be packing those up. He only needs enough to make him through the next few days, and that's only assuming he actually sleeps in that time. A very valid point to raise, actually. He had slept recently, they were pretty sure anyway, so who could say when he next feel like he had the time, or much more likely collapse from exhaustion, and sleep just long enough to become conscious again. He was going to end up killing himself if he didn't drive one of them to kill him first. Maybe that was his planned suicide by assistant. No, couldn't be otherwise. He'd have a dedicated assistant of his own by now. He could still be trying with Mai, she supposed, but with how busy she was with her own duties, or how busy she would be once she returned to them, it would be a horribly inefficient way to attempt suicide. Unless that was the point. Probably best to drop that train of thought there. The wolves shared another much more nervous glance among themselves, trying to figure out what should be said to explain it. Because he likes it? It was more question than answer, and they hadn't even attempted to disguise it otherwise, as if he was asking the group rather than telling her. He changed his tone as the wolf to his left gave him a swift punch in the arm. Oh, because he likes it, Hanabi-sama. It's a little late for that, she commented dryly. But I appreciate the effort. Now. She folded her hands together and rested them on Mai's desk. Who would like to explain to me the real reason? It wasn't even that important, she realized as she asked, just a bunch of blankets and pillows, but between how hesitant the wolves were to answer and a mild curiosity about something that seemed out of character for Naruto, he liked to keep his furnishings very simple and functional. Excess was not his style in the slightest. She now found herself fairly invested in obtaining an accurate answer. It's for his guests, Hanabi-sama. Guests? Why on earth would guest blankets and pillows be on his bed? That completely defeated the purpose. They'd also already packed up guest rooms. If he needed accommodations for them, it would have made more sense to keep one or two of those prepared to serve that purpose, not throw extra on his own bed. If they're for guests, why are they being used on a bed? They should be stored clean and ready to be used. For guests in his bed. Hanabi-sama. That still didn't make sense, and the former Hyuga heir found herself beginning to grow frustrated with the wolves and their answers. Whomever he decides to sleep with, I'm sure could make use of the regular dressing of the bed. I'm assuming the excess you mentioned is more than 2 pillows on his bed and a few blankets for the winter. 12 pillows and 7 blankets. One of the others chimed in helpfully. I didn't need to specify. She dropped her sentence with a sigh. Could someone please just explain what sort of guests would require extra pillows and blankets on his bed? Oh, it's for us, Hanabi-sama, for when we join him. Okay. Yep, and this was why Mai had needed a vacation. Hanabi saw it now. She thought she had been fully exposed to the wolves and how strange they were, but apparently there was even more. She was scared to consider just how much more there could be to this iceberg she had just crashed into. I don't think I want to know, she admitted. I really don't think I do. Hanabi shook her head as if it would dislodge the strange fact that had just taken residence there. Are any of you planning to do so in the next few days? No, not really, Hanabi-sama. Good, she gave a single nod of her head. In that case, pack it up. In the meantime, I'm going to go find Shizen-sensei and hope I can start using her as a therapist before I actually reach the point where I need one. At this rate, she was going to be lucky to hit 20 before losing her mind. That's what she got for trying to stave off the boredom. She supposed she certainly wasn't bored anymore these days. She wasn't sure if that was a good thing. I'm surprised you were actually serious, Danzo admitted honestly, glancing down the hallways of one of the den's lower levels. I really did think you were just trying to change the topic with Hiruzen around. He had not expected for a wolf to show up at his primary route base to remind him he was supposed to meet Naruto to tour the den that afternoon. Nonsense, Naruto scoffed. Why would I change the topic to something that didn't exist when I have a very real base that's going to be going vacant for the foreseeable future on my hands? It wouldn't help any, and honestly it would be horribly inefficient. I have plenty of work to talk about if I need to steer away from certain conversations. Like what? Naruto shot him an amused look, one brow rising slowly. If I told you now, I won't be able to use it to avoid sensitive topics in the future. You don't really expect that sort of work to stay around long enough to still be relevant then, do you? I'm usually pretty good at keeping up with my duties and responsibilities as of late, Naruto claimed. But considering how many things seem to have landed on my plate at once, well, I wouldn't be too surprised. Besides, my track record isn't exactly stellar in that area now, is it? I wouldn't know, was Danzo's dry response. Maybe that should be a question for an assistant you don't have. Naruto paused mid-step, slowly lowering his foot to the ground and turning around to fully face the old warhawk. After a few seconds of scrutinizing the man, he shook his head ruefully. I'm not even going to ask how it is you've come to know about that incomplete task and simply wonder why you're giving me flack for it too. I have enough people getting after me for that, you know. I didn't actually, the man chuckled. I thought it was obvious enough by how tired you always look and the fact that Mize always seems so busy with her own work, but the thought that there are more people doing so is greatly amusing. I'll get an assistant when someone suitable is found, not sooner. Pestering me about it isn't going to speed up the process any. If you were searching, no, it wouldn't. Danzo nodded in agreement. But you're not searching, are you? Naruto's response was silence. I thought as much. Any reason? I have absolutely no idea how to find one. You found Mai, didn't you? Sai and Mai fell into my lap, answered Naruto flatly. It was dumb luck. And Mai's assistant? Made a deal with the wolves for her safety during the branch revolt, and got bored sitting around doing nothing each day. Also luck. How many people within your house did you actually go out and recruit yourself? 2, 3 if you count my governess and Nami. Really? Danzo seemed more than a little off-put by his answer. The rest just fell into place, I suppose? Exactly. I have no idea how I managed to bring them all together. I do not think there are words in existence to describe just how envious of you I am right now. Naruto shrugged. Have you tried being more charismatic? They're probably drawn in by my charm or something. You don't seriously believe that, do you? If you have a better suggestion, I'm all ears. Perhaps there might be some merit to your theory. Danzo cleared his throat to break away from the subject. Who was it? Who did you reach out and bring into your house on purpose? My head physician Kato Shizen and her assistant Senju Tsunade. Her assistant. Danzo's eyes screwed shut to block off the impending onslaught of a headache he knew was building. There wasn't a person alive who shouldn't know of Senju Tsunade, and while Kato Shizen was definitely a more local name to know, the very thought that the legendary medic might be someone else's assistant was beyond ludicrous. As I said, Kato-sensei is the head physician of the House of Wolves. I recently reached out to Tsunade and secured her as Kato-sensei's assistant. A cheeky smirk pulled at his lips, one Danzo could barely see on the side of his face from that angle. She came highly recommended, you know. Nothing around you is ever right, Naruto. Nothing at all. And yet it continues to work. Maybe you should try it one of these days. Yes, Danzo thought maybe he would. You're leaving? Emerald eyes widened in equal parts horror and heartbreak, with only the faintest hints of a hope that this was some sort of cruel joke. Naruto, unfortunately for her, was not joking. Yes, Sakura-chan, I'm leaving. He reached over and placed his hand on her head, gently ruffling her pink hair. Or to be more accurate, the wolves are leaving Konoha and I'm going with them. But can't you stay? Just because the wolves were going didn't mean he had to too, did it? What was she supposed to do without her, Naruto-senpai? Well, he frowned. I could, but I think it might be a bit improper for me to stay while they left. Why? The initial surprise of his declaration had faded and acceptance had started to take root, but now curiosity entered the stage, tugging at her attention and momentarily distracting her. Because I'm their daimyo, Sakura-chan. It's only right I go with them. Her eyes, if anything, grew even more wide. He held a finger up to his lips and gave her a wink. While it's not really a secret that needs to be guarded, I'd rather that not get spread around just yet, yeah? Let's try to make it outside Konoha's walls before people realize there's been a second daimyo here. They tend to make a huge fuss about it, and that just sounds like more trouble than I feel like dealing with. She nodded, more in her surprise than in conscious agreement to his words. He knew she'd heard him, but she probably wouldn't even have a chance to process what he'd said until later. Sure you don't want to just hire Team 7 for an indefinite escort mission? Asked Kakashi, only briefly glancing up from his book to inquire. Though as part of Team 7 maybe it would be more efficient to just have one of the wolves hire all of us. At least that way some of the money gets back to your pockets. Nice try, Kakashi lauded Naruto. But I'm not taking you with me. We've discussed this. The man shrugged. Worth a shot. Shaking his head, Naruto returned his focus to Sakura. She was the only one on Team 7 that hadn't known any of this when the sun rose this morning, so this entire team meeting was more or less for her benefit. I'll probably stop by for visits periodically, he assured her. That was possibly true. Mostly if he remembered and wasn't behind on his work. Konoha wasn't going to be that far away from him, so stopping by wasn't too much trouble unless he wanted to make official visits as a daimyo. That's where things could become troublesome. But in the meantime, I do have a parting gift for you to remember me by. Turning to the trees that surrounded the training field, he waved over a wolf who emerged with a box large enough to obscure his torso. Technically, he proceeded to explain. This might be considered regifting, but I'm confident you'll enjoy these much more than I ever will. Kakashi's Ika dropped from his hand into the grass as he instantly realized what would have to be in the box. Gods knew he had spent enough time helping himself to that collection. While not wrong, he also didn't know the true value of its contents. He was aware that his jaw had fallen slack, but like his book, he couldn't find it in him to pick it up as he watched the box grow nearer with near reverence. The wolf set the box down at Naruto's feet, and after a quick bow retreated back to the woods. Here, take a look. I think you'll like this. Naruto knelt down and opened the box, revealing its treasure to the young Haruno. That's... he gave a nod of his head. The entire Ika collection, all special editions and signed by Jiraiya himself. Just hearing that had Kakashi practically drooling, and Sakura was pretty sure her heartbeat had become so fast that it had turned into a constant hum instead. Each one is one of the first prints. I think the latest I have in there is the 8th of a book to be printed. She looked up at him, tearing away her gaze from the trove that had been presented to her with a mixture of disbelief and hope. You're giving this to me? Really? He ruffled her hair again. Absolutely. Thank you. You're very welcome. Maybe when I visit we can find some time to arrange bouquets? That was perhaps an even greater treasure, and she found her eyes widening once more. I'd really like that, Naruto-senpai. Kakashi cleared his throat, unable to hold back this question any longer. Naruto, where did you come across something so magnificent? While the young man seemed to have all the Ika in his library, he hadn't realized another of his students, his very son, was a fan of the series, and to have such a collection, Kakashi justy couldn't believe something like this had escaped him, and more importantly been hidden from him. He wasn't sure to be proud or disappointed that this had been kept secret. How long had he spent under the same roof as this holy grail without knowing of its existence? Jiraiya gave it to me. I had it packed away because I wasn't interested in reading them. Sakura seemed to enjoy going through Yash's collection, so I thought she might appreciate them as a reminder of her senpai. Sakura nodded in silent agreement, green eyes glued again to the open box. And you didn't give them to me? Kakashi nearly sounded genuinely hurt at that, which would otherwise be strange, but should have been expected in matters such as this. Naruto shrugged. Sakura-chan is cuter. Not for the first time, Kakashi wondered if he would have been better off being born a girl. The horses would have probably appreciated it, but Tsunade might have felt threatened. Naruto watched her team interact with a soft smile, glad Sakura had gotten the chance to say goodbye to her brother before he vanished. She'd already lost one teammate like that. She didn't need it to happen again, especially when she seemed far more infatuated with Naruto than she ever had with Sasuke. She tried not to think about that too much. It was a subject that never failed to make her uncomfortable. After a few seconds, however, that smile faded to be replaced by a light frown. While it was great the team got the chance to say goodbye to him, Naruto knew someone else who would probably like to know he was leaving, and more than that would very much appreciate a chance to see him again, quite possibly for the last time. With Naruto's attention on Sakura and Kakashi and the two of them hypnotized by the presence of Jiraiya's books, Naruto slipped away from the training grounds. In the unlikely event anyone actually noticed, she wasn't likely to be missed, and if she did this quickly enough they would probably still be here ogling those books when she got back. And that one went there to cover that and done. Naruto gave a satisfied nod as he looked down at his latest interpretation of the seal. This part should cover the activation and control just fine, and he spared a glance across his desk where he sat working on the other parts. The other elements should have already been combined for the main body of the seal. As if knowing his thoughts, which wasn't such an absurd assumption to make considering it was himself, he looked up and gave himself a thumbs up. "We're done here," he declared. "Is the trigger ready to be integrated?" Naruto sparred another few precious seconds to double-check before giving himself an affirming nod. "Yes, it's all set," he agreed. "Did you want to handle this part too, or would you prefer to leave that to me?" "No," Naruto shook his head. "I think I'll let you have the honor of finishing it. Besides, with you having just finished it, and my experience putting this together, things will go more smoothly this way. The last time things went smoothly we were wrong," he was quick to point out to himself. "But I can see your point. You're free to dismiss yourself." His clone didn't need to be told twice, and in a small cloud of wispy smoke he vanished, quickly dispersing throughout the room. Taking a moment, Naruto applied his limited Iryujutsu knowledge to soothe the influx of memories that crashed over him. Fortunately, he'd only been at this for a few hours now, so this shouldn't be too bad. He spared a glance to his clock and momentarily lost control of his jutsu in surprise. Okay, maybe it had been just a tiny bit longer than he had realized. Only like 8 hours or so more than he'd expected, but that shouldn't make too much of a difference. At least he hadn't managed to knock himself out again. That had become very old very quickly, and he was really not in the mood to wake up under a glaring shizen before their trip, especially when it would be easy for the woman to drag Mai to help her welcome him back to the land of the living. No thank you? With oncoming headache averted for the most part anyway, he reached for the work his clone had finished, looking over it with a critical eye and memories of its creation fresh in his mind. As he'd said, it was done, and now he just had to add the last part. Of course, it couldn't be a day of nothing but progress. None of the gods would ever allow something like that. No, there always had to be something to interrupt his work. A knocking sounded from his office door, a noise that he had begun to hate, as of late, notifying him of another guest, and the arrival of a distraction that would steal him away from his current project. Hopefully it was just a wolf checking something, and they would only need a moment or two of his time. Knowing his luck, he wasn't about to bet on that, though. Enter, Naruto commanded, stacking the papers together. If it was a wolf, he would leave it out, but if it was someone else, he was ready to slide them into his desk for the time being. It may not have been the Ten-no-Jun exactly, and there were few people who should have been able to recognize it, even if that was what was depicted on this set of notes. But it was always better safe than sorry when he had those sort of options naturally. Some days it felt like those opportunities presented themselves less and less, but that was probably just the weariness talking. The door creaked open, a young Chunin on the other side peeking in. Chunin. It took a moment to remember their name, though if they noticed that fact they made no indication of it. Nara. Come in. What brings you to my office today? Another letter from the Hokage perhaps, or has yet another Konoha genin run away? No, Naruto. This matter is. The young man hesitated, searching for words, and Naruto immediately wondered if this was some sort of act or if they were simply having difficulties coming up with a tactful way to respond. Nara were always quick thinkers, but much like the Inuzuka, they had a tendency to let you know exactly what those thoughts were. Complaining was a skill that had been perfected by the Nara after all. Of a more personal nature. Shikamaru frowned. No, that's not right either. I'm here as Nara, not as a Chunin. Naruto nodded. I understand. Konoha does not see this room. You don't need to worry about disguising your words here. While his expression remained as bored and uninterested as any Nara worth his naptime, Shikamaru's black eyes sharpened shrewdly, making note of how quickly Naruto appeared to know the nature of his visit. He was probably just imagining things, but Nara were too insightful to dismiss that sort of feeling just on the chance they were wrong. Very well, I'll try to cut to the chase. Then he straightened slightly and started. The Nara clan has been aware of your involvement with the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans for quite some time and have been observing both them and the wolves. He paused to make sure Naruto was following along, but could see no traces of even mild interest on the young man's face. It's troublesome. The first bit of Shikamaru shone through their past, whatever speech he'd probably been instructed to memorize, and Naruto wondered if this was the first time he'd been required to conduct clan business. But I've been sent to see if the Imperial House of Wolves would be open to negotiating an alliance with the Nara clan too. Naruto hummed in acknowledgement of the presented question. Well, not question. The question was there, but it had been said, not asked, but he wasn't going to hold that against someone as inexperienced as the Nara heir. He probably wouldn't even recognize his mistakes if Naruto did, so there was no point in wasting both of their time, even if it had been a long time since Naruto had been given the chance to play one of his favorite games, but then proceeded to sit in silence for nearly a minute more, simply staring at Shikamaru. Just when Shikamaru was beginning to think Naruto had either not actually heard, had forgotten he was there, or had decided not to answer, the young daimyo's voice filled the room again. It's an interesting thought, surely. Naruto's head bobbed for a few seconds. But he fixed the Nara heir with a serious stare. What makes you think there was any sort of negotiation with the other clans? Shikamaru didn't know what to say to that, blinking in stunned surprise as he turned over the words in his head. He hadn't been the one to come up with this proposal in the first place, and he hadn't been sent as the one intended to make any sort of deals or arrangements, but now that the question had been brought to him, what had the others been thinking? Naruto and his allies had more or less crushed the Yamanaka before his father had seen them speaking in secret with the Inuzuka. The chances that they'd had any leg to stand on for negotiation was absolutely laughable. But what about the Inuzuka? Surely they would have been in a much better position when they partnered themselves with the wolves. There would have been some sort of agreement reached between the two groups, right? That's typically how two groups would come together as allies, I understand. Was Shikamaru's eventual answer avoiding both the obvious question he suddenly realized he needed answered and Naruto's original question? The House of Wolves is not a typical sort of group, Nara. That should be the very first thing you understand long before proposing any sort of alliance. Naruto's expression showed he was not impressed, but soon softened significantly. Of course, that's also not the sort of thing you should be completely responsible for. It's your clan that sent you, isn't it? They've decided to try for this. I can't blame you as a messenger now, can I? Naruto shook his head. No, that just wouldn't be proper. He went silent after that, thinking, and with a slowly raising brow inquired, how informed are you of recent House of Wolves happenings? There are rumors, the Nara heir admitted, that may have made their way back to the clan from a Nara within the Umbu. And what do those rumors say? The House of Wolves will be leaving Konoha soon, won't it? Exactly. So tell me, why does the Nara clan think now of all times would be suitable to approach us? Because you'll soon be gone, I suppose. They might be worried they'll miss their chance to reach out to you. Shikamaru gave his best educated guess, hoping it would be enough to satisfy Naruto. He wasn't sure what it was about his former classmate, but he always felt very small when talking to him, and it wasn't a sensation Shikamaru particularly enjoyed experiencing. Naruto nodded, easily accepting the answer. Yes, I suppose that's fair. He paused to give Shikamaru a pointed look. They should know we're quite busy, though. That much should be obvious. I doubt we'll have any time to meet with them before our departure. We understand, Shikamaru assured him. I'm not sure if they intended to be my father or maybe one of the other senior members of the clan, but we're more than happy to send someone out of the village to meet with one of your representatives about this. I see. Naruto stroked his chin a few times and thought. We could probably arrange something for that. Yes, I think that will be suitable. You can tell your clan to expect word from the House of Wolves in the coming weeks, probably through one of our allies or some of our other agents in the area. Naruto's look turned grave. Be warned, however, that if the Nara expect to be negotiating anything, they best come to the table prepared with what they can offer in this arrangement. The House of Wolves is far from being a charity. Of course, we understand completely. The Nara heir gave a quick bow, more to hide the nervous expression he was sure had spread across his face than anything else. If that was all, I should be getting back to the clan to inform them of our discussion. You may leave. Naruto gave a lazy wave of his hand towards the door, inviting him to vacate the office. The fact that he was both being dismissed and had been given permission to excuse himself did not escape Shikamaru, and he wondered if there was another message sandwiched between those two simultaneous implications of control. Shikamaru was already wondering what the hell his father had been thinking. Maybe his old man really had finally lost it. Hopefully his mother and her frying pan would be able to knock some sense back into him, assuming that's not what caused this in the first place. With a sigh of relief, Naruto finished reading the last of the reports, signing off that he had received and reviewed the document before setting it aside with its fellows. It hadn't been just the last of the reports, but also represented the last of the paperwork he would be doing here in this office. The feeling was beyond strange, entering into the surreal even, and as relieving as it was to be done, the thought that he could sit here knowing there would be no more work coming his way made him beyond uncomfortable. The sooner they managed to set up in their new base the better, but even time spent in Nami would be better than remaining here for too much longer. He could rest assured there would be plenty of work coming his way at the palace to make him feel at home. The fact that he should no longer receive bad news here in this office, however, was definitely something he could savor, even if only for a bit. He was sure things would still pop up plenty once he got to Nami, but it would be nice for a few days' break from having to worry about it. Bah, who was he kidding? He would still be worrying, he just wouldn't receive word until he reached Hanaheim unless something catastrophic happened. He was then very much hoping not to hear anything for the duration of the trip. Flesh met Wood outside his office, and he was really looking forward to a guaranteed period of no more knocks at his office door. Maybe he needed to get a bell or something? Perhaps just a letter slot for people to request his attention, inform him of things, or otherwise communicate with him when he's working? He'd have to look into that later. For now it looks like he was needed in some capacity. Enter. Maybe what he really needed was just a wolf to stand outside and screen everything to determine what actually needed his attention, and how urgent it truly was. At least then he could rest assured it was important, and wouldn't be wondering what sort of situation was awaiting him behind that wooden barrier. A wolf? Was it strange that they'd been the most rare sort of visitor he'd had lately? Usually the majority of people interrupting him were his children. Peeked their head in, and upon determining they weren't interrupting anything that might put them in the line of fire, such as Taiguya stealing away some Naruto time, they entered the office fully. This just came in too, Sama. I thought you might want it. The wolf set a letter down on his desk, and even without picking it up he could tell it made use of quality stationery. So much for nothing important coming in. Thank you. He stood up and reached over to ruffle the wolf's hair and picked up the letter as he sat back down. Grabbing his knife, he flipped over the letter and stopped short, purple eyes affixed to the crimson spiral that stared back at him. He had a pretty good idea who this was from, and if he was right, he also had a pretty good idea what it said. Nevertheless, he proceeded to open the letter to confirm his suspicions. Yes, of course it was. He was going to have to blame his sister for this, that much was obvious. Noting his displeasure, the wolf tried to get a look at the letter without being too obvious. Is something wrong too, Sama? No. Naruto waved off his concern. It would seem I've been invited to the Uzumaki compound. Ah. There was a slight pause. So that's good? I really don't want to go. Ah. Silence returned for several long seconds. So did you want to send a rejection back or no? Naruto stood up from the desk, tossing the letter onto it carelessly. I'll be going anyway. I should be back within the hour. I suspect I really don't have much to say to that woman. That woman? Naruto paused in the doorway to look back at the wolf. Uzumaki Kushina, my mother. Between his surprise at receiving the letter and her surprise that he actually showed up, Kushina was fairly certain hers was the greater of the two. Kushina. His voice was plain and even not the slightest hint of familiarity leaking through, and she not for the first time wondered if it would have been easier to deal with a Naruto that hated her instead. Naruto, she debated which suffix would be the most proper for a solid second, a most notable of pauses before proceeding with the one she liked more. If this was possibly the last time she would be able to see him, at least for the foreseeable future, she wasn't going to taint those memories by calling him San the whole time. This was her son, damn it. Couldn't I see you received my letter? Thank you for coming. If he was at all bothered by her choice, he didn't show it. He didn't seem to be showing much of anything. Kushina stepped to the side, opening the door further, and making room so he could enter the house. Please come in. With a nod, he did just that, crossing the endowa and stepping into the house proper. We can speak in the living room if you like, she offered. Or perhaps the kitchen if you'd prefer. The living room is fine. Of course, she gave a nod. The living room is this? Well, you know where it is. Of course he would know. She'd raised him for the first 8 years of his life in this very house. It felt like a lifetime ago. He moved past her just out of reach and made his way to the room in question, while she changed direction to retrieve tea from the kitchen. She'd put some on not long after sending the letter, but that had been more to help her calm her own nerves while she waited. She'd half expected not to hear from him at all, let alone for him to actually agree to visit the compound. When she made her way to the living room a minute later, Naruto had made himself comfortable in his father's chair. His hair might have been different, but for the barest of seconds she could have sworn she saw Minato in his expression. Perhaps not the laughing Minato she had loved so much, but certainly the calm seriousness he'd worn so well in his role of Hokage. If only he'd found some other way to stop the Kyuubi's rampage all those years ago, how different everything would have turned out. She could only imagine what a family they would have been. Chapter 133. In the morning, the strangest part of being back, Naruto found, was how it didn't feel strange at all. Even after all these years, the house and this room in particular still met him with a comfortable familiarity that he found it all too easy to settle back into. Perhaps that would prove to be a good thing, considering whose company he currently found himself in. The woman in question hesitated slightly in the doorway to the room, her violet eyes peering at him more intensely than he was really cared for. After a second, she seemed to snap herself out of whatever trance or thought that had stolen away her attention, and she proceeded to take a seat on the couch across from his chair. Well, not his chair technically, but for the time being it would serve as such. He'd been completely oblivious to it before he first entered the academy, but now that he knew of his father he realized that this chair had probably been his. Kushina, he reflected, had never been seen sitting in it for as long as he could remember. He wondered how he had missed that before, but perhaps it simply hadn't been the sort of thing his younger mind concerned itself with. Such a different sort of time that had been. As Kushina settled into her chosen seat, so too did a silence settle in the room between them, one that remained unbroken for a minute that seemed to stretch on forever for Kushina. To Naruto, whose attention was constantly stolen away by matters of wolves and other such projects, it seemed to blink away hardly noticed. Days had been going by awfully quickly for some time now, as he was aware, and if he had time to consider that at all he might have been a bit more concerned. As it was, he already had too much on his plate to spare it a proper thought. Again Kushina's voice disturbed the silence, and drew Naruto's attention to her. "Thank you for coming. I wasn't sure you would. While I really do not have any reason to come here at any other time, I also have no real reason not to humor your request to meet with me." He tilted his head to the side slightly, a casual gesture often seen among the Inuzuka, somehow elevated when he performed it. "We're both adults, aren't we? Sitting down to speak with one another should be well within our capabilities, I should think." "Yes," she agreed, first with a small frown that soon became a soft smile. "We're both adults." It was hard for her to admit that, if only because it meant her baby boy had grown up, but she really couldn't deny the fact that he had. Even ignoring the fact that he was more or less an adult when he became a shinobi, the person sitting across from her was certainly no child, even if he was her child. "I'm sure you're probably wondering why I asked you to visit." "The thought had certainly crossed my mind," Naruto admitted. "Though I think I may have some idea." She was briefly tempted to ask what he thought she had asked him to stop by for, but quickly dismissed the notion. That was probably just asking for trouble, so it was better for her to be the one to bring things out into the open. If he had been right, he was sure to say so, and if he had been thinking something completely different, he'd either tell her or claim the real reason as his original suspicion. Mentally she paused, realizing she had just assumed his reactions based on how she knew Kakashi would react. Was that because Kakashi was likely the closest male relationship she had to use in this situation, or was there something about Naruto that reminded her of that infuriating man? A hint, maybe, perhaps even a small trace, but she brushed that off as residue from time spent as part of the man's genin team. It was inevitable he would start to infect them with his presence, though she couldn't say she'd really noticed any of that in Naruto. Maybe it was because both Naruto and Kakashi shared some traits with Minato. Not necessarily the same traits either, but because both reminded her of her late husband in some way, they ended up reminding her of each other. That seemed to make a bit more sense, and if the explanation spared her son from being infected by Kakashi's Kakashi-ness, then it was a small mercy she would gladly accept, if only for her own peace of mind. "I heard you were leaving Konoha." It didn't necessarily say why she had requested his presence, but they could both still understand what had gone yet unsaid. He gave a nod at her pseudo-explanation, both agreeing with her, and showing that he had followed her undeparted train of logic. "It has been requested by Godame Hokage Sarutobi Asuma that the House of Wolves vacate Konohagakure no Sato. As we'd already been looking to move on from Konoha to escape certain spatial and privacy limitations, we saw no reason to further antagonize him. We'll be gone." He paused, tilting his head in thought as he tried to mentally recall the calendar sitting at his desk. "By the end of the week?" It came out more question than statement, but that was entirely accurate. "I think that's right, but I've been so busy time has been escaping me quite readily. Anyway, we'll be gone pretty soon. We've just about finished up our remaining business here in Konoha for the time being." That statement brought with it many more questions Kushina wished she had a chance of getting real answers for, but she knew she probably wasn't privy to such information. The fact that he was being as open and forthcoming as he was in fact already struck her as quite odd. "You're very open about this," she commented. He gave her a questioning look. "Is there a reason I shouldn't be? It's not exactly a secret." He paused for a second. "Well, it's not well known, I suppose," was his admission. "And things are bound to go more smoothly the less it's spread around, but I'm sure Naruto would have told you anyway." If he figured that Naruto had either already told her these things or would eventually let it slip anyway, she supposed she could see why he was so comfortable in revealing these details. It did make her wonder exactly how much Naruto actually did know of this matter, and she knew she would find it difficult to resist asking her daughter that when she saw her next. Then again, if Naruto figured she would learn it anyway, it was just as likely she might end up knowing more than Naruto did in the end. "No, it's fine," I just thought you might be keeping something like this more closely to your chest. Naruto shrugged. My judgment may be mistaken, he admitted. In fact, that's more likely than I really care to admit, but I don't see any issues with letting you know such minor details. There have to be some people still in Konoha who know something of the matter if it's to ever get out more publicly. Now she was starting to get confused. I thought you said things were going to go better for you the less this was known. While we're leaving, yes. He gave a dismissive, almost negligent wave of his hand as if the matter wasn't even worth his attention, and yet proceeded to answer it regardless. But it won't do us any good at all if it never makes its rounds through the grapevine. I don't understand. He raised a questioning brow, his expression equally amused and pitying in ways that made her feel unbelievably small and simple. You don't think we're just leaving because Asuma asked, do you? You said the wolves were already looking into leaving. I did, he nodded. But we aren't about to accelerate our schedule just because the Hokage isn't comfortable with us in his village. No, doing it this way has its own uses. I see she didn't nod at all, but she could at least understand that somehow they intended to take advantage of Asuma's actions. Kushina had no idea what benefits there were to be had from such a situation, but perhaps that was because she wasn't involved with an imperial house. She couldn't think of any other way Konoha's Hokage and the House of Wolves would be tied together beyond Hai no Kuni itself if the wolves were going to be benefiting from leaving Konoha. So if the wolves are benefiting from this somehow, I guess you don't need any help then, do you? She was both hopeful and acceptingly resigned in her tone, prompting Naruto to raise a brow again. No, we are in need of no assistance in dealing with Asuma. Is that why you wished to speak with me? I thought I might be able to help. She hesitated before expanding on her thought. If Asuma was somehow forcing you out, that is. The Uzumaki still hold much influence in Konoha with pressure from us, and perhaps petitioning the imperial courts. I figured. She didn't finish her thought, but she really didn't need to. Asuma would never be able to force the House of Wolves to leave our holdover clans within Konoha, and the influence it grants us is too great for him to remove us. Any attempts he made would merely drag the village closer to a civil war, one he is unlikely to emerge victoriously from. That was more than a little concerning, actually. She hadn't even considered the possibility of something like a civil war, but the more she thought about it now, the more inevitable it seemed. The House of Wolves, as he said, held sway over various clans, so if the Hokage tried to go against the wolves, he'd also be going against those clans. Depending on which clans chose which side, you'd have essentially split Konoha's political powers in half and set them against each other. The likelihood that the tension would eventually spill over into violence was much greater than she was really comfortable with, a possibility only exacerbated by the fact that these were shinobi clans that would be aggravated. It may have been nearly a century from the clan wars, but the continued shinobi lifestyle ensured the clans had remained no strangers to violence. Hell, it was still very much their way of life for the majority of clans. I see. In that case, I guess I wanted to say goodbye. Her tone was mournful but again accepting. She knew he would be leaving, and there was nothing she could do to stop that. Aya didn't get a chance the last time. She looked away as she admitted that, focusing her attention to one of the pictures on the wall. No, you didn't. His voice was even and neutral, unmoved by her tone or the memories her words evoked. Silence stretched on afterwards, and after several long seconds she turned to face him again. His expression hadn't changed. I'm sorry. He gave a nod. That's fine. I know I've made a lot of mistakes with you, Naruto, but she found herself hesitating, wondering if she had any right to even say her next words. I do love you, Naruto. Silence crept back into the room, filling the void between them, and Naruto sat there in stony contemplation with his bright purple eyes fixated on her. After nearly a minute, Kushina found herself squirming nervously from her position on the couch, wondering if he was even going to acknowledge the fact that she had spoken at all. I still have fond memories of the time we did spend together, Kushina, but that's all in the past. His look, while not unkind, remained serious. For good or ill, we've both been pushed down very different paths. I've moved on. You're not a part of my life anymore, and I think it's about time you do the same. I can't just give up on you, she objected, earning her a pitying look. Knowingly or not, you did that years ago. You focused on Naruto, she made to object again, but he held up a hand to stop her. I'm not saying you were wrong, Kushina, that's simply what happened. Since your return, however, your focus seems to have been on me. One child at a time doesn't work, Kushina, you should be able to understand that. Naruto pushed himself up from Minato's chair. As I'm leaving Konoha, I would suggest returning that attention to Naruto and your clan. They would both benefit from it far more than I would. Goodbye, Kushina. I hope you can let go of our old life and focus on a better one for you and Iruko. He paused as he reached the threshold of the sitting room, glancing briefly at a teary-eyed Kushina. I don't hate you, Kushina, and I hold no grudge. There's nothing for you to be trying to apologize for. Life happens, we just have to accept it and move forward. She managed to hold off until she heard the front door close before she allowed herself to cry. It's ready then? Naruto didn't turn his chair as the knocking on his door transformed into soft footsteps into his office. His unfocused gaze instead pointed towards his window. Both guards who normally stationed themselves before it, not by any command he had ever given as far as he could recall, but rather of their own volition, had moved further to the sides of the window to provide him an unobstructed view outside. It wasn't like there was much to see. The wall of his office simply looked out into a well-maintained walkway intended for ground-floor residents. It hadn't seen much use from the other residents of the apartment building ever since the wolves had expanded to occupy the entirety of the bottom apartments. Yes, Nisama, everything is ready. Hanabi answered him, sparing a moment to see what had caught his own attention before realizing he probably didn't even realize he was looking out a window at all. It wasn't completely accurate either, considering he still had his desk here and his room hadn't been packed up, but the other rooms had been, including hers and the rooms with wolf occupants. Even Tayuya and Sasuke had been moved to sleeping bags so the furniture of their rooms could be fully prepared for the move. Fortunately, the majority of the furniture that used to be stored here had already been sent out, otherwise their exodus would be quite the spectacle. She wasn't entirely certain they even had enough wagons and carriages at their disposal to do it all at once like that in the first place, and as she thought about it she did wonder if there would have been merit to moving Naruto out of the village first, and then just have the wolves pack up everything else without having to worry about him being able to continue working while they packed up. Good. He nodded, still not looking at her. We'll leave in the morning then. Please see to it that Mai is informed of this. Of course, I'll send one of the wolves immediately. She paused. Is everything all right? Silence. After a minute he swiveled his head around to see her from the corner of his eye, the slightest hints of a tired smile pulling at his lips. Everything's fine, Hanabi. I've just been thinking. It's going to be strange leaving you now. She nodded in agreement. Yeah. It will, I guess. She'd been living almost solely within the wolf properties since the Chunin exams, and even though she'd been promoted to a position of Mai's assistant, she hadn't really left. She suppose, go out for walks or take care of things, but even if that would tell the world that she was still alive and well in Konoha, she simply hadn't had the time to do so anyway. Honestly, she was looking forward to a change of scenery. He turned just enough to look at her properly, his tired smile quirking up in amusement. You're probably ready to get out of here, aren't you? A bit, she admitted. I'll bet. You've been cooped up for a while. He took a moment to think something over. Perhaps it would be a good idea for you to take a break this evening and take some time to go through the village again, was his proposal. Maybe a last visit to the Hyuga compound? I don't think that would be a good idea. She was still very aware of how the former branch family viewed her, and knew going back alone was probably not in her best interests. Even if Hinata would welcome her back and wouldn't want anything to happen to her, she'd still have to make it to her sister in the first place, and there would still be no guarantee afterwards that someone wouldn't try something as some last revenge on the main family. Not that they didn't have some justification for that, she could admit, but she really didn't fancy the thought of being the one paying when she'd already managed to escape it thus far. No? One brow raised for a second before settling back down. I would think you'd like one last chance to see it. You could say goodbye to Hinata too. We've said our goodbyes already. Mostly true, they both knew Hanabi was leaving with the wolves and had talked about it when Hinata had visited, even if the two of them hadn't really said goodbye. Hinata was already planning on making her own visits to wherever Naruto was, so the two sisters were bound to be interacting far more regularly in the future. And your father? Was his question. That was not something she had considered. She frowned slightly. She hadn't really thought about her father at all since she had placed herself under the protection of the wolves, but now that he'd been brought up she had an inexplicable urge to see how he was doing. Honestly, she was quite surprised he'd survived the transfer of power considering he was the former head. Then again, she had no difficulty believing that the branch members had had much larger grievances with the elders who had, as far as she was aware, not been quite so fortunate. I think I would like to see him again, she admitted after a few moments of thought. But I don't know. She was cut off. Then do so. Take a few wolves as an escort to the Hyuga compound. Hinata's guard should be able to cover the both of you, but it's better to be cautious, and I'd rather something not happen on your way to or from. Do what you can to stay out of Konoha's eyes, too. I'm pretty sure they think you're dead, and that's pretty convenient for all of us. Of course. She gave a shallow bow. Thank you, Nisama. You've done well, Hanabi, this is the least you deserve. He pushed himself up and out of his chair. I have one last thing to take care of before we leave. You'll probably be back before me. What is it? She quickly added. If you don't mind me asking. Just visiting an old friend. There was something about his tone and the look in his eyes that immediately raised Hanabi's concern, but she had no idea why. Oh. She racked her brain for any associates of his she knew he'd yet to visit, but came up short, something she assumed was probably due to not knowing much anything really about his social life. She hadn't realized he'd had a personal social life actually, and had really assumed the one he did have was purely from a professional or political standpoint. Sometimes it really was hard for her to remember that he was just a normal person with the same needs as the rest of them. He always seemed like so much more. Well, have fun. The uncertainty was still clear in her voice, but the sincerity was easy to hear as she gave him a small smile. She didn't know who he was visiting or why, but she hoped it would go just as well as her meeting with her father, assuming she was going to get one. Something about the look in his eyes, though, told her that he already knew he wasn't about to be so fortunate. He answered her with only a smile, just as weary as all the rest and, much to her confusion, surprisingly bitter. Patting her head gently as he passed her, he left without another word. He would freely admit, if only to himself, that he had taken as much time as he could manage to get here, pushing back a visit he knew he could avoid but wouldn't be able to bear not making. The sun had long since retired by the time he arrived. Shoes clicking over the well-maintained stone pathway, he veered off into the grass until he came to stand before the light gray stone that marked her name. The gentle breeze through distant trees was mixed with the faint sounds of Konoha's evening market coming to a close and served as the only sounds to accompany his thoughts. He would have preferred silence, he thought, but he could be thankful the noises were as soft as they were. It was probably best not to leave his thoughts alone either. He supposed he should be grateful. Naruto spent several minutes staring blankly at her name, eyes half focused, before he dropped down into a crouch before her grave marker and gently ran the back of his hand over it. As expected, the stone was cold and hard, just as lifeless as she was. A visit earlier in the afternoon probably would have been more pleasant between the golden light of the sun and the gentle warmth that would have seeped into the stone from it, but neither matched his current mood. Not like this did. There was also the matter of the Yamanaka themselves, and he had no desire to encounter them when coming to pay his respects again. He did not need their presence tainting this. Tatsuki? His voice was soft enough to be drowned out by the breeze, but he was absolutely certain he had spoken it aloud. As expected, she could not answer, and he remained in silence for another minute. I guess it's been a while, hasn't it? He gave a quiet, nervous chuckle followed by a sheepish apology. Sorry. I should have made more time to visit you. Silence. In fact, I can't even recall the last time I stopped by. He frowned at that, desperately trying to recall that day. I know it was after my first visit, I'm sure of that, but trailing off, he averted his gaze to a patch of grass illuminated by the moon and spent a few precious seconds watching it dance to the sound of the breeze. Well, it should be no surprise, really, considering how much else I keep forgetting. He paused and then sighed. No, that's really no excuse. You deserve better than this. Always did. I'm not even sure what to tell you, so much has been happening, but the more I think about it, the more I think telling you would just cause you grief. Another defeat sigh left his lips before he gave a humorless chuckle. I'm not even sure you'd recognize me anymore. So much has changed since she took you from me, and I can't even pretend the responsibility for all of it doesn't rest on my shoulders. I found more family that I'm sure I've already told you, but under my guidance they only ever seem to suffer. We lost another 3 recently, in addition to those who were killed in a scuffle with your old family months ago. I didn't even know their names. Naruto shook his head. What kind of father am I that cannot provide for his children enough attention to know their names, let alone meet their needs? I continue to work, but it's never enough. Sometimes I wonder if the work I do matters at all. He looked back to the stone before him. It remained unchanged and unmoved by his words. That's not right either. I know the work I do is nothing in the end. Just reports and approvals. Hana sai mai, and now Hanabi do the real work. There's little for me to actually do for my children these days, nothing that makes a positive difference. Instead, my pride and my plots just causes us trouble. They don't seem to mind, but that's not the point. It's my duty to see them cared for, but if I can't do that, doesn't it fall on me to find someone who can? There was no answer. It won't be long now. Things are already being prepared, and soon, very soon, I'll do the most good I possibly can for them," he assured her. His hand moved to rest on the top of her marker. "I'm tired, Tatsuki. So tired. Maybe when everything's over I'll get a chance to rest." Careful to keep all of his weight away from the stone, he used his legs to push himself back up to a standing position, his fingers falling away as their reach shortened. "I don't know why I bring this to you. The problems of the living are no longer your concern. You've earned your rest, Tatsuki, though I can never express how sorry I am that so many years of opportunity were stolen from you." Another humorless chuckle dragged itself from his throat. "Probably not through any of my actions so far. They don't do your memory any justice." Green eyes flashed in his mind, filled with a sparkling childlike exuberance, and accompanied by her playful grin. For a moment his heart seemed to soar, filled with the fond warmth of memories, before crashing quickly to the ground as he considered how it would probably become the fear-filled, tear-streamed face he'd seen when he first met her should she learn of what he and his new family had done since her passing. Perhaps we could pretend just for these last few moments that we belonged to each other, that we had finally found happiness in this horrid world? How would she ever bear to be in his company, knowing that he had only added to that horrible world she'd been trying so desperately to carve her own peaceful future from? What would she say, knowing what he had done to her own brother? A feeling of disgust welled up within him, aimed solely at himself. He'd already regretted those actions, but he never stopped to consider what she would have thought about it. It was obvious to him he'd betrayed her more than anyone else had ever betrayed him. He moved slightly closer, just enough for his fingertips to brush across the top of her permanent marker, and whispered quietly, "Get some rest, love, I'll see you in the morning." Immediately her final words sprung to mind, but he didn't allow himself the pleasure of hearing her voice. The one she had spoken that to wasn't him, not anymore, and he wasn't about to steal them away. He was the last person who deserved to hear them. Glancing behind him, he could see a figure waiting patiently at the entrance to the Konoha cemetery, and knew exactly who it would be. He really had no desire to speak to anyone, least of all her family, but with a soft sigh forced himself to turn and walk in that direction anyway. He'd caused her family enough suffering, he could at least try to remain polite. Inoichi watched quietly from his position by the gate, as he had for the last week, to the confusion of his fellow clan members. He decided it was probably best not to tell them that with the House of Wolves leaving Konoha, he expected Naruto to pay at least one last visit to his sister's grave. He hadn't been wrong. Sparing a glance to the other side of the gate, he could see his daughter leaning against the wall, doing her best not to look nervous and uncertain. It was obvious to her as soon as she had seen the young man approach the stone marker that she was intruding on something far more personal than she ever would have expected. It was not right, she had said, to see Naruto of all people looking so vulnerable. He had to agree with her. The minutes passed by, and every so often Naruto's head would turn away from the marker just enough that he was able to confirm the young man was speaking with his sister. He couldn't really describe the feelings that brought to him the mixtures of guilt, regret, and tones of relief to know that even when she had left her clan not wanting to be a shinbei, she had managed to find those who cared for and supported her. And while he still didn't know what really happened that night, there was no denying how obvious it was that the young man before her grave had cared for her deeply, perhaps more deeply than Inoichi ever had. He, after all, had been there when Tatsuki had no one. Inoichi certainly hadn't. As the young man stood back up and finished whatever he was saying, Inoichi could see those bright purple eyes turn to glance at him, and after only a moment of hesitation, Naruto turned around fully to make his way towards the entryway, his shoes clicking against the flat stones of the path. He shot his daughter a look, letting her know that Naruto was on his way, but that wasn't really necessary in the end. She had looked up from the ground as soon as she heard the young man step from soft grass to stone, and squirmed even nervously across from her father. She was not entirely comfortable with whatever conversation was about to take place. Inoichi could understand that, but he also knew that this wound, scabbed as it was, still needed closure before it could fully heal. He also owed too much to the young man to let him vanish without saying goodbye. From the corner of his eye, Naruto could see Ino standing on the other side of the gateway, but he kept his focus squarely on Inoichi. The man had remained out in the open to catch his attention, no doubt, so he would allow the former clan head to explain why. Their eyes locked for a second, Inoichi searching for something that Naruto wasn't sure he managed to find, and after a few tense seconds the older man inclined his head. Naruto. He addressed the young daimyo. Good evening. I hope you found what you were looking for at the Yamanaka plot. Naruto glanced back to Tatsuki's grave but only managed to look at it for a moment before he returned his attention to Inoichi. Perhaps. While he did his best to keep his voice neutral, he was sure his eyes screamed just how little he wished to speak at the moment. If Inoichi understood that, he deftly ignored it and pressed on. I'm sorry to intrude, I know this must have been a very personal time for you, Naruto. Inoichi gave another quick bob of his head, imitating an apologetic bow. We know you're leaving in the morning, however, and I thought it only proper to speak with you before your departure. And you could not seek me out in the morning? Naruto questioned. We would hate to hold you up before your departure, and Inoichi glanced pointedly to his sister's grave. I felt this might be more appropriate. Is that what you wish to discuss, Inoichi? Naruto's tone now made it very clear how he felt about that idea. I know you were close, Naruto, and I'm sorry to bring it up, but... Inoichi shook his head with a sigh before locking pleading eyes with Naruto. I'd like to know what really happened to my sister. Please. Naruto remained silent, taking a moment to look over to Ino, who continued to watch intently. A sister and an aunt stolen away because he trusted the wrong person and used the wrong methods in an attempt to save her. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reminded himself that how he felt didn't matter. This was something they deserved, something he owed them, and most importantly it was what Tatsuki would have wanted. How much? Naruto had to pause to find his voice again. How much do you want to know? Inoichi hesitated, thinking carefully about his response lest he change the mind of what seemed to be a cooperative Naruto. He'd really like to know all of it. He had no idea what his sister had been up to since she left the clan, but he also realized that most of the information he wished he knew now he didn't because of his own actions or lack thereof. Just that night. What happened that night? Eyes closing, Naruto took a second to recall the night in vivid detail, his focus inevitably drawn to the warm blood that had coated him, and the way her body had felt as the last of her life escaped to transform it from Tatsuki to a corpse. You remember what happened before that night, yes? Inoichi gave a grim nod. Yes, I remember. I was returning home from that when I passed by the area she lived. I could hear her voice, so I hurried over. Some brute had grabbed her. His eyes met neither. Yamanaka locked resolutely into the distant night. I didn't even think, I just acted. My jutsu, I normally have control over it, should have been nothing to strike him down, and it was but... His eyes screwed shut as he relived the exact moment in his head. My technique pierced right through her torso before it dissipated. I didn't have to get any closer to know she wasn't going to make it, even with a medic available immediately. There was no fixing that, no saving her. I see. I would rather you not. Caught slightly off guard by that interpretation of his words, Inoichi blinked in surprise. Ah, no, of course not. I can imagine how private that memory must be. As Ino caught on, she did her best to muffle a startled gasp. She hadn't thought about that possibility, and now that it had been brought to her attention, she wished it hadn't. There was a morbid curiosity the prospect brought with it, but it certainly wouldn't be worth the cost of prying it from Naruto. That was something for he alone to keep. I did what I could to comfort her in her last moments. She was at least able to smile as she passed. Thank you. Inoichi gave a much deeper incline of his head to show his gratitude. It's comforting to know she was able to pass peacefully despite her injuries. Yes. If you don't mind me asking. Inoichi looked nervous but continued anyway. Do you remember her last words? As much as he tried not to, Naruto couldn't avoid the sound of her voice carrying them through his thoughts. The initial warmth from her voice was quickly chased away by the empty cold of knowing just how deeply he had failed her, and he shuddered slightly at the feeling. I do. Naruto's nod was slow, painfully slow, and it gave him the time to brace his heart for the pain he knew would come from speaking them. It wasn't about him, his feelings on the matter accounted for nothing compared to their rights for closure, but it felt like he was ripping away a part of himself doing so. Taking a shaky breath, he met Inoichi's almost desperate gaze, and with a bitter feeling of loss he surrendered them to their new owners. Yes, in the morning. Good night. He almost considered ending it there, but managed to press on despite the horrible wrenching in his heart. Darling. Inoichi froze, his entire form going stiff, and with a sudden understanding dawning in his eyes he looked at Naruto in a new light. You too. If that was all? Naruto cut him off and turned away from the two Yamanaka. I'll take my leave. Understanding just what Naruto had admitted about his relationship with Tatsuki, and how much it had probably taken for him to do so, Inoichi was quick to hold up a hand to silence his daughter as she made to ask a question of her own. She wasn't happy about it but complied regardless, knowing that if her father thought it best to allow the young man to retreat, she should follow his wisdom. Of course, I hope your journey proves to be a pleasant one. There was a moment of silence as Naruto began walking away, only to be snagged for another moment at Inoichi's voice. Naruto. Thank you and? I'm sorry. Naruto didn't say anything, holding his position slightly turned back towards the two. After what felt like an eternity to Ino, he gave a small nod and continued into the night. When he was no longer visible, Ino turned back to her father. Were he and Aunt Tatsuki? If they weren't, they would have been eventually. He confirmed his daughter's half-asked question. I hadn't realized they had been that close. Asking was a bad idea, wasn't it? No, not at all. Inoichi shook his head. But he obviously wasn't comfortable with it. No, he wasn't, agreed her father. But not only have we learned what really happened to your aunt, we've learned something much more important. What? I had a good idea what she meant to him, or I thought I did, but now we know what he was to her, and that tells us what he is to us. I don't understand. He's family, Ino. He's family. And that Ino could understand. He stood in the doorway as the first two carriages started off with what little had remained in his apartment, and the majority of the wolves that had been in Konoha, his own carriage, waiting patiently in the pre-dawn. Naruto would be leaving soon enough, likely before the light of the sun fully bathed his home village, but there was still one more group that needed to leave before he took his place in his carriage. He took a deep breath of the chill morning air, followed by a long exhale. This was it, his last morning in Konoha for the foreseeable future. Sometimes the thought seemed like some sort of strange dream, but it was really happening. If pressed, however, Naruto knew he couldn't provide any half-decent reasons for why he'd even want to stay in the first place, so why did leaving feel like such a monumental event? It's not like this was his first time leaving the village either. He'd left the safety of her walls plenty of times. The only change this time was he knew that when he returned home it wouldn't be to Konoha. He shook his head lightly. There was no use thinking about it, he had much more important things to be occupying his time. How many projects was he supposed to be juggling at the moment? As shameful as it was to admit, he was absolutely certain that if he honestly tried to recount them all, he'd be forgetting at least one, and as many as 3, perhaps 4 on a bad day. Once they had this all sorted and they'd managed to settle themselves temporarily in Hanaheim, he could spend some time to finally get organized. A few days of rest would probably go a long ways towards improving his focus on all of them too, if he managed to fit that in somehow. He was quite doubtful he'd get that sort of opportunity. There was simply too much to do. His head tilted slightly to glance back into the apartment, as Orochimaru joined him in the doorway. Everything's packed up, isn't it? He asked, proceeding without waiting for an answer. And the only wolves left will be with us on the carriage, so why aren't we leaving? There's another carriage. Oh? One of Orochimaru's brows rose for a second. Ah, yes. That one. Naruto gave the Odokage an amused look. It has one of your kunoichi in it, you know. Tayuya hadn't liked the idea of being sent off ahead without any of the people she knew, so had stayed in Konoha with them until today. Originally he'd intended to have her join the one with Anko in it, but when the Tokubetsu jounin in question was being uncharacteristically docile, something he attributed to the early hour and the fact that she was mostly asleep when one of the wolves dragged her and her luggage here earlier, he had been quick to fill a carriage around her and have it sent off, its fellow following suit not long after. The further along it managed to make it before she became rowdy, the better it would be for everyone involved. The third carriage had been filled up and then sent off to retrieve its last passenger, and unless he was severely underestimating the time I needed to pack up and say goodbye to Tsum, should be passing this way any minute now. Yes, I know. What I don't know is why that one has to leave before we do. If they want to take longer to get out of here, let them, no point holding the rest of us up because they have no sense of urgency. I want to make sure everyone gets out before we leave. Was Naruto's explanation, and that was plenty to satisfy the Snake Sage. If that's what his Crimson Prince wanted, then that's what his Crimson Prince would get. As I've said, Naruto continued, you're free to wait in the carriage. It shouldn't be long now. You said that 5 minutes ago. I did. Naruto nodded. Which makes it 5 minutes less than the last time I said that. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Exactly what are you considering not long? What does time matter to an immortal? Was Naruto's counter. Whether he was referring to Orochimaru and his pursuits and near-perfect attainment of immortality, or was somehow proclaiming his own immortality, Orochimaru didn't know and didn't dare question. Of course. Orochimaru dropped his head for several seconds in apology. I'll await you in the carriage then. He managed halfway to the transportation in question when Naruto's voice made him pause. I know you're excited for this, Orochimaru, but you must be patient. It won't be long now. Yes. He lowered his head again in Naruto's direction. I'm just eager to see the changes you'll bring to the seal firsthand. Forgive me. It's understandable, Orochimaru, I can hardly hold your curiosity and enthusiasm against you. He held up a hand and flicked his fingers dismissively towards the carriage. Go on, get comfortable. We have quite the trip ahead of us. Orochimaru gave another nod and did as instructed, pulling himself into the carriage and shutting the door behind him softly. It was only a few minutes later that the sound of horses caught his ear, unless he'd lost more time to his thoughts than he'd realized, and Naruto turned to watch the carriage he'd been waiting on pull to a stop next to his own. The two wolves driving the carriages shared a quick word before settling in to await further orders from their superiors. Unlike his own carriage of lacquered black, the other carriage was stained a light red to complement the natural look of the wood it had been constructed from, and the clear finishing coat they had used on it took great care to show it off. He wasn't sure where they had obtained this one, and he daren't ask, but it certainly looked more inviting than his own. Of course his looked as such for that very reason. He didn't want people approaching it. Granted, the occupants of the other carriage probably wouldn't care for visitors either, but their carriage was undoubtedly more attractive and much more welcoming. Not long after the carriage came to a rest, the door opened and my gracefully exited, black eyes peering around until they rested on him in the open doorway. Between the dim light, his black clothes, and the darkness of the empty apartment behind him, he wasn't surprised it had taken her a second, but he did allow himself the faintest of amused twitches in his lips. It was a novel feeling to not be immediately spotted because of his bright hair. Ah, Naruto, she continued, walking towards him as she began speaking. Ready to leave, she paused, staring intently at his face. Is everything okay, Naruto? He wasn't sure what she had seen, come to think of it, when had he last looked into a mirror? So he wasn't quite sure what the correct answer to her question was. As far as he was aware, everything should have been fine unless something had happened this morning that he had yet to hear about. Of course, knowing her, she wouldn't be satisfied by that. She'd obviously seen something, so he offered the next best response. Just tired. He gave her a small weary smile in an attempt at reassurance, and repeated, just tired. No more satisfying than an answer that he didn't know, but undoubtedly honest. I'll try to get some sleep on the way to Nami. As he suspected, she didn't appear too satisfied with his response, but with a nod and another concerned look she allowed the matter to drop. Okay, even if you can't sleep on the way there, we'll make sure you get some rest when we get there. You and Hanabi have been working hard. Yes, she has. He gave her another smile, one that seemed to convey no small amount of doubt that he'd find the chance to rest, but what puzzled her more was his focus on Hanabi's contribution rather than just agreeing with her and closing the subject. Her look became more critical for a moment, but whatever she was looking for this time she could not find. All right, then, she let the matter drop with the intention of picking it up again should a few days of rest in Nami not resolve it. Shall we be off then? He gave an underhand wave towards the carriages. After you? As she headed back, he turned and locked up the apartment, doubtful of the good it would do to keep out any shinobi now that there was no one within. The carriage filled with Mai Taiuya and Hanabi rolled away as he turned back to his own, and he took leisurely steps towards it to savor these last few moments in his home. By the time the sun fully crested the horizon, he'd be beyond the gates of Konoha working with Orochimaru to apply the modified curse seal to himself, and he had no idea when he'd be back again. Or perhaps more importantly, why. Hopefully it would be pleasant business. He really didn't fancy the other options. Everything all right, Mai-sama? Hanabi shot a quizzical look to her direct superior, clearly able to see that something was bothering the young woman. Oh, I'm fine. Mai looked up in surprise, ripped from her thoughts as she was to meet Hanabi's pale gaze. I'm just thinking. About something that isn't fine, yes? Hanabi took the initiative to complete the sentence properly, earning a capitulating smile from her boss. I suppose there's no use trying to hide that from you. Yes, I'm concerned about other matters. Such as? Prompted Hanabi. She didn't miss the way Mai's black eyes glanced back towards Naruto's stationary carriage and understood immediately. Ah, of course. I should have expected any trouble to be related to Naruto-sama. Mai could feel the slight dusting of pink that spread across her upper cheeks as she was so easily found out, but she couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her at Hanabi's comment. Well, it does seem to follow him, doesn't it? Mai smiled fondly. He just can't help it. And that's why he has us to help him keep his distance. So what is it this time? I don't know. Mai's smile pulled down into a troubled frown. I can tell something's bothering him, but I don't know what it could be. He says he's just tired, and I'd like to believe that, but I also know he wouldn't want to trouble anyone else with any problems he had that didn't involve the wolves. Did he seem tired? What? Mai wasn't exactly seeing how that had anything to do with whatever he may or might not be keeping from everyone else. Did he seem tired? Hanabi repeated. I know I was getting worn out, and he's been working long before I became your assistant, so I don't have any trouble believing he's probably exhausted. Well, yes, but no. It was Hanabi's turn to be confused, and even Tayuya tucked into the corner, and trying to resume her sleep that was so rudely interrupted by the early departure of the wolves, glanced over at the confusing response. What do you mean yes but no? He looked tired, Mai clarified. But he always looks like that. Try as she might, she found it exceedingly difficult to remember a time when he didn't seem weary, and she wasn't sure if that was because it had become the norm, or if it was simply his natural expression. Hanabi frowned for a second before shaking her head and continuing on with her original train of thought. As concerning as that should probably be, I'm going to leave that alone for now. Regardless of what else might be troubling him, though, he's told you that he is tired, so work on that first. If that's all it was, and if he had looked exhausted for as long as Mai had known him, then she was damn sure that was probably the largest problem. Then you'll have solved it, and if not, he'll probably feel a lot better, which means he'll be more open to sharing what else is troubling him, right? Mai could see the logic there, and with a nod agreed. Yes, that's probably the best way to handle this. She gave Hanabi a small but genuine smile. Thank you, Hanabi, I'm not sure what I'd do without you. Don't thank me yet. Hanabi shot a grin of her own at Mai, filled with pride and confidence. You haven't even seen the miracles I worked when it comes to paperwork. Orochimaru was upon him even as he closed the door to the carriage. Are you ready, Naruto-kun? Patience, Orochimaru. He pushed the sage back down towards their seat and moved to his own across from them, ignoring the pout that pushed at their lips. Sitting down, he summoned a clone and set about slipping out from the upper portion of his robes, letting them fall around his waist. Tsukuyami here should be able to answer any questions you may have during the process, assuming things don't go too wrong. He'll also follow your lead to minimize damages when things do go wrong, but make sure to use him wisely because he probably won't have much time before he dispels too. Orochimaru's excitement waned noticeably. Please don't say things like that, Naruto-kun. Maybe it wasn't too late to change his prince's mind? Yeah, that boat had probably set sail long ago. Damn it. It's fine. He waved off his godfather's concern. There's no reason to worry. That's what I had thought, Orochimaru murmured with a frown. But now I have you talking about things going horribly wrong. I think that's reason enough to start worrying. You know seals. Naruto shrugged. You can handle whatever happens, and if not, well, Naruto shrugged again. So be it. Ah. Orochimaru's eyes widened in mild panic. You don't really mean that, do you, Naruto-kun? Naruto raised an unconcerned brow. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it when it does. You mean if? Orochimaru hoped to correct, only to be shot down with a shake of Naruto's head. When Orochimaru. I know my luck. He gave his godfather a critical look. You're not getting cold feet on me now, are you? You've been so eager to get started. Back when I was under the impression that your changes guaranteed the success of the seal, yes. Nothing's ever guaranteed. You should know that. Doesn't mean I like it. Calm down, what's the worst that can happen? Death? Naruto scoffed. You know the impure world resurrection, you can just bring me back. A thoughtful frown pulled at Naruto's lips, and Orochimaru actually found himself genuinely worried about what might be swirling through then young daimyo's mind at the moment. Perhaps we should continue with the seal? Orochimaru suggested, breaking Naruto from his mind. Whatever he was thinking about made Orochimaru far more uneasy than the thought of things going wrong with modifying his Ten no Jun. Yes, yes. Naruto agreed with a nod. Let's get started. The sooner we get it applied, the longer I have to recover before we reach Nami. The way he said that had Orochimaru momentarily pausing in confusion. While the statement was undeniably true, he was failing to see the relevance. Yes, he'd have more time to rest before they reached Nami, but that didn't mean his recovery wouldn't stretch into the first few days of his stay there too. The cursed seal was not something to be underestimated. Of course, with the way Naruto spoke, it almost seemed as though he fully intended to resume work as normal as soon as they reached Nami no Kuni, but that was simply absurd. Right. Orochimaru suddenly had a very bad feeling that his prince intended to do just that, and unfortunately Orochimaru simply wasn't capable of defying the desires of his prince. He'd have to remember to drop some obvious hints around Mai so the girl could ensure he was tied down to a bed to get some proper rest. He didn't see any way to actually get his beloved godson to willingly cooperate, so that was probably their best bet. Well, that or other methods of keeping him in bed, but he highly doubted sicking Taiya on the young man could ever be considered resting of any sort. It would definitely keep him in bed though, so perhaps as a plan B. Naruto wouldn't be too mad probably. There, he announced. It is done. Without waiting for so much as a by your leave, the clone of Naruto dispelled itself briefly, filling the carriage with soft white smoke. Had it been anyone else and under any other circumstances, Orochimaru might have been irritated, but as it was, his attention was still affixed firmly to his godson, who now lay across the back bench of the carriage completely unaware of the world around him. To be perfectly honest, Orochimaru wasn't completely sure what he had witnessed over the last few hours beyond what he himself had contributed, and even that hadn't been a whole lot. Don't get him wrong, the initial seal he provided had been a significant piece initially. By the time Naruto had finished modifying it, however, very little of Orochimaru's work had survived. Even that was probably too simplified, because everything after Orochimaru first applied his seal seemed to defy every expectation he'd had. The first notable difference was the fact that Naruto remained conscious for another hour and a half after the application before finally succumbing to the strain the seal would be putting on his body. Granted, some of that might have been lessened by the changes he'd almost immediately begun making, but the fact that he had managed to last that long was frankly astounding. That, however, was not a cause for concern. The fact that the curse seal to originally manifest on his godson didn't match any other that he'd ever created was. There were a good half-dozen variations on the seal throughout the years, but what he'd expected to manifest today was either the Chi no Juin or Ten no Juin. Both powerful, they represented the epitome of his cursed seals and were based more on the person they were bestowed upon than anything Orochimaru could control. All of his other seals were either prototypes or otherwise inferior seals designed with specific purposes in mind, and he knew for a fact he hadn't applied any of those to his godson. The 4 elongated diamonds that had formed around a single black dot on the back of Naruto's neck had then been wholly unexpected. That brought him to something else that didn't sit right with him. All of his other seals, all of them, had always functioned on a factor of 3. Every design, every seal, every time. No exceptions. Naruto receiving a seal with 4 parts, as much as he'd like to count the dot in the center, Orochimaru knew with absolute certainty that the actual design was the 4 diamonds was both unprecedented and a terribly unlucky number. Considering the conversation they'd had just before the seal was applied only served to make Orochimaru more nervous about its appearance. After witnessing that Orochimaru had been given the chance to see Naruto use Minato's masterpiece on his seal, and while he hadn't really been able to see the changes themselves due to the fact that his curse seals were actually spread across the underside of the bearer's skin, he could certainly feel the results as the seal rapidly matured and mutated. Due to the complexity Naruto was trying to achieve with this, he'd needed to take the changes in steps, occasionally waiting to allow the seal to proceed naturally to a point where he would be able to resume his work. It was an unfortunate reality that couldn't be avoided when the cursed seal was creating an entire secondary chakra system within him. Normally this would be done while the bearer was asleep, but that also wasn't an option considering the changes needed to be made early for the best results. Naruto could change seals after all, that didn't extend to the physical changes the seal had already wrought onto his body. This needed to be done right the first time. When things had progressed far enough or Naruto simply hadn't been able to remain conscious any longer, he'd fallen asleep and Orochimaru was able to witness the first activation of the seal. Normally that would mean a burst of chakra escaping as it finalized and the bearer tended to go into a brief rage, but Naruto hadn't even stirred as the marks crossed his body and Orochimaru hadn't been able to taste even a trace of his cursed seal's signature chakra in the carriage. Whatever Naruto had done, it seemed to have worked. Of course this was Naruto they were talking about, so even that couldn't be quite as simple. As opposed to the usual repeating pattern of their mark, which would have meant Naruto being covered in various elongated diamonds, his markings hadn't matched the seal at all. Instead, patterns of black chains slid across his skin like curious serpents before settling where they pleased. For the life of him, Orochimaru hadn't been able to find the ends of these chains, with the exception of at the seal itself, despite having seen them when it first activated. They also didn't seem entirely stationary, and he could have sworn he saw a few move from the corner of his eye. Absolutely impossible behavior from a normal curse seal, but he should have expected that from Naruto. With the clone having checked over the sleeping original and proclaimed the modification a success possibly just because Naruto wasn't dead, there wasn't anything else for Orochimaru to do but wait for his sleeping prince to awaken. Well, that and come up with names for this new seal, assuming Naruto hadn't already done so. He was really leaning towards Kasari no Jun for simplicity's sake, but Masuba no Jun certainly had a ring to it. Maybe something to do with diamonds instead? Or maybe he'd need to play off the unlucky number 4. If nothing else, he was sure to have plenty to keep him busy on the way to Nami no Kuni. Chapter 134 Kasari no Jun. The sound of wood against dirt was accompanied only by the faintest creaking of the carriage and a soft humming from its other occupant as the world of the living returned to share its existence with Naruto. It only took him a moment to realize that his head had been placed on someone's lap, and considering the fact that only one person had been accompanying him in this particular carriage, it was not hard for him to determine who that someone was. Without a doubt he preferred the thighs of his previous body, but closing his eyes again he allowed this, making no move to extradite himself. He was well aware how much his godfather craved physical contact with him, and how starved he'd been for it since taking his latest body. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was not in the least bit attracted to the form of one Uchiha Sasuke, so there would be none of the interactions Orochimaru so craved. This, however, was something Naruto would afford him for the time being, a reward of sorts for the application of his Juin, and hopefully enough physical contact to help tide him over until he was able to switch to a more suitable body. Briefly his curiosity flared, wondering what had become of the Juin he'd recently received, but he pushed that down with little effort. He was alive and Orochimaru didn't seem worried, so he would assume that at the very least nothing bad had happened. He would leave the discovery of any positive effects for when they reached Nami no Kuni, and instead allowed himself to drift back into the sweet embrace of sleep. It was all the vacation he was going to be able to afford himself after all. Spaced out as they had become by the time Naruto's carriage had rolled over Nami's bridge into the city of Hanaheim, it was given little notice by the people therein. While they may have seen it previously, possibly on both occasions, even the simple fact that there were so few people to actually see their daimyo off in the past meant that none of the citizens who saw this carriage knew who it would hold within. Shingetsu, as the wolves had nicknamed it for the overwhelming amount of black in its design, was his carriage, and his carriage alone. Its wheels did not turn except in his direct service. Not that the people of Nami no Kuni or Hanaheim would have the slightest idea. Of course, that also wasn't completely their fault either. His very first trip from Nami to Hai no Kuni's capital of Kagayakumaki hadn't exactly been widely announced to the populace. In fact, he'd much preferred their quiet exit from the city as he went about his business, and the carriage had held a very different appearance back then. When his trip to visit Iroh had reached its end, the wolves had torn down the carriage to remove the explosive tags as a precaution for future trips, and upon rebuilding had covered their handiwork with a very simple theme of black. He was fairly certain both that Ganja hadn't been involved with that particular project, considering how simple it had managed to be kept, and that Mai had been the one to choose the design. She would have wanted to make sure there was absolutely no chance they could have messed up any part of the carriage, and as it so happened, it was very, very difficult to make it black. That wasn't really giving those wolves who had worked on it credit, as they had done a spectacular job, but the quality of their craftsmanship really wasn't being questioned at the moment. With nothing to inform the populace of Hanaheim of exactly who was passing through their busy streets, and the presence of a driver wearing the face of a snarling wolf, they made their way to the palace unhindered. Not that anything would have changed had they known. It wasn't like they were eager to greet him back into his country, or cared that he'd come back at all. Hell, probably didn't know he'd been absent either. Naruto, after all, was not their beloved leader. That honor fell to Hana. The carriage turned smoothly and slowed to a halt across from the doors of his palace. He still found it strange to think about definitely preferring the much more simple residence of his apartments expanded as they had been to something so grandiose. He'd never really been one to want to call attention towards himself. It was simply an unfortunate consequence of being who and what he was. He may have felt differently if only slightly had his wolves been using the palace as their residence, because then he could more easily justify it, but they had built themselves barracks on the palace grounds to reside in, separated from the palace proper, and any guests that he may have. Naruto could see the wisdom of that, probably Hana's idea, considering how strange his children could be and the fact that he would be expected to entertain high-profile guests in his palace should they visit, but it didn't make him wish they were able to take advantage of this palace any less. It was terribly wasteful to be just for him. He would have been fine in a tent. Probably not the best impression for any guests that, but he would have never been able to justify such expenditure for a palace to reside in. That was perhaps why they hadn't let him know until they'd already completed the structure. They knew him too well, it would seem. Waiting a few seconds after the carriage came to a full rest, he sat up and took a moment to ensure he was presentable as the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. He doubted anyone but wolves and their associates would see, but on the off chance there was anyone else in the vicinity, he needed to maintain appearances. Orochimaru frowned as he sat up. He didn't need to turn to see that and sighed in disappointment. "Are we here already?" As the one who had been sitting up the entire trip and able to see out the carriage window, he should have known that, but Naruto was very much aware just how much focus his godfather put towards him. It was not surprising he'd not been paying attention to anything else. "Yes, I do believe we are." Reaching for the carriage door, Naruto let himself out, much to the annoyance of the wolf, who had been but 2 steps away from doing it for him, and started towards the palace. "Come, we'll speak of the seal when we've settled in." Mention of the new seal caught Orochimaru's attention, and his curiosity soon had him following his godson out of the carriage. In a body that was closer to age in Naruto, and with Naruto being taller than Sasuke, the snake sage had to exert considerable, for a civilian perhaps, effort in order to catch up to Naruto without looking as though he was sprinting after the young man. Not only would that have been horribly undignified, and he only cared about that as it would affect Naruto's image, but with so many wolves around, sprinting towards their deity was quite ill-advised. They were after all a terribly protective lot. The black doors were pulled open by 2 wolves standing guard before them, and they both bent deeply at the waist as Naruto passed through the threshold and into the heart of his domain. Looks like his vacation was over. Time to get back to work. Servants halted their tasks at his presence, immediately offering bows suitable to show respect for his station, but he paid them no mind, his attention on other matters entirely. It was muscle memory that had brought him to his private office, a sanctuary against the rest of his life as daimyo, and he wasted no time slipping through the bright red doors into the warm space they hid from the rest of the palace. Sinking deeply into his chair, he was only vaguely aware of one of the servants he'd passed intruding on his domain just long enough to start the fireplace before they slunk backwards from the room, bowing deeply in apology. Iroh wasn't too bothered. He knew his sanctuary didn't really become his until several minutes after he entered it, when word had spread through the palace that he was not to be disturbed. Even so, just being in this room served as a buffer from the rest of the palace, a place he could go to think and relax without being set upon from all sides by his duties as Hai no Kuni's daimyo. While there was little actual work in the traditional sense, he knew even the lowliest farmer in his lands probably worked themselves much harder than he did, and he tried to remind himself of the fact. Often it did involve a lot of tedious politicking that had a tendency to wear on him throughout the day. His father had always loved the games and politics of the palace, and to this day Iroh still thought he'd had to have been insane. Iroh was adept at both the courtly games and the ways of the palace, but he took little enjoyment from it, preferring to focus his attention to the country as a whole, and the world that lay beyond it. That difference would be why Iroh's dominion was expanding while his father's had lain stagnant throughout the entirety of his rule. It was better than alternatives, certainly, and Iroh knew for a fact that it had been wholly due to his mother taking an iron grip on Hai no Kuni finances and freeing policies while his father played his little games with the imperial court. His grandfather, for instance, had somehow managed to lose Cha no Kuni and Udan no Kuni after permitting the formation of the very first hidden village. The influence and military might from that action alone should have seen Hai no Kuni expanding, or at least being placed into a better position when compared to the other major nations, but his grandfather had instead lost influence, and land to other lesser lords. It was probably a miracle Iroh even had a country to run by the time he had ascended the throne, but Hi no Kuni's recent expansion was nothing but deliberate. As much as he loved his parents, he wasn't about to allow his legacy to be the same as their own. No, Iroh's rule would be marked by a new golden age for Hi no Kuni as they finally managed to ascend officially as the single greatest country among the elemental nations, as they should have been all those years ago. They already wielded quite the influence even among other major nations, but that wasn't good enough for Iroh. For his dream to be achieved, and that probably wouldn't happen fully within his own rule, or even during his lifetime, there could be no comparison between Hi no Kuni and the other major villages. Hi no Kuni needed to be so far above them that its superiority was unquestionable, and by the grace of the gods unending. That was the sort of legacy Iroh wanted to leave when his time came, and with the steps he'd already taken he was well on his way. Of course, those steps were also what concerned him the most these days. With their alliance to Nami no Kuni, Konoha's occupation of Kaze no Kuni, and now Kirigakure being aided by Konoha, Hi no Kuni was rapidly growing in strength and influence. It just seemed like it was going too well. Iroh frowned, reaching for a glass and one of the bottles he kept on a small table beside his desk. He was aware that you shouldn't look gift horses in the mouth, but things just seemed to be going a bit too smoothly for his comfort. Naruto, or Tsukuyomi rather, had more or less dropped Nami's influence into his lap to use against the other major villages in exchange for formally acknowledging his right to rule it. Support the person with command of Nami and gain the weight of Nami no Kuni's name? That wasn't even a question. Kaze no Kuni was quite different, but he would be a fool not to acknowledge the role Tsukuyomi had played in that as well. With the wolves aiding Konoha, Suna's forces had been absolutely crushed, leaving the desert country defenseless to the marching of Iroh's samurai army and the shinobi of Konohagakure. His hold over the country was far more loose than he'd like, as he lacked anything to really solidify his rule, but it was still his without too much trouble. And then there was Mizu no Kuni. With a grimace he poured himself a glass and downed it in one go, allowing the slight burning sensation to momentarily distract him from his thoughts of that success. Naruto had most certainly had a hand in that one. There was no way he could deny the young daimyo's influence in that situation, and the fact that he had a hand in all three of these matters didn't sit well with Iroh at all, considering he and his wolves had quite deliberately reduced the majority of Kirigakure to ash and rubble when they'd been forced to pull out. Iroh snorted in amusement at the thought, nearly spilling as he poured himself a smaller glass he intended to enjoy much more slowly than the first. They hadn't been forced to pull out so much as they had decided they no longer wanted Kirigakure, but being petty and vengeful as they were, they had also ensured no one else could have it either. Asuma had managed to maintain good relations with Kirigakure despite that catastrophic failure, quite possibly because they had no one else to rely on at the moment, so there were still good chances for Kirigakure also falling under his influence and helping him secure his recently expanded domain. But he would have to say the single most worrying thing about the Kirigakure situation was that he had no idea if Tsukuyomi young Naruto was aware of the part he had played in it. In a way, he had played both sides, and he knew that was especially tricky business when dealing with shinobi. Part of him hoped that the destruction of Kirigakure was the consequence of that, and perhaps a warning demonstration of what the wolves were capable of, and no further action would be taken. He was not, however, holding his breath. The wolves were not known for mercy or forgiveness, which meant either they had been satisfied with the pounds of flesh they took from Kiri, or they were planning something. Naruto hadn't struck him as the patient type, and his wolves didn't seem to like waiting, but at the same time he knew there had to have been plans set in place and carefully monitored for that young man to gain control of the wolves in the first place, and later of Nami no Kuni. Just because they didn't like to wait didn't mean they were incapable of biding their time and nursing their grudge. It was not a thought he enjoyed dwelling on. Perhaps he should invite young Naruto back to Kagayakumaki so they could speak. That would give him a chance to gauge the feelings of the wolves towards him and his involvement, he thought. He only briefly considered taking up the standing offer to visit the mansion Naruto had set aside for his visits to the allied country, dismissing the concept entirely until things were more settled and, most importantly, safe. If they really were holding a grudge against him, it was beyond foolish to go into their territory, accept their hospitality, and place himself in their hands at the mercy of the moon god. And regardless of what his father sometimes, though Iroh was no fool. Mai was already in his office by the time he reached it, sitting behind his desk perusing through some of Sai's latest reports that the young man hadn't bothered to send to Konoha with the impending and now complete exodus. He wasn't terribly surprised by that, though he did briefly wonder why she was doing that when she could instead be spending time with the source of those reports. It had been quite some time since she had last seen her brother, and he certainly wouldn't hold it against the two if they took an afternoon to catch up with each other. "My," he greeted her as he approached the desk, idly noting that the second desk, the Mizukage according to Anko, had been removed from the room. Considering what it had already been used for, he felt there was a good chance it had been relocated to Anko's room by either the wolves or Tsunami. "Have you already seen Sai?" She rose a questioning brow at him as she noticed his presence. "No, why? Had you wished to meet with him?" He met her brow with a flat, dry answer of "because he's your brother." As her cheeks pinkened slightly, he continued, "I thought you might like to see him again." "Well, yes," she admitted. "I would like a chance to catch up with him in person." She frowned slightly and turned her gaze to the small stack of papers that had already accumulated at his desk. "I thought there was probably work we needed to see to before that, though, considering we've just left Konoha." He waved off her concern with a lazy gesture of his right hand before using it to pick up the very work she spoke about. Only skimming the first page, that brothel the Inuzuka had somehow ended up with had been doing very, very well, it would seem. He returned his attention to his favorite wolf. Today was set aside for travel and settling, and we can get to work tomorrow. What he really meant by we was simply everyone except him, but that wasn't important. "I think visiting your brother for the first time in almost a year now." That part was voiced in almost a question, mostly because he had trouble remembering when exactly the young man had come to Nami no Kuni to be the commander of the wolves here. "Would more than qualify as settling in." "Yeah, I guess waiting until tomorrow would be fine." She slipped out of his chair for it to be immediately occupied by its rightful owner, causing her to give him a concerned frown. "What about you? You're not going to be doing any work today, are you?" He gave no answer as he placed the papers back onto the desk, but she was slightly comforted by the fact that he did not immediately start poring over them. "Naruto?" The voice from the doorway caught Mai's attention, and she was greeted by the form of Uchiha Sasuke. "We can speak in here, Orochimaru." Naruto turned back to Mai. "I need to discuss the results of a project I gave him." "Is that all you'll be doing for work today?" He was wise enough not to answer that with a lie or at all, but unfortunately that in itself was answer enough for her. Naruto, he could hear her hands move her to her hips over the disappointment in her tone. "What happened to getting to work tomorrow?" "There are things I need to oversee, and I haven't done any work today, so it should be fine." He sent a warning look towards Orochimaru, strongly suggesting he made no mention of the seal they had placed upon him earlier that day, which had exhausted him completely. "If you pass Hana on your way to visit Sai, could you let her know I'd like to speak with her at her earliest convenience, please?" "On what?" He rose a brow at her question but answered anyway. "I don't believe I've ever congratulated her for having a city named in her honor." "Oh. You worry too much, Mai." "I'll be fine." His gaze moved to Orochimaru as they came to a stop at the other side of his desk, but his words continued to be for his favorite wolf. "Go see your brother and relax. Tomorrow you can resume working. Between you, me, and Hanabi there should be a much lighter load even without Hanabi's recent changes to the structure. It will probably be a week or two before things are running as smoothly here, but by the end of this month you shouldn't have to worry about me being overworked ever again." She would be the first to admit that it sounded almost too good to be true, but she also had no reason to really doubt his words or Hanabi's ability. If he thought the new system would reduce the workload, then she was inclined to believe him. If he thought that would make her worry less about him overworking himself, however, he was very much mistaken. She'd worry regardless, especially when he had such a tendency to make work for himself in the absence of it. She was sure he'd still be working himself just as much, even if none of the work from the House of Wolves ever crossed his desk. That was just who he was. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." Giving only the briefest of nods to Orochimaru, almost as if to say she was placing the responsibility for their lord's well-being in his hands, she exited the office, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Naruto spent a minute or so quickly skimming through the contents of the reports to see if there was anything urgent, or that may become urgent, before setting them neatly to the side and cocking a brow towards a still-standing Orochimaru. "You can take a seat." He gestured towards the two simple chairs sat before his desk for that very purpose. "This is a discussion, not a report." Accepting his invitation, Orochimaru took a seat on his desk, thinly veiled amusement shining through Sasuke's black eyes. Naruto wasn't sure what else he should have expected. So Naruto started. I'm assuming nothing came up throughout the process considering you're calm enough to be in a playful mood? Orochimaru's lips immediately fell from the faintest hint of a smile to a more neutral position. Nothing seemed necessarily wrong, but there were several abnormalities I noticed about the seal. I'm assuming and desperately hoping they were due to the changes you'd made. How do you feel? Naruto paused to consider that, which was probably a good sign. A lack of notable pain was usually a good thing, though there were some notable and major exceptions to that. No pain, no discomfort, no shortness of breath, headaches, rashes that I can tell, soreness, lack of feeling sensitivity, or anything else beyond a general feeling of weariness, but I had that before the seal. Orochimaru nodded happily. That's good. There doesn't seem to be anything that's gone wrong during the process, but we should probably do a more thorough check. His look became quite serious. Preferably sooner than later. In fact, I'd rather you have gotten yourself a checkup before setting foot in your office. Mainly because everyone who knew Naruto also knew just how hard it could prove to be extracting him from said office. Once he started working, he didn't stop until it was all done if he could help it. I'll request Shizen to stop by later. Naruto waved off his godfather's concern with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Just give me your basic observations for now. Anything I should be telling her to look for or anything I might need to keep in mind? Orochimaru wasn't very pleased by that, and the frown pulling at Sasuke's lips made that abundantly clear, but as long as he was actually willing to allow a healer to look him over, he supposed he should be grateful. Still, Shizen might have been the apprentice of his old teammate, but he wasn't sure how competent the woman actually was. If most of her time had been spent caring for a drunken Tsunade rather than learning from her, Orochimaru didn't suspect she had much of a chance to learn anything. I'm sure young Kato is plenty skilled. Naruto had decided to make her the head physician of the House of Wolves, so there must have been a reason, and he would rather avoid indirectly insulting the young man by saying otherwise. But for something so important, maybe a team in a proper facility might be better advised? He proposed. Naruto gave him a look for a few seconds, his brow rising ever so slowly before he gave a roll of his eyes and capitulated. Fine, I'll make sure Shizen's assistant Tsunade is there too. That wasn't. Orochimaru paused, forehead creasing as he processed the words he both knew he had heard but was certain he must have heard incorrectly. You, he shook his head. Tsunade? Was the question the snake sage managed to get out. Oh yes, she was in one of the first carriages with Kato-sensei. I've assigned her to Kato-sensei as her assistant in matters of the House of Wolves. Senju. Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, hoping for clarification that Naruto was quick to toss his way. Yes, Orochimaru. Senju Tsunade. I'm assuming you're well acquainted with her, considering you were both on the same team for a not insignificant amount of time in your youth. Orochimaru asked the only sensible question he could after that. Tsunade's the assistant? I hired Kato-sensei first. For some reason, Orochimaru thought that Naruto's explanation shouldn't make as much sense as it did to him, but he'd worry about that later. Having been dragged from his office and into his chambers by the two women, Naruto wondered not for the first time who was actually in charge around here. Above his shirtless chest, Tsunade and Shizen paused in their examination, hands glowing green, to share a look. So am I going to escape this bed without you tying me down, Kato-sensei? Tsunade's brows rose as she shot her former apprentice a questioning look, and Shizen struggled to keep a blush down at the scrutiny. Tying him to his bed, huh? An amused smirk pulled at Tsunade's lips. I didn't realize you were so kinky, Shizen-chan. I've never tied him to his bed. Shizen protested, not meeting her former master's eyes. Tsunade looked down to Naruto with an obvious question, and he gave a slight shrug. She's not wrong, the only bed she's tied me to was her own. The slug princess's smirk became a wide grin. My Shizen, you're quite the little minx, aren't you? It's not like that. Shizen mumbled, cheeks now fully red. I only tied him down because he wasn't listening to me. As soon as she said it, Shizen knew she had made a mistake, and a quick glance up to a grinning Tsunade only confirmed it. No boys for years as we travel, and now all of a sudden you start going all out. I had no idea I was keeping you from your fun. Tsunade looked down at Naruto again. Does she make you call her mistress when you two are together? She's usually acting as my doctor when I see her. Roleplay? I'm impressed, Shizen, but I think you might want to go for something a bit more fresh. You're a doctor, normally try to mix it up. Would you two knock it off? I'm trying to work here. Yes, mistress. Was Tsunade's immediate answer, earning herself a blushing glare from Shizen. I swear to the gods it must be something about Konoha. We stay there for a few years and suddenly you're as bad as Jiraiya. Shizen rolled her eyes and returned her focus to the Iryujitsu in her hand. Jiraiya doesn't have any shame, that's his issue. None of the things he does are appropriate in public. Shizen's technique dropped in her surprise as she realized what Tsunade was saying. Wait, you mean your complaints about him being a pervert all these years was solely based on where he was being a pervert? Of course not, he's only a pervert because he was in public. It's perfectly normal in private. We're currently performing an examination as physicians of the House of Wolves. And we're doing so in his bedroom. I can hardly think of anywhere more private and appropriate. I think it was easier to deal with you while you were permanently drunk. So Naruto spoke up from beneath them, interrupting the two best medics in the world. Should I take that as a no for me getting tied to the bed? Only if you ask Shizen nicely. Tsunade. Seeing as he'd not wanted to be tied down in the first place, he still had work to do. Naruto refrained from asking Shizen to tie him to his bed, much to an amused Tsunade's disappointment. When Shizen had finally managed to get Tsunade to stop teasing her enough to confirm what she had observed, Naruto was only slightly surprised by the results. Pathways for a secondary, albeit lesser, chakra system were present, meaning he had been successful in his goal, but the fact that they were currently active despite his seal laying dormant was by no means a bad thing, but had hardly been expected. He would need to go through his notes with Orochimaru again to see if they had missed something, but he supposed it could just as well be a mistake during the modification process itself. He certainly hadn't been in a preferable mental state as he first received Orochimaru's Juin, his body struggling to remain conscious long enough to do the work. It was perfectly likely that the desires he'd projected to Sealkeeper hadn't matched what he'd gone over and planned with his godfather. As it was a better result than he expected, however, he wasn't exactly going to complain. Unfortunately, both Shizen and Tsunade had forbidden him from performing any jutsu or trying to activate his new Kusari no Juin for the next day as his body adjusted completely to its new state. As eager as Naruto was to see if that secondary system would perform as intended, he also had plenty of experience with chakra system issues and had absolutely no desire to mess up his new one like his original. It would have been quite the waste. To no one's great surprise, Naruto had returned to his work as soon as a blushing Shizen had finally managed to shoo an amused Tsunade from his personal chambers and his personal floor completely. Beyond what Mai had been looking through earlier, there hadn't been too much more work to accumulate, and he was fairly certain he should be done with it all before he retired that evening. Of course, that wasn't saying much considering he had no plans to leave any work done. It would all be completed before he allowed himself to sleep, regardless of how much work there actually was. Fortunately for him, it wasn't nearly enough to cause any sort of sufficient trouble. Naturally, things couldn't be allowed to continue smoothly wherever Naruto was involved, and he soon found his work interrupted. In this case, at least, it was an interruption he had brought upon himself. Already hard at work, I see. Hana grinned as she let herself into the office. If I didn't know better, I'd have to say it looks like Nami no Kuni's daimyo always does his work at that desk. It's hard to believe you only got in earlier this afternoon. He rose, an amused brow sparing her a glance, only for a second before returning to his work. I'm quick to settle, I suppose. It doesn't take much for me to be able to work. That's fair. She laughed. You'd only need a flat surface, I guess. She thought for a moment. Hell, most of us just need a flat surface, but I know I wouldn't be able to dive in right after I'd moved in. He looked up again, only the faintest hints of amusement dancing in his eyes. It needs to get done, I'm doing it. Yeah, it does. Hana agreed with a nod. But it can't be that urgent. I'm sure you could have put it off until tomorrow. Actually, you probably could have put it off for a week or more. Even I know the important things are brought straight to your attention. Anything they just leave in a pile on your desk can obviously wait. And the longer I put it off, the more accumulates. It's easier to get it out of the way as soon as I'm aware of it. He set down the report he'd been going over and leaned back into his chair. How has Nami been in my absence? Well, beyond that surprise Sai sprung on me, she's been good. It was clear enough she was still irritated that Sai had gone and renamed the city after her behind her back, but Naruto couldn't really say he cared about the matter in the slightest. We've been working to plan out her expansion, Hanaheim. There was something about the way she spoke the name of the city that told him she still struggled to accept what had happened. Doesn't really show any sign of slowing down yet. If anything, trade is picking up, and that just means more sailors, more merchants, and more people who need services. Hana frowned and thought briefly, gazing off to the side. I can't say I'm not worried about the future though. Eventually the number of merchants and traders will match what the ports can handle, and if they continue to grow past that, we'll find ourselves with more workers than work. Costs of labor will plummet, goods will increase due to demand, and we'll be headed right back to where they were under Gato. So our options are to either restrict the number of people who can come to Nami to stave off an influx of workers we don't have jobs for, or we need to increase the capacity of the docks to encourage continued growth of such jobs, no? He raised a brow at her in question, just confirming what he already suspected, and continued before she was able to offer an answer. Of course, the labor required to do so would either pull from existing jobs, potentially crippling them as they mature and making the whole thing pointless, or it's going to require attracting more workers who are going to need jobs afterwards. It was a terribly delicate sort of balance that had to be held until these burgeoning merchants and shipping companies managed to grow enough in the global markets that continued growth would be all but guaranteed to be able to handle the workers who would need employment. They would also have to grow fast enough to reduce the time between dock work and new employment for those workers. The more he could keep out of the streets, the better it would be for Nami. He also needed to be aware of the plateau these markets would inevitably reach, at which point growth would cease and couldn't be relied on to fortify any further economic growth they planned. Not only that, he would have to make sure to implement proper policy to keep those same businesses from getting out of control, and allowing another would-be Gato from rising. Human greed was predictable enough, and someone was bound to start wondering where they could cut costs and increase profit margins. That sort of thinking wouldn't lead to the sort of Nami he wanted, one of prosperity and safety for his children and his people. To that end, a certain level of harmony must be maintained, even if it required force to do so. That's what our economic advisor told me, yes. Hana gave a firm nod as she tried to dislodge the surprise that had stricken her. Unless he had somehow gotten his hands on one of the reports that had been sent to her on the civilian side of things, which, while absolutely possible for the young daimyo, seemed fairly unlikely considering he'd only just arrived, he had a much greater innate grasp on the situation than she had before things had been explained to her. It was hard sometimes to remind herself the young man sitting before her was around the same age as her little brother. He just always seemed to strike her as so much older. In fact, there were times Hana could honestly believe her mother was but a child when compared to Tsukuyomi. Such were the years that rested heavily over his shoulders in a dignified cloak. Sometimes that fact made her uneasy, other times it was comforting, but right now it brought with it fond feelings of home. After a long trip, father had returned and everything was just as it should be. It was a strange feeling to admit that Nami Hanaheim felt more like home to her now than the compound back in Konoha did, and she briefly wondered if a majority of that was simply due to how long she had been away. Perhaps were she to visit again, she would realize that the feelings of Nami paled in comparison to her childhood home. She wanted to say the other half of her was the traitorous one, as it desperately hoped she was wrong, but she would be lying if she said she didn't want Nami to be her home. She had grown as attached to the country as the people had of her, and she was in no hurry to separate herself for any substantial period of time. Hana could, however, use a vacation. I'll have to speak with them at some point then. He scribbled down a note to himself on the back of one of the reports, and set it away from the others so it would not be accidentally taken before he had the chance to transfer the memo somewhere more appropriate. In fact, I'll need to meet your entire team eventually. I'd like to know the people helping you do so while I'm away. There was something about his words that struck her, and Hana could feel her lips tug into a frown as she thought. He didn't say while he was gone or while he was away, both of which would have been distinctively past tense, and instead seemed to be both future and present tense. He was going to be leaving, and it was probably going to be soon. You're leaving again, aren't you? She decided to voice her suspicions, wincing at the disappointment she could feel inflected on her voice. That was not something she had been intending to share. His purple eyes searched her, peering beyond the simple physical plane of flesh and bone to view some deeper truth she had no hope of understanding. She tried not to squirm like a guilty child caught under that gaze. Yes. His answer freed her from the scrutiny but did nothing for the weighty disappointment that settled over her. The original plan did not see me coming to Hanaheim at all, but there have been some delays in one of my projects, so I'll be here until I need to go see to it personally. And then you'll be back? The lack of answer that came from him wasn't a no, but it sure as hell wasn't a yes. An uncomfortable, as far as Hana was concerned anyway, silence continued after his wordless response, filling the empty space within his office like a dense cloud of fog. Eventually he decided to speak strong clarity of voice, pushing away the fog and temporarily banishing the awkwardness she felt. I will undoubtedly be returning at some point to visit Hanaheim and the country of Nami. Certainly something here will also require my attention in the future. But you have no plans of coming back, do you? No, honest and to the point. She always appreciated those answers much more. None of that flowery bullshit meant to soothe broken egos and placate those she probably wouldn't consider worth his time. She'd prefer it if he always spoke like that, letting people know exactly how he felt and what his intentions were, but she would settle for him using it with her more. He still had a habit of speaking to her as a daimyo instead of the leader of her pack, something she assumed was simply due to how often he needed to beat Tsukuyumi. Well, that's what she hoped it was. The idea that he might not always see her as part of that pack was not an explanation she really cared for. Of course, she also didn't care for the fact that Hanaheim would apparently only be getting visits and the attention of the father if it was absolutely necessary. He was their daimyo, dammit. Presence in Nami no Kuni should have been the rule, not the exception. She paused, wondering if she had any right to actually ask her question before deciding that as governess, knowing why the daimyo was avoiding his country was absolutely her concern. Can I ask what it is that's pushing you away from Nami no Kuni? I'm sure I can see the matter resolved for you. She hoped it didn't sound as pleading to him as it did in her own ears, but she wasn't so foolish to put her trust into it. Nothing's wrong with Nami or Hanaheim. Purple eyes caught and held her, softening significantly, and not for the first time she felt like a little girl before the young daimyo. There are things in the work that require my attention, long-term projects that will benefit the wolves. But what about Nami? She crossed her arms, hips cocking ever so slightly to the side as she adjusted her weight, and Hannah was struck with the thought that she probably looked like a petulant child or at most a rebellious teenager arguing with her father. The realization brought a redness to her cheeks she dearly hoped he would not notice. A brow rose at her question and the corner of his lip twitched up in amusement. Nami will continue under your great leadership, assisted by Commander Sai and whomever else you've collected to advise and support you. I hardly expect my absence will be noticed, Hannah. The people need to know they have someone looking out for them. What are they supposed to think when their daimyo doesn't even want to stay in his own country? They have someone looking out for them, Hannah. They already look up to you and celebrate your leadership. It would be bad form were I to try forcing you from that position, and they have no reason to accept me over you. He gave a soft smile, but it was bereft of his earlier amusement, and didn't seem to quite reach his eyes. Besides, they hardly realized I was gone at all and probably don't know I'm back. I see no reason to change either. My presence doesn't matter to them. It should, insisted the Inuzuka heiress with a scowl. You've practically turned their hell into a paradise. These people should be naming children after you. They don't know my name. He pointed out, faint amusement returning. They do, however, know yours. I'm sure we'll have a generation of little Hannes running around the city before too long. While the idea wasn't wholly unpleasant, she still wasn't comfortable, even considering she would be getting further recognition when she'd already had an entire city renamed in her honor. God's damn it, how was she supposed to convince people to commission a statue or make a holiday celebrating him when they only saw her and not the man who stood behind her? She wasn't the one who had freed them, and even if she had led them well, that was only because he had been the one to appoint her as governess. Everything she had been able to do was only because he had made it possible for her. There was no governess Hana without Daimyo Tsukuyumi. They probably will, she admitted with a huff, diverting her eyes. But that's not what we're talking about. It's a matter of national pride. You avoiding your country is going to reflect rather poorly on us. He was silent, following her words, and after a tense few moments she found herself looking back to see what expression he might be wearing. It was contemplative, which wasn't indicative of anything bad, but she didn't like the searching quality it had. She could feel cutting straight into her soul. Hannah, it was clear and soft, but she still flinched as her name came from his lips. There was an authority to his words that never failed to make her feel like a foolish, misbehaving child. Even so, she found her eyes forced to meet his own where they became locked. There was no escaping that gaze. What's really bothering you? She wanted to tell him that his absence felt like he was repeatedly abandoning Nami, abandoning her, and that she just wanted their father to stay and be proud of his children and the work they were doing, but the words caught in her throat. She'd hardly spent any time at all with the man. How was she supposed to explain that he seemed more like a father than her own had ever been? She didn't even know Tsukuyumi Naruto, so why was it she felt so desperate for his approval? His words on her position as Nami's governess had left a warmth in her, but there was still something missing and she had no idea what it could be. She couldn't request something she couldn't name, and even if she could it wouldn't be genuine then. Nothing. Was her eventual answer a lie if she had ever uttered one, and she was absolutely certain he was able to see right through it. I've just been pretty tired lately, I guess. It would be nice to get a break. Ah, I see. He gave an understanding nod, either not seeing which she thought was unlikely or not acknowledging her blatant lie. You have certainly been working hard as of late. A vacation is not a request without merit. I'll see what I can arrange for you. Was there anything in particular you had in mind, or have you been too busy with your work to consider it? I've thought about it a bit, but I haven't really looked into anything. Hana admitted, a slight tightening of guilt forming in her chest. She really did want and probably needed a vacation, but the fact that it was coming now solely because she lied to him and avoided giving him the answers he had requested made her feel dirty. She knew for a fact she wasn't the only person who could use a break, and she genuinely enjoyed her job for the most part, so a break wasn't critical for her by any means. I heard about the resort you sent your son to from Sai, and that sounded quite nice. It sounded more than nice, a vacation fit for a daimyo, or in this case a prince. She didn't expect she would receive the same, but she would have been happy going just about anywhere for a week or so. I've also thought about spending some time back in Konoha to see my friends and visit my family. Again he nodded, scribbling down her responses on the back of his chosen report. So did you want to visit the resort first or Konoha? Surely she had heard that wrong. He wasn't offering her both, was he? His brow returned to its proper position higher up his face, and she only briefly wondered if it spent more time down in a neutral position, or up there questioning those in Naruto's presence. She had a feeling it might be the latter. Did you want to spend a week in Kuni first and then head over to Konoha, or did you want to visit family and friends and then spend a week at a resort before returning? He was offering both, and not just a few days either. 2 weeks of vacation? That was too much, and she voiced such. I can't spend that much time away from Hanaheim. She froze as she realized she was technically defying her daimyo. Was he her daimyo if she wasn't a citizen of Nami? Was she a citizen of Nami as its governess? And she quickly tried to smooth it over before he noticed, or said anything about it. Not that I don't appreciate such a generous offer, Tsukuyumi-sama, I just don't believe it necessary for me to spend so much time away, and I wouldn't want to burden Sai and the others with my work in addition to their own for so long. He waved off her concerns with a lazy gesture of his hand. It's fine. My Hanabi and myself will be here for some time yet until my project progresses enough. We'll be able to divide your workload without too much trouble, don't worry about it. Not that he had any intention of giving either of them any extra work, of course. Hanabi would be busy getting Nami on the same system she'd already implemented for her team and overseeing it, while Maya, his heiress, would be busy taking a more active role in overseeing the House of Wolves, so she would have the experience to eventually take his position. He would see to the matters of Nami no Kuni. It was only proper as their daimyo. Well, if you're sure. If there were going to be that many people to split the work between, that didn't sound too bad, and if anyone should be taking responsibility for Nami no Kuni in her absence, it was hard to argue against it being Nami's own daimyo. She still felt he was being too generous just by allowing her 2 full weeks, and definitely because she'd be spending half of that at a Kuni resort, but she tried to push that down with self-assurances that it would probably be a much more modest resort than his son had been at. I suppose I'd rather stop by Konoha first, and then spend some time at the resort, but travel arrangements might go better if I head to Kuni first and then stop at Konoha on my way back. Konoha first it is. She went to object, only to be silenced immediately by a hard look from the young lord. I will worry about travel arrangements and getting you where you need to go, Hana. All you should worry about is what you'd like to do in Konoha and at the resort. Thank you, Tsukuyumi-sama. Like her earlier worry, he also dismissed her gratitude with a wave of his hand. You deserve this, Hana, that's all there is to it. Are you staying with your mother in Konoha, or am I reserving a room for you? He shook his head before she could answer. Poor question. You'll have a room available for you. Feel free to use it if you'd like a bit of space during your vacation. I'll have the details when we provide you with your itinerary. Oh, okay. Just need to figure out when to set the dates. He looked about the desk for a second before realizing his calendar, as empty as it tended to be, had not yet made its way to his current office. What day is it? A Wednesday? Her answer was just as much a question as his, but directed at the fact that he apparently didn't know what today was. A trader's thought briefly suggested that perhaps leaving her city in his hands might be a poor choice, but she quickly pushed that away. It was his country, not hers. August 31st. He paused in his writing, peering back up at her with questioning eyes. You're certain? Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. I'm expecting Sai's proposed budget for the wolves tomorrow on the 1st. Oh, I guess we left earlier than I realized. He frowned at that lightly, but it quickly deepened as he realized what else she said. You know, you'd probably be better off giving him a proposed budget, right? And even then it's doubtful he'll stick to it. She gave an amused snort. I've already filed his corrected budget for next month. I'll send him a copy when I get the one he's been working on. Naruto nodded approvingly. Good. I knew you were an excellent choice for Nami. Thank you, Tsukuyomi-sama. I think we'll have you leaving Friday afternoon. You'll spend the 4th through the 11th in Konoha and then the 15th through the 22nd in Yonokuni. We'll have you back by, let's say, the 26th? No, Tuesday the 27th. That should account for anything that pops up during travel. She stared at him, trying to comprehend what she had just heard. After nearly a minute more of jotting down his notes for her itinerary, he glanced back up and noticed. Is there something wrong with those dates, Hana? I thought you said it was supposed to be 2 weeks? He blinked in surprise and looked back down to his notes, his worry at a mistake melting into confusion as his brow rose once again. That is 2 weeks. The 4th through the 27th is not 2 weeks. That's more than 3. He gave a small shrug. I'm not counting the time being set aside for travel. That wouldn't be fair to you. She couldn't manage to put her disbelief into words and settled for a huff and the shaking of her head. You're an infuriating man, Tsukuyomi-sama. Did you know that? Based on his expression, she would have to guess that he had not. If you say so. He shrugged again, returning to his work arranging her vacation. If you could have your September calendar sent to me directly, and inform your team that they'll be working with me in your absence, that would be appreciated. Hana gave a nod to show she understood and accepted his instructions. Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. You may also wish to visit with Enko before you leave. I'm not sure where she is at the moment. Honestly, he was a bit surprised she hadn't already tracked him down to his office and started pestering him for some fun, but he'd put the time he had without such distractions to good use until then. But the room she claimed would be a good place to start. It's the room across from Tsunami's, and if she's not there you may want to see if Tsunami is. She probably knows where Enko could be found. I don't think there's anything that goes on in this place she doesn't know about. Enko's here? I wouldn't have been able to get her to stay in Konoha had I tried. He answered, amusement and exasperation in equal measures plainly expressed with a strong dash of undeniable fondness for the woman. I made sure she resigned from active duty first to avoid trouble. Yet Hana wouldn't expect Enko to have done that without someone else making her. That woman would have just waltzed out of Konoha and become a missing nin without a second thought, and her reaction to learning so would probably involve a sheepish grin as she scratched the back of her head in nervous embarrassment. It might even earn itself an oops from the woman before she shrugged and dismissed the matter entirely until the hunter nins started to come after her. She would still try to play ignorant when they caught up to her too. That was just Enko. Thank you, she probably would have forgotten. No, she would have just not done it. Hana couldn't say he was wrong. I had to sit with her in the shinobi offices to make sure she did it, otherwise she would have walked out of there after 20 minutes of waiting. Also very true. But that's of no concern now. She got it done, and I'm sure she'd like to see you. I'll have your itinerary to you by mid-morning tomorrow at the latest. Go see to your affairs as governess for the next few days, and we'll have you relaxing before you know it. Thank you, Tsukuyomi-sama. He waved her off again. I've already told you, Hana, you deserve it. This is owed to you. There's no need for gratitude when I should be the one thanking you. This was as far as she was concerned, thanks aplenty, but she accepted his words with a respectful nod solely because she knew it would be a losing battle to attempt convincing him otherwise. If that was all, Tsukuyomi-sama? Ah, yes, of course. You are free to go, Hana. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, Tsukuyomi-sama. She folded at the waist to give him a bow that could quite easily be argued as too deep considering her own status, but if he noticed, he didn't make any mention of it, and she turned away to leave his office. It was technically bad form to show her back to him, but again he didn't seem to notice or care. She was just about to slip through the door when his words caught her attention. Oh, and Hana? She turned to meet his gaze and felt a warmth fill her chest as he gave her a full, genuine smile. "I'm proud of you." And that she realized was exactly the sort of thing she'd wanted to hear from him. If he wasn't already working on providing her a vacation, she was sure those words would have provided her all the motivation she needed to maintain her work for the next year. By the time she retired that evening, her face was sore from the smile she wore for the remainder of the day. Knowing of her father's pride in her made it well worth it. Should Tsukuyumi-sama have a flag? Tsunami, arms full of freshly cleaned linens, found her attention pulled towards the off-duty wolf who stood next to the stairs looking out the front window on the top floor of Tsukuyumi's palace. His back was to her, and she paused to consider whether he was actually speaking to her or just wondering things out loud. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to look at her, making it very clear who he was speaking to. Well? Should he? Technically, as mistress of the palace, Tsunami outranked the wolves within when it came to day-to-day matters, especially when those wolves were off-duty, as the mask hanging loosely from this wolf's hands would indicate. But knowing how much her lord favored his private army, Nami's army, now technically she did her best to remain polite and respectful when she interacted with them. The fact that each and any one of them could kill her before she could blink made that decision even easier, and their status as Nami's liberators could be used to forgive their sometimes gruff nature. With this in mind, she took a second to consider the odd question before proceeding. If he wants one, of course. She agreed. But I haven't heard him mentioning a need for one. He hasn't. The wolf tilted his head to the side and thought before amending his previous statement. Well, I haven't heard of him mentioning a want or need for a flag. Tsunami thought that should be more than sufficient to answer the wolf's question and made to continue with her task of remaking the beds on the upper floors when he continued. I was just thinking that it might be proper for him to have a flag. You know, something to represent him. Do daimyo normally have flags? She asked, frowning slightly as she tried to answer her own question. She really had no idea. She had certainly never been around daimyo before Tsukuyumi, and even she knew not to consider anything that young man did to be normal for a lord. Countries usually do. The wolf had a similar frown tugging at his own lips. Villages don't, as far as I know. Konoha never had one, and I don't think the others did either. Clans place their emblem on flags and banners sometimes. That's considered normal. Well, in that case, I would think a daimyo's flag is also his country's flag, isn't it? The flag represents the country, and they're the head of that country. Arguably, they were the country politically speaking. Tsukuyumi wasn't just the Lord of Nami, but also Lord Nami. The identities were one and the same as far as the courts would be concerned. That was also about the extent of her knowledge on the subject. Normally. They agreed, scratching their head through messy brown hair. But Tsukuyumi's domain includes more than just Nami, so his flag should be more than just Nami's flag. The Fire Daimyo has more than a single country, but even then it's just countries in his domain. He simply has two flags to represent each of the countries he controls, and would use the appropriate flag in each situation. Okay, she could kind of see where he was going with this, but she still didn't see why Tsukuyumi needed the flag in the first place. What sort of situations would require a flag? Even with the wolf only half turned in her direction, she was able to see the look of surprise that overcame him, and after a few owlish blinks they turned to her fully. Well, if we were to need to raise an army, or if we captured a city, I suppose. His frown deepened. Behind his carriage perhaps, and maybe if we get him a boat. Ah. The wolf's eyes lit up. We could put a flagpole outside and use it to inform the people of Nami when their daimyo was present in his palace. That wasn't a horrible idea, she could admit, at least not the part about having it outside the palace, but she didn't think letting people see how often he was away from Hanaheim was a good idea and voiced that. Maybe just a flag that's always up. Tsukuyumi's trips often take a while and his flag would be down more often than not. Yeah. He nodded, the start of a grin on his lips. A symbol of the daimyo to whom the palace belongs. We might even have it flown outside government buildings too. Perhaps Nami's flag should be on the government buildings, and we'll keep Tsukuyumi's flag limited to the buildings he resides in or that the wolves control directly. Yeah, I guess that would work. We should probably ask Tsukuyumi about it first. Tsunami dearly hoped her irritation didn't show on her face. Maybe you should have asked him about a personal flag in the first place? She suggested. He shook his head. No, if we bring it to his attention, it's better to have it ready for him, otherwise he'll take designing it as a personal task to complete. I wouldn't want to give him more work. A fair point really, and not one Tsunami was going to be arguing against, even if she thought it might be a good idea to check before spending time and effort on a project he may not particularly care for. Of course, if it kept even a single wolf busy and out of trouble, she would certainly support it for that alone. It was also kind of sweet they wanted to make something for the young man. Well, in that case, I guess you should start designing a flag, she suggested, only to be immediately hit with the most pitiful pleading look she'd ever seen on a grown man. Even Kaiser couldn't manage that sort of look when he was trying to persuade her of something or apologize for doing something stupid. Mostly the latter. With a roll of her eyes, she released a deep sigh. Fine. Holding out her armful of linens, he took it questioningly. Place one set on each of the beds on this floor. I'll go find one of the girls to finish up here, and I'll help you with your flag. The sudden hope and excitement that came over his face really made Tsunami question if Tsukuyumi was the Lord of Wolves or if Prince of Puppies was more apartment. At least things weren't dull around here. Chapter 135. Prince, I mean, it's Tsukuyumi-sama's flag. Of course we need to include a moon on it. That's not even a question. What we do have to figure out is if it's going to be a full moon or a crescent moon. Full, obviously. Tsukuyumi needs to be shown as the greatest form of the moon. Kabuto paused outside the double doors of Tsukuyumi's private formal dining room, a book debating the morality of grave robbing as viewed from the cultural perspectives of the pre-Clan War feudal noble and lower classes, hanging loosely in one hand. He had thought to enjoy some light reading in the seldom used room before dinner, but it appeared as though someone else, or rather a group of someones, had a similar idea to utilize that space. He did find his curiosity piqued by what he could hear in the hallway, though, so instead of finding somewhere else to read, he pushed open the doors to see what was going on. He was greeted to the sight of 3 wolves, 1 male, 1 female, and one he couldn't quite determine, hunched over the table with Tsunami, mistress of the palace. Based on the stack of papers scattered over it, he'd assumed they chose this room to make use of the large table. The fact that it wasn't often used, Tsukuyumi and the majority of the residents of the top floor had only recently returned to Nami. Sai took his meals in his office, Hana took hers in one of the other dining rooms, and Tsunami tended to eat her own meals in the kitchens while she verified the daily inventory, made it an excellent choice for non-dining projects. The identifiable male and female wolves seemed to be the 2 he had overheard. The third seemed to be working on some sort of sketch, occasionally glancing up to look at the other 2, and Tsunami had taken one of the seats where she sat with her eyes closed and her forehead resting in her palms. If they'd been at this for only longer than 3.5 minutes, Kabuto suspected the older woman was probably developing quite the headache. The problem with a full moon on the flag is that it's just going to end up being a circle. Even if we make it white, there's no guarantee it's going to be recognized for what we intended it to represent. A crescent moon is distinctive and unmistakable. It will better represent Tsukuyumi-sama. If we surround the white moon with a circle of stars as red as his hair, people will be able to tell it's a moon from the contextual clues. A circle with dots around it, he ignored her growl of stars, is just going to seem like a stylized sundae. That's the opposite of what we're going for with this. How is anyone going to mistake that for a sun? She returned, exasperated. They don't look anything alike. Kabuto looked towards Tsunami and raised a questioning brow, despite knowing the woman wouldn't be able to see it. So what exactly is going on here? His words caught Tsunami's attention as the woman looked up, black eyes pleading. They wanted to come up with a flag for Tsukuyumi-sama. She tried to explain. And well. One hand left her forehead to gesture towards the 3 wolves across from her. The 2 had ceased their bickering as they noticed his presence, and now looked at him curiously, while the third continued their drawing unbothered. Why does Tsukuyumi-sama need a flag? That was the first most obvious question, and the man quickly answered him. To represent Tsukuyumi-sama, of course. Tsunami's head slipped from her grasp and hung even lower, nearly impacting the table as she seemed to deflate. Can't he just use Nami's flag? He is the daimyo. It made perfect sense to Kabuto, and it would avoid whatever argument these 2 were currently having. Tsukuyumi's more than just Nami, the woman argued, her previous opponent nodding in agreement. So he needs a flag that will represent him in everything he does. Okay. He could see what they were getting at. He didn't really think it was necessary, but he could see the logic they were following. So beyond the argument of the moon, what have you decided for the flag? Black. The answer came simultaneously from the 4, though Tsunami's was followed immediately by a deep sigh. That's all they've been able to agree on, she explained, shaking her head lightly. And how long exactly have you 4 been working on this? Miserable black eyes looked up to him. An hour and 40 minutes. Kabuto winced in sympathy. Okay, so you must have proposed several things by now at least, so let's go over some of the elements you think should be in the flag first, and then we'll see what we can incorporate into the flag, alright? The two arguing wolves shared a look before nodding to each other, and then to Kabuto. Alright. The third wolf pushed their completed sketches across the table towards Kabuto before speaking. I've been trying to sketch the things they've talked about so we can see what they'll look like. Kabuto nodded absently at that, more focused on the fact that even the voice didn't give him any clues as to the wolf's gender. At least when Orochimaru swapped back and forth they were picking one. This wolf seemed determined to either be both or either at the same time. Tsunami didn't even try to hide the gratitude in her expression. Thank you, I've been trying to get them to work together since they joined. Her head tilted slightly and Kabuto had the distinct impression she was indicating the female and androgynous wolves. The mistress of the palace had been working through brainstorming flag ideas with the first wolf for about 10 minutes before nearby wolves had realized what they were doing and joined in. That's when things had started to go wrong, and breaking up fighting children was a lot easier than breaking up fighting soldiers who were acting like children. So I'm seeing moons and waves mostly, along with a sketch of Kabuto squinted at one of the pictures. Nami's flag, if I'm not mistaken. I see some wolves at various angles, kunai swords, and he paused, head tilting to the side slightly. Is that supposed to be a village on fire? Kirigakure. One of the wolves explained, and Kabuto shook his head. Fine, whatever. I'm guessing you wanted to use the Nami flag as sort of a base then? It seemed appropriate. But we don't want it to match too well, added another. Tsukuyumi-sama didn't really start out with Nami, so we can't build up on that as if it was the base of who he is. Kabuto wanted to point out that as Nami's daimyo it sort of was, but he knew better than to try explaining that to them. Okay, so Nami's flag is Hai no Kuni's fire emblem sinking or rising from a set of blue waves. I guess it represents the sun in this case. Let's keep the waves but turn the emblem into an actual sun because Tsukuyumi is not Hai no Kuni. That would also represent Amaterasu-sama. The female wolf nodded in approval, the others agreeing. Amaterasu? Kabuto nearly asked but thought better of it. The less he tried to understand the better. It did, however, remind him of the most important part of the design. You know what? Why don't you all write down what you think should be represented in Tsukuyumi-sama's flag, the things he would want to honor, and we'll choose the things you all agree on. Once we have them, we'll organize them into a design. The three grabbed paper and started to follow his suggestion as Tsunami rose from her seat and pulled him into a grateful hug. Thank you so much, Kabuto-sensei. It's no problem, he assured her. Not that he didn't like the embrace, but he'd really like to get back to his reading. I was happy to. I have to return to my duties. I leave them in your capable hands. Without waiting to hear from him again, she escaped to the door, slipping through it and shutting it behind her. What? It took a second for him to process what had just happened, and turning back to the three wolves, the identifiable man and woman now fighting over who got to use the one red pen, he felt his shoulders slump and the air vacate his lungs in a deep sigh. Looks like he was puppy-sitting now. His hand reached out and snatched the red pen away for himself, earning a united glare from the two wolves, which he returned blankly. Stop fighting and get to work, or Tsukuyumi-sama's never going to get his flag. He wasn't paid enough for this. Kabuto paused. Actually, he wasn't paid at all. Why the hell was he the one doing this? Damn that woman. I think Naruto's planning to start working immediately. Mai paused her unpacking to glance towards the Orochimaru leaning in her doorway, raising an incredulous brow. Of course he does all he ever plans for his work. Orochimaru frowned. And you don't see a problem with that? Of course I see a problem with that. She tossed the shirt in her hands onto her bed and turned around to better face the snake's sage arms crossing. You seem to be under the impression that I can single-handedly stop that immediately. I assure you, if that was an option, I would have done it a long time ago. Okay, so what can we do to stop him? Was Orochimaru's next question. I think the trip here was the biggest break he's had in gods know how long. I've already looked at Hanabi's new admin system. It should drastically reduce the work that makes it to Naruto's desk. More importantly, he knows that his workload should be reduced. I was thinking that Hanabi and I would split some of his work to give him a few weeks of light duty. Why not just do all his work? Because then he'd know we were keeping it from him. I'll give him more than half tomorrow, then maybe a third, and we'll level it out over the next week to be about half the work he should actually be doing, so for the 2 weeks after that he thinks it's the normal volume. If there's no work at all, not only will he know we did something, but he'll start making work for himself that will probably end up exceeding what we kept from him. So what I'm hearing is that you have a plan. Yes, Orochimaru, we have a plan. Good. They turned to leave. I just had to make sure he would be taken care of. Then why didn't you stop him? Orochimaru paused, glancing back over Sasuke's shoulder. Because I can't tell Naruto-kun no. Your habit of disobedience has its uses. Mai really didn't know how she should take that comment, but it was still clear that the snake sage wasn't too fond of her for whatever reason. Okay, you want to represent Tsukuyomi with a moon, Amaterasu with a sun, the country of Nami with waves, and you want to include something for the leaders Tsukuyomi-sama has influence over. Kabuto went over the list, picking out things that were shared between all three. Is that correct? The wolves shared a look followed by agreeing nods. Yes, that should do it. Good. Now we just need to figure out who's being represented, how they'll be shown, the arrangement of the elements, and the colors. We already have the Nami flag to work off, so we'll be using that as the base. Changing the Hai no Kuni emblem to Amaterasu's sun has already been agreed upon. Where do you think the moon should go? If we want symmetry, then it either has to curve up or down. Maybe it should be wrapping around the sun? It would be like a halo around it if we put it above, facing down, an aura of light. That would just serve to elevate the sun, though. People might not realize it's Tsukuyomi. We could mark the sun with the moon. Probably on the top edge facing down. Amaterasu's mask bears the mark of Tsukuyomi in a similar fashion. It both represents him and reminds everyone that the sun, no matter how large, still serves under the moon. I like it. I'd rather a larger moon, but this fits the design while maintaining proper symbolism. Good. Kabuto pushed them forward, hoping to conclude this as quickly as possible so he could move on. Now who was being represented along Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu? He still wasn't sure who the hell that was. We need to focus on the people who don't just answer to Tsukuyomi-sama, but who also have people who answer to them. The other leaders he has command over. The three wolves shared a look before turning to Kabuto in unison. Orochimaru. Well, yes. Kabuto supposed it was hard to argue against that. Okay, who else? Hana and Sai. The man nodded. They control Nami in Tsukuyomi's absence. Hinata no Mikoto. She added. And probably Tsum too. They represent his control over clans in Konoha. Tsunami is the mistress of his palace. She maintains his home. The androgynous one added their own suggestion. It might not be a bad idea to add the prince either. He doesn't really have control over anyone, but... The other two shared another look. Yes, probably for the best. He is the prince. Prince? Kabuto thought he generally had a good grasp on things that were going on around here, but had he missed something? No, wait, there had been talk of a prince for some time a while ago too. Something about him visiting, but when people stopped talking about it, Kabuto had decided it was unimportant. He had not, however, made the connection that this person was apparently Nami's prince. He figured it must have been a prince from somewhere else, but thinking about that now, it didn't make much sense for something so important to only be brought up casually by the wolves. Surely there would have been a more grandiose reception for a foreign royal that would have even caught Kabuto's attention. Or perhaps was it just Tsukuyomi's prince? That made a bit more sense considering he'd never heard anyone in Nami mention a prince beyond speaking of Hana's future husband anyway, as they seemed to be of the impression she was some sort of princess, but it also left him wondering when the young man had managed to have a son. And more concerning, who had he had a son with? He was admittedly old enough to be capable of reproduction, and as much as Kabuto tried not to think of it, he knew Orochimaru had been more than willing, but he couldn't recall her ever being pregnant. Unless she hadn't carried the child herself, either placing it in a surrogate, or growing the thing in her lab, both were equally as likely, but Kabuto desperately hoped it had been with anyone else. The thought of Orochimaru reproducing was bad enough, but the idea that he had created a child with someone nearly as bad as they were was a terrifying concept that Kabuto really did not like even considering. Yes, the prince. One of the wolves nodded. Kabuto was too distracted to realize which one it was. We are Tsukuyomi's children, but the prince is Tsukuyomi's son. What's the difference? Kabuto had a bad feeling the answer was about to be something along the lines of blood, but maybe there was something he had missed that might relieve his worries that there was a little Orochimaru spawn running about. He is the son of a Biju the Ichibi. He. Kabuto really hoped this was more of that Tsukuyami is really the Tsukuyami, and is it genuine deity stuff, and not something even remotely close to the truth, but he had a really bad feeling that they might be more accurate than he was entirely comfortable with. He's the son of Tsukuyami and the Ichibi? Yes. Kabuto thought for a moment before deciding he really wanted to get out of here before he learned anything else. Well, in that case we should definitely add him. We have 7 names to represent. How about we stick with the celestial theme and make them stars? Sounds good to me. Me too. Good. So now we have it figured out, why don't you 3 come up with ways to draw the flag and then decide which one you like the best? Kabuto grabbed the book he had set on the table and started for the door, not unlike Tsunami had earlier. When you have one to like, bring it to me and I'll send it off to have someone make it. He figured Jirobo would probably appreciate something else for his team to do while they tried to find legendary items for the prince. Not an easy thing to be tasked with, considering those legendary items were as such because they had been lost to history, and those that were found tended to be quite jealously guarded. The fact that he had been producing things that Orochimaru found satisfactory for the prince is probably the only reason he's managed to keep his position and his head. It was also to his benefit that Orochimaru had been preoccupied by being in the presence of the prince, and this hadn't been scrutinizing his results too heavily. With the wolves that had been entrusted to his care by Tsunami now busy working on how to incorporate the agreed-upon elements into their designs, Kabuto wasted no time slipping through the door and making his escape down the hall to the public reading room of Tsukuyami's private floor. He would be doing his best to avoid any of the wolves and Tsunami as much as he could from here on out. They were simply too much of a headache. And with Kato-sensei and assistant Tsunji Tsunade, Kabuto didn't even want to try understanding what happened there. He didn't have to worry about medical duties anymore now either. In fact, Kabuto frowned. What was he supposed to be doing exactly? He might have to figure that out quickly before Orochimaru got mad at him not doing anything for her, his prince. Gods above, he still wasn't used to that. "To-sama, I heard you had returned." The soft voice of Gaara caught Naruto's attention, and the young daimyo looked up from his suspiciously low volume of work for the day to see the slightly younger boy in the doorway of his office. "Ah, Gaara." Naruto graced his adopted son with a gentle smile. "It looks like you got back before me. You had a pleasant vacation, I hope?" The younger redhead's eyes seemed to sparkle at the thought of his vacation, and a broad warm grin stretched across his lips. "I got to see snow." He said it as if it was the most amazing thing that had happened within his life, despite his interactions with an actual Biju for the majority of it. Perhaps that was simply because the Biju had been a constant throughout it, and he didn't realize how extraordinary such a thing was. There were after all only a maximum of 9 people in the world at any one time who had a Biju in them. Thanks to Naruto, that number might be a bit less for the next few generations. The genuine wonder that was expressed by Gaara's statement made it impossible for Naruto's smile not to widen. "That's fantastic, son. How did the rest of them like it?" Kankuro didn't seem to mind the trip. He's always happy if he has time to work on his toys. He really enjoyed talking to Sasori, though. The two of them were nearly inseparable. Naruto's smile lessened slightly as his attention went to figuring out why that name was so familiar. It certainly wasn't someone he had sent with the group, and not someone directly allied with either himself or, as far as he knew, any of his people. Sasori. He tested the name on his tongue before realization struck, and his purple eyes widened in surprise. Akasuna knows Sasori? While the name was quite infamous, it was not the man's skill in puppetry or the fact that he was suspected of assassinating one of the Kazekage, the Sandaime, if Naruto remembered correctly, that caught his attention. No, he recognized that name from something much more relative: Mikoto's report on the current members of Akatsuki. "Yes, father. We met him and his partner Deidara in Shimo no Kuni. When they learned that I no longer held the Biju and that it was under your protection, they decided to stick with us." Naruto felt there was probably more to that, but was also aware Gaara would have provided as much information as he had. Anything the boy didn't bring to him would be from missing the significance himself, and not as a form of deception. Subtlety was not a characteristic of his son, though that did come with benefits for Naruto. Mostly in the fact that it would keep Gaara trustworthy, though he wasn't so foolish as to believe he should be informing the young man of any of his more sensitive plans. There was too great a chance that the boy might unknowingly pass on information that could lead to problems in the future, and it would be no fault of his own. If Naruto wasn't perceptive enough to expect the problem or proceeded to provide such sensitive information despite it, then the blame for its release would lie completely upon his own shoulders. He'd already made a similar mistake once. He would endeavor not to repeat it with his son too. I see. And the two of them are now in Hanaheim, are they? He had been pretty uncomfortable with Kisame out and about in his Hana city, but now he had not just two members of Akatsuki, but one of which had earned the title of Mad Bomber. There were not words in existence to describe how much he did not appreciate that fact. Gaara gave a nod, the cheerfulness of which caused by either the fact that he had a chance to aid his father by answering questions or because he failed to see what might be wrong with the situation. Probably both, and his smile remained firmly in place. Your Red Wolf gave us a place to stay in the city. I think it was mainly to keep Gigi away from him, but because I'm the only one with a room here, Kankuro is planning to stay there too. We've all been there for the past 2 days. Temari Ka-san said that with all the people moving in it would be easier for you if we couldn't get in the way. That was very thoughtful of her. She's very smart. At least he knew the Suna group would have been keeping them out of trouble so far, and the fact that they would have a place to stay that wasn't his palace was quite nice too. His wolves had put a lot of effort into this palace. It would be a shame if something happened to it. He would need to ask his Red Wolf. He was assuming that was referring to Sai, who wore the red fur on his uniform as the commander, what Raza had done to be pushed off somewhere private though. By all means he should have been in the palace as a guest considering his status, even if the village he had ruled over had been ripped from him. A large number of Suna villagers had come with him after all, and many were still here in Nami making a new life for themselves. She's missed you. That came as a slight surprise to Naruto, who hadn't realized he'd had such an impact on the young woman, but that was probably an oversight on his part. He had given her back her younger brother, and now her son. If she cared for Gaara even half as much as Karura did, then it was inevitable her gratitude towards him would have been significant. They had not spent too much time together, and he didn't recall ever doing so outside of Gaara's presence, but if one of his mothers already saw him as her husband, perhaps the second did too. Then again, with Gaara claiming him as his father, maybe she wouldn't have been given much choice in the matter. He would need to spend some time and speak with the young woman at some point to see just where she stood when it came to him. Of course, if Raza had done something to deserve being pushed away, then it would be good to have her to serve as the leader of the Suna natives in his land. With Gaara being his son and having terrorized that population over the years, they were unlikely to follow him out of anything beyond fear. The eldest daughter of the Kazekage they followed out of Kaze no Kuni and into the safety of Nami no Kuni, though she could be a figure for them to rally behind should it become necessary to influence them. He would keep that in mind. I'm sure she has. I'll have to find some time to spend with her in the near future. She's done a very good job looking out for you. Gaara nodded in agreement before frowning. I wanted to introduce her to Ka-sama and Emuro-chan. I think she would like them. Hopeful teal eyes looked at him pleadingly. Is there something you can do so they can meet? One of Naruto's brows rose at the question, and a thoughtful frown of his own pulled his lips down as he considered it. Karura would probably appreciate the chance to talk to others, and especially to Gaara's sister mother. He tried desperately not to think about some things that particular word pairing might implicate. While he was sure little Isabo, while shy, would greatly benefit from more interaction outside her immediate family. Not that Temari visiting would change that technically, but at least it would be someone new for her. Assuming he brought Temari into the seal, which honestly didn't sound like a good idea. Nothing against her specifically, but allowing people into what was essentially a mental representation of the point his chakra network mind, and the seals containing Biju intersected seemed like a rather foolish thing to facilitate. He was already allowing too many people access to it as it was. On that note, he would need to see if anything had changed in there due to his new supplementary chakra system. He wondered how that might affect the seals, or at least the way they were represented in that mental space. He did want to be able to fulfill this request, however, and if bringing more people into the seal was ill-advised, then he would just need to come up with a way to allow the occupants to temporarily leave the seal to interact with the physical world. That was bound to be a tricky bit of business, so he would do well to consult with Orochimaru and Karura before trying to do anything. If it came down to it, possibly even Mito, and if he absolutely had to, maybe even Jiraiya himself. He wanted to avoid the last two options, but he really wanted to avoid the very last one. Jiraiya may be one of the last seal masters around, but he was first and foremost Konoha's spy master, and that meant Naruto wanted the man as far away from his affairs as he could possibly manage. I'll look into the ways we can facilitate that and determine which would be best for everyone, was his eventual answer. If he had to, he'd grant Temari temporary access into his seals so she could visit with the rest of her family, and he could satisfy Gaara Karura and Isabel with more company. It would, if nothing else, help tide them over until he managed to bring them out, and due to her ties to the current occupants of his seal, she was unlikely to be any sort of immediate threat. Her visits would most certainly be supervised, however, because the idea of yet another person in there did not fill him with confidence. There were far too many things that could go wrong even accidentally for him to take such chances. Seals were a delicate matter, as any Fuinjutsu user could attest, and unbalancing them could have dire consequences. Space and time should never be manipulated lightly, nor the ability to do so be taken for granted. Really, he should probably be a lot more careful about what he was doing with seals in the future. He'd not been overly cautious in his use of Sealkeeper, relying on its own ability over any understanding on his part. One of these days he'd have to delve further into Fuinjutsu than the absolute basics he'd familiarized himself with thus far. If he could find the time. Seemed unlikely. Thank you, Father. Gaara bent at the waist in a brief but grateful bow. I'll let Kaa-san know that we can move back into my room now. We'll be settled this afternoon. Of course. If she'd like her own room, I'm sure we can find her one on the 3rd floor, otherwise I know Kakashi's will go empty for the foreseeable future, so she would be welcome to it. I'll see what she would like. It was obvious Gaara didn't like the idea, but Naruto knew he would bring up the options to his mother simply because they came from him. If Temari felt as strongly as Gaara's words seemed to indicate, however, he would fully expect Temari to turn his offers down simply because Gaara's room was the closest to his own rooms. She was also quite protective of the young man, despite the fact that he was many more times dangerous than she was and could handle himself. That alone was likely to see her trying to be as close to their son as possible. He supposed in the end there were certainly less pleasant people to be in the vicinity of his chambers. Naruto was just finishing his lunch, piles of reviewed reports stacked neatly on the left side of his desk to be collected and filed by the next wolf to check up on him, when he received another guest. He couldn't help the smile that spread across his face at the young man he'd hardly seen over the last year. He stood from his desk to greet the wolf commander. It's good to see you again. I do hope you're not here to recite that poetry of yours in person. If only. Returned his smile. I know you were just here following the mess in Mizuno Kuni, but it still feels like I haven't seen you forever. We didn't exactly have much time to catch up during my last visit. Naruto agreed with a nod before gesturing to one of the seats before his desk. Please make yourself comfortable. He lowered himself back into his own chair. Have you already had lunch? I can send for something if you like. Sai waved off both the offer and the concern that brought it about in the first place. That's quite all right, he assured his lord. I had an early lunch while reviewing some reports earlier. He glanced to the stacks of papers on Naruto's own desk, and briefly his look became sympathetic. Sai might not be as well acquainted with the work as Tsukuyomi was, but he could certainly share in the pain. With debriefs scheduled for noon, I had a feeling I wouldn't get a chance if I didn't take it then. That was followed by a helpless shrug as if to ask, what can you do? Turns out I was wrong, but probably only because I took the lunch. Naruto's head bobbed in understanding. Things had an irritating tendency to happen in the most inconvenient manner only when you tried to plan for them. It was always better to grab the opportunities as they arrived and adapt your schedule to them. He'd learned that quickly enough. Of course, that's always how it goes. I believe my stop to visit you yesterday, didn't she? I'm sure you were both glad for the opportunity to spend time together again. Oh yes, very much so. I understand I have you to thank for that. One of Naruto's brows rose in question. I'm surprised that came up, he admitted. He really didn't see why Mai would have mentioned it at all. I was surprised when Mai walked into my office the same day she arrived rather than spend it getting you settled, and that was the only explanation she could offer. Taking some time to visit her brother sounds like settling back into me. A brief laugh escaped Sai. You know, she said you would argue that. Of course, how else was I to get her away from her work? Yesterday had been planned for travel, nothing more. It was Sai's turn to raise a brow, though he somehow managed to make the gesture seem scathing and accusatory. Naruto briefly wondered if he'd picked it up from his sister Hana or Tsunami. And you expect me to believe you weren't doing any work yesterday? Asked the commander beyond skeptical. Naruto didn't even try lying. There was no way the young man would ever believe anything else, even if he hadn't been completely correct. There is always work for me to do, Sai, you should know that. He spared a glance to the papers on the desk. Hanabi has spread a majority of the work that doesn't really need to be handled by Mai herself or myself across a team of administrators she's trained with her new organizational system. It's already seemed to have a rather big impact on how much work makes it to my desk. Sai's look didn't let up any, and Naruto rose to empty hands in surrender before looking pointedly at the neat stacks of paper. I'm finished for the day. Sai blinked in surprise, turning his gaze between the reports and his lord in disbelief. Really? Really? Naruto frowned. And now I have absolutely no idea what the hell I should be doing for the rest of the day. Resting, perhaps? Was Sai's immediate suggestion. Really, this is a good thing. We all know how hard you work. It will be good for you to spend some time away from that, even if it's just an afternoon. Sai glanced over to the clock in Naruto's office. Well, most of one anyway. I don't work that hard. Naruto shook his head. Nowhere near as hard as the rest of you do. A thoughtful look crossed his face, and he spent a moment staring at Sai. Mai's already had a vacation and Hana is leaving on hers tomorrow afternoon, but you probably need one too, don't you? Well, I'm not opposed to one. Really, Sai would very much like to take a break even for a long weekend, but unfortunately the role of commander didn't allow him to work a standard 5-day work week, and instead he had to be available every day at all times. He would be lying if he said it hadn't been wearing on him, but he'd managed to find a balance that allowed him to recuperate between the wolves needing his attention for something. He wondered if that's how it had been for Naruto in the very beginning when the wolves were just getting their start. As much as that should have lessened as he rose up the chain he was building, Sai had a feeling Naruto's work had only managed to increase since then. He couldn't imagine what he must deal with these days. Naruto gave him a pointed look not unlike one Sai had shot him earlier. Okay, so I'd like to take one when we get an opportunity, Sai admitted. But it's nothing urgent. Naruto shook his head. You've been here non-stop working every day since I placed you here. You need a break. Yeah, I guess so. Nodding, Naruto grabbed one of the finished reports and made a quick note on the back of it. One of these days he was going to remember to get a notepad or something on his desk for when he needed to write down reminders or organize his thoughts. It would be a much better method than scratching things onto the back of reports that were supposed to be sent off. Any ideas what you'd like to do for a vacation? He asked his commander. Hana wanted to visit family in Konoha and then spend time at a resort in Unokuni. Well, there's a new casino resort I've heard of in Kaminari no Kuni. Sai frowned. Apparently one of the sailors heard about it, and talk has been spreading through Hanaheim ever since he got back. Okay. Did you want to spend the whole time there? I guess? Just how long exactly was Naruto expecting him to be gone for? There was no way it could be more than a few days, maybe a week tops, considering the duties of his position, and the fact that Hana was also going to be out of the country for her own vacation. A frown came to Sai's lips. They couldn't both be going on vacation, could they? Who was going to cover the work from both of them? You know, on second thought. Naruto rose a brow. Oh? Where else did you want to go? No, Sai shook his head. Not that. I was just thinking that maybe it would be better to wait for Hana to get back. Might not be the best idea to have both of us gone from Nami at the same time. It will be fine, Sai. There are more than enough people here to cover it. Because Naruto was here and he would be covering it. There was no need for Sai to worry during his vacation. Kaminari no Kuni is a bit farther than Unokuni, and travel might take a bit longer even by boat depending on storms, of course. So I'll just set the dates to match with Hana's trip. Furrowing his brows, Sai came to a realization. But wouldn't that mean tomorrow? Yes. Interrupted Naruto. You'd best get packed and get me a copy of your September calendar so I can see to it your work gets done. He paused, remembering a conversation from the previous day. Did you get September's budget submitted to Hana yet? I know she expected that today. Yes, Naruto-sama. Sai couldn't help the slightly sheepish smile that he wore. And then she immediately handed me one that was vastly different. Naruto nodded, expecting that, both because he'd been aware that she had already done one for Sai and because he knew just how terrible Sai was with money on a good day. Good. Naruto started nodding in acceptance but then paused. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. He realized. Naruto-sama? I'm going to be the one who has to stick to it. You won't be back until the 27th. A slight frown grew on Naruto's face. I wonder if it wouldn't be a better transition for the two of you not to resume your duties until October, and just leave September to us. By us he of course meant himself, and himself Kage Bunshin were quite useful, but he really didn't see any need to bring that up. Sai shifted uncomfortably at that. An entire month, well, most of the month if he was leaving on the 2nd was a long time for him to be away, and if that coincided with when Hana would be gone too, well, he couldn't say he was a huge fan of leaving his duties for so long. How about we see where things stand when we get back, Naruto-sama? He proposed as a compromise, to which Naruto nodded absently. Yes, I suppose that would be wise. We don't know what might crop up over the next month. Checking the drawers on his desk, he found a small stack of blank paper and removed a few sheets to begin drafting letters to establishments and instructions for his wolves. Things would need to be arranged for Sai's trip now, and he would have to make sure it was done quickly if he was going to be leaving tomorrow. Inform your team and get ready for your trip, Sai. It's time you got a well-deserved break. Of course, Naruto-sama. Sai agreed with a nod but couldn't keep the frown from his face. Sure, he could use a break, but when would Naruto get his? If Tsukuyomi could really read minds, as some rumors spread by the wolves suggested he made no reaction to Sai's his attention already firmly upon this new task he had set for himself, and Sai excused himself with a shallow bow. The young daimyo probably didn't even register. At least he mused, once the two of them got back, Naruto would be limited to the small pile he'd had today. Even he couldn't somehow create more out of that, right? The lights had been dimmed to a warm, comfortable glow, just bright enough that he was able to read without straining his eyes. He wasn't even sure what he was reading, the majority of his thoughts residing elsewhere, but he found the atmosphere of his private library, and the simple repetitive task of slowly turning pages as his unseeing eyes traced the last lines of text to be almost meditative. Something his current companion seemed quite intent on interrupting. Come on, Naruto-kun, I was good all day yesterday, don't I deserve a reward? He briefly glanced over his book to see Anko on the opposite end of the couch, splayed out in a dramatically suggestive fashion, and raised a brow. So you weren't the one who raided Tsunami's room and made off with all her undergarments? Eh? She shot up at his accusation, rubbing the back of her head, and shooting him a faux innocent grin. You don't really think I would do something like that, do you, Naruto-kun? I absolutely think you would be behind that, Anko. I'm just not sure how you convinced Clicky to help you. Or why she needed help in the first place. Tsunami had absolutely no shinobi training, though he should probably look to get her at least somewhat trained, if only for her own defense. She was working in a palace housing a military group after all. Poor Tsunami is stressed enough as it is without having to worry about the two of you rummaging through her belongings. Oh, come on, you can't say you're not just the tiniest bit curious of the kinds of things she would have in that drawer, can you? I most certainly can. Anko folded her arms across her chest with a huff. After a few seconds, a small grin spread over her lips. She had pictures, you know. I doubt they were of her, Anko, and even if they were, they would still be private. No, they weren't of her. She agreed. But do you still think they're private when some were of you? There were pictures of Kakashi in there too, unfortunately with his mask still on, but Anko couldn't expect the woman to be perfect. Everyone had to have something wrong with them. Yes, Anko. Those are still her photos. You're not even a little curious what she was doing with the photos she had stored under the fun pieces? I am intimately familiar with Tsunami's taste in men, and I am also very much aware that she has needs she likely takes care of. I don't need to wonder what the pictures are for. Well, if she has needs and is so stressed out, maybe we should invite her to have some fun with us. Anko left the suggestion finished but opened, her eyebrows wagging suggestively, and a salacious grin dominating her lips. I'm sure we could help her unwind. I suppose we could send her to Konoha, he mused aloud. She'd probably appreciate a chance to see Kakashi again, and you could take up her duties here in the meantime. Anko blanched at that, recoiling to her end of the couch and curling into a protective ball with a shudder. No. I don't want to have to keep everything organized around here. Then leave the woman alone. Gods know you'll probably be causing her enough trouble without targeting her directly. I don't see what the big deal is. She's stressed and she's into you, let's have some fun. If you'd like to try seducing her, you're more than welcome to, Anko, but I expect you to back off if she expresses any disinterest. I don't need you pestering her for the next 2 weeks in an effort to wear her down. Oh, come on, don't be a spoilsport. You let me wear Kurenai down. Kurenai was your best friend, and you'd already had relations with her. Anko pouted. You're no fun, maybe I should just go play with Tayuya. That's an excellent idea. Have fun. You're not supposed to agree with me, Naruto-kun. And why'ever not? She would probably appreciate the attention from you. I can't confidently say the same about Tsunami. Well, why can't we just have some fun then? I was mostly good yesterday, that has to count for something, right? We can do something later, Anko. Part of him argued that he should just see to her now so she would calm down, but he was also aware that even if he did somehow manage to sate her in a reasonable time, that he would probably be too exhausted to do anything else for the night. Time with Anko was going to have to go on the end of any day's schedule. Why don't you keep yourself occupied with Tayuya and then you can join me when I retire for the evening? Her pout returned full force for a moment before a deep sigh had her shoulders drooping. Fine, when are you going to bed? An hour or two, I think. He wasn't completely sure what time it was, but he did know the sun had set some time ago, and with him assuming the duties of Hana and Sai tomorrow afternoon, it would be prudent to awaken at a decent time in order to see to his own duties before they left. A night with Anko was sure to challenge that, though. He'd have to make sure a wolf knew to force him awake, so he actually got up. Okay. She didn't sound too pleased at the moment, but she didn't hide the anticipation in her eyes as she leapt up from the couch. I guess Tayuya will just have to warm me up so we can get straight to the fun part later. A wicked gleam joined her anticipation. In fact, I might have to drag her back with me. Sure, he shrugged. Just know that it will probably mean less time for you. I have to be up at a decent time tomorrow, so I will need to get some sleep. Her inner conflict was easy to see on her face as she contemplated if the merits of another warm body in their fun was worth less time with his undivided attention. Maybe if she imposed a limit on how Tayuya would participate with them? Of course, she'd have to then trust the girl to honor that limit. Gods knew Anko wouldn't in her place, so maybe not. Then again, if Tayuya did well enough with her until they could join Naruto, maybe she wouldn't need quite so much attention from him, and she would be deserving of a reward. It would just come down to how she performed. With her mind made up, she practically skipped out of the library, pausing only long enough to bend down and steal a quick peck on his lips before she left. He shook his head, always amused by her antics, even if he didn't have the time to indulge her on a whim before returning to his thoughts. To be perfectly honest, he probably could have taken care of her immediately. It wasn't like he was actually reading at the moment, but he was enjoying a moment of calm before his schedule became overfilled with the work of Hana and Sai. Fortunately, he had a Kage bunch, and so between the two of them they should be able to tackle things without too much trouble. He'd have a headache for the next month probably, but that was a small price to pay to take care of his people and grant them the rest they had undeniably earned. And speaking of Kage Bunshin, he'd really rather his current one dispelled after its task before he was dragged to bed by Anko rather than have the influx of memories and a migraine he would need to take several minutes addressing with Iryujitsu interrupt them. While she didn't know that was a possibility, he had a feeling she would appreciate not having her fun interrupted. Fortunately, it hadn't been active for very long as far as he could tell anyway. He'd been wrong about that before, and the work it was doing wasn't anything of a strenuous nature. Well, assuming it hadn't decided to make more work for himself, a thought that had him pausing and frowning in concern. He wasn't that bad, was he? He shook the thought from his head. No, of course not. They were both wolves. He could trust himself not to cause himself trouble. Too much trouble anyway. Really, the only thing that day he was doing was going over maps of Nami to further familiarize himself with the land and do some light brainstorming on how Nami's growth should be directed. Hana had already ensured that her schedule reached him, so he knew what he would need to see to beyond whatever work was sent to her desk or was brought to his attention over the next month, which meant he was now aware that he in her place had a meeting with city planners on Saturday to predict and guide the future expansion of the city. He figured it would probably be a good idea to have at least a vague familiarity with his land and have some ideas for where Nami would be allowed to expand. It wouldn't do for the entire island to be covered by a growing Hanaheim, even if the city was more or less the only thing there anyway. Sure, it placed further restrictions on the amount of space they had to work with, and what could be done with it, but if it allowed them to maintain the historic identity of the island, he would consider it worthwhile. Hanaheim might be the only settlement, and it looked like it would continue to grow if left unchecked, but Nami no Kuni was more than just Hanaheim, and it was his job to look after it. Another city too, just for some competition, might not be a bad idea either. It would certainly make it easier to manipulate the economy of his country if he could leverage them against each other to drive prices up or down to keep things balanced. He'd have to see what Hana's advisors thought about the idea. He may not have even known their names or how many there were, but he did know he could trust Hana to have chosen them wisely. That young woman had the potential to go far, Nami or no. Not that he would be able to get rid of her if he tried. She was far too ingrained with the populace of his country to be safely removed even if he needed to, and the damages would be substantial. Hopefully it would never come to that. He had absolutely no idea how the information had managed to get out to the people of Hanaheim. Well, no, he had a pretty good idea actually, he just didn't like it, but there was absolutely no doubt that the crowds of people who had gathered around the two carriages were here for one person and one person only. Inuzuka Hana, governess of Nami no Kuni Sai, was here too, taking his place in his sister's carriage. Maybe at some point he should get his commander a carriage of his own, but there really hadn't been a need before today, but he slipped into it with little fanfare beyond the salutes of President Wolves. His mask that he usually wore in public was gone for his vacation, but he had retained the mantle of red fur around his shoulders for his departure, and Naruto was sure there were whispers among the crowd of how young he was. They were probably just as equally surprised that he was human, he thought with little humor. His wolves deserved better than such reputation and rumors, but he also couldn't blame the people of Nami no Kuni when they were provided little chance to know the wolves protected behind those masks. As soon as Sai had settled into the carriage, it started on its journey, wolves on the ground ushering people out of its way so it could pass on towards the bridge, and into Hai no Kuni on its way to Kaminari no Kuni. Maybe he should have requested that he make a quick stop in Yu no Kuni along the way to check in on Ganju and his team. Too late now, he supposed, and it was probably bad form to ask him to do any work during his well-deserved vacation. He shook the head from his mind. Katsuri and Guren were both there to help Ganju's team and Orochimaru's workers. They didn't need anyone else overseeing the matter. Hell, there were probably too many authority figures as it was. Hana was taking much more time in entering her own his actually, as she was swamped with the well wishes of his citizens. Were it not for the presence of wolves around both she and his carriage, he was sure she would have been mobbed by them. She probably wouldn't have minded. He stood not far away, flanked by a wolf on either side. Mai had made a brief appearance to say goodbye to her brother before he started for her carriage, and quickly retreated back to her room afterwards to resume her work, while the others who held his favor had decided to remain within the palace itself, with only the exception of Tsunami, who wished to see them off. If any of the others were watching, it was from one of the upper windows of the palace, and even then he wasn't completely confident on how much they would be able to see from that vantage point. When Hana finally dragged herself away from the adoring citizens, and climbed into his carriage, the crowds only seemed to become more energetic, determined to be heard by the governess through the black wood of the carriage. Even from here he could see her smiling at them, one hand waving to them while the driver prompted the horses forward. It took much more effort for the wolves to clear a path this time, several people needing to be physically moved out of the way so she could be on her way without trampling any of the citizens calling out for her safe travels and recuperation. Naruto tried and failed to avoid comparing it with any of his departures or arrivals to the city, and it came at no surprise that there was absolutely no real comparison to be made. He may as well not have existed at all as far as these people were concerned, something Hana didn't seem to be able to understand. They all but worshipped the ground she walked on. She was everything to them, just as he had been everything to the wolves as he brought them from their unfulfilling pseudo-civilian lives and gave them purpose once more. She didn't understand the power she held over them, the influence she wielded so effortlessly, and that's what made her such a beloved leader. He had chosen well when he had offered this position to her, and that was the only credit he had any right in claiming when it came to Hanaheim. His guard remained to watch over Tsunami as he turned and made his way back towards the palace. There was work to be done, and he wasn't doing anyone any good standing among strangers. His presence and absence went unnoticed by the citizens of his country. Naruto stared at Naruto, a single brow on each of their faces rising in sync. Ryuya, the both frowned deep in thought before one of them cocked their head to the side slightly. It's probably worth a try. What's the worst that could happen? We piss off Mai and Shizen. The first one shrugged. Not really my problem, that's something you'd have to deal with. Naruto scowled at the declaration, but he wasn't wrong. Gods, he hated himself sometimes. He could ignore the possibility completely if he really wanted to, but the potential that was there wasn't something he could really afford not to take advantage of. Shizen and Tsunade had confirmed that the secondary chakra system was unexpectedly active even without his new Kusari no Jun. Orochimaru had described its first activation, and he found it hard to deny the aptness of the name being drawn upon. Naruto had avoided activating it on their suggestion but couldn't help noticing upon the creation of this particular Kage Bunshin not a minute earlier the lack of strain on his primary system. Well, not a complete lack of strain, but certainly a reduced strain in shaping the substantial chakra required to form the technique. He'd only ever been able to handle forming one at a time, but if the second system was already making it this much easier for him to use his chakra, he wondered if that might not be the case any longer. Of course, there were also plenty of risks associated with figuring that out for sure, not the least of which was the risk of either damaging his new system or further damaging his original, and he wasn't oblivious to the fact that even if he did pull it off to create them, he might not be able to handle dismissing them later. He didn't usually have to worry about a single Kage Bunshin unless he left it for a few days. Anything in excess of 3 is where major issues started happening to a week, or more, neither of which he intended to use in this case. Having a Kage Bunshin available while he slept was quite a tempting prospect, but he wouldn't be good for much during the day if he was fighting a headache, and he figured it was probably a better practice to have a headache in the evening and then recuperate as he slept. He wouldn't know for certain unless he tried it though, and he was sure neither Mai nor Shizen would appreciate his efforts if things went poorly, but they wouldn't be able to do anything to ensure it went well either. Knowing that they would only be upset with him if things did go wrong, and wrong enough that he ended up needing medical attention. Probably so, really he might as well. If things went well, he could get work done even more quickly, and he wouldn't have to worry quite so much about taking on both Sai and Hana's work for the next month. That was a good thing, right? Looking into the golden eyes of his compatriot, they shared a nod, both having reached a similar conclusion, and he turned to his seal for aid. Aisabuheim, can Daddy use some of your chakra for his technique? There was no verbal answer beyond the faintest of happy giggles, but the surge of the Aisabu's chakra that eagerly answered his request made it abundantly clear that she was more than willing to let him utilize it. A familiar hand seal was formed, and with a burst of smoke a teal-eyed Naruto stared back at his twins. Gold and purple eyes met smirks tugging at their lips before they returned to the newest member of their team. We're going to need a name for you. The newest clone shrugged. We'll think of something. Chapter 136, a debatable hobby. They only spared a few minutes trying to come up with a name for the newest clone, a temporary placeholder, so they could proceed with actual work. Unless they found time to think of something else, it was however likely to end up staying. Sure, San hadn't been the most creative of names for the third Naruto created utilizing the Sanbai's chakra, but it would do for now and allow Naruto and Tsukuyomi, who usually ended up swapping roles around as suited their needs anyway, to be more clear who they were speaking to. Of course, that point was made moot at the moment, as Naruto had remained in his office while Tsukuyomi and San went to the offices of Sai and Hana respectively. He had even less work today than he'd had yesterday, which, while speaking volumes for Hanabi's new system, made him realize both how much time he had spent in the past doing work that could have been used towards shinobi training, and also just how little he was apparently needed to run the wolves even now. It was a bittersweet taste, but he could at least take solace in knowing that the wolves would continue to prosper even should something befall him. The lesser workload was welcome today, if only because the morning had been interrupted by seeing off Sai and Hana, and there was little remaining for him when he returned from that. His previous plans would have seen him taking on either Sai's or Hana's work after finishing his own, but with 2 clones that was no longer necessary. There were individuals who would no doubt welcome his attention during any free time he might have after he finished his remaining work. Anko, for instance, was still languidly sprawled across his bed and would probably still be by the time he finished. He had little doubt she would appreciate it if he rejoined her, though he probably wouldn't be able to escape her again until at least sundown at the earliest, and would most likely just end up calling it a day and going to bed. Having given her attention last night, however, meant that he was more likely to spend time with someone else. That was to say nothing of the other projects he could and really should be sinking his time into, such as Gaara's recent request to find a way for Temari to be able to meet with Karura and Aisabu. That was probably going to come down to a seal, simply based on the fact that the two were currently in a seal anyway. Getting her into that seal shouldn't prove too difficult, but it was the idea of somehow allowing Karura and Aisabu out of the seal without releasing the seal that seemed like it would be the most difficult. He should take some time to speak with Karura about that actually, so he knew what a Biju needed to be able to take such a form. Maybe he would be able to release a fraction of their chakra and it would be sufficient for them to form in the physical world again. Based on the fact that pseudo Jinchuriki had been created in the past from trace amounts of Biju chakra after rampages or sealings, it was probably a long shot. The Biju no longer had a consciousness in those bits of chakra after all, so why would anything he drained from the seals be any different? If the issue was quantity or perhaps concentration, then maybe he could manage it, but the ideal solution would involve little to no chakra so they wouldn't stand out too much and would hopefully be unable to cause any damage accidentally or otherwise. Again, he would need to visit Karura, possibly even Mito, as she had more experience, before trying anything or spending too much time following trains of thought that would never lead anywhere worthwhile. While in bed was probably the best option for that, he thought, if only because he would be busy dealing with the memories of his clones at that time, and wouldn't really be getting rest anyway. He wasn't sure how wise it was for him to be in a mental plane while it was trying to absorb 2 additional days of experiences, and it was just as likely he'd end up knocked out anyway, but he could give that a try tonight, and then if it didn't work he could switch it to the early mornings. His mind could rest through most of the night, and then he could let his body finish its rest as he spoke with the Biju within his seal. That would need to be more than a one-time thing, and whichever way ended up working best he needed to turn into a habit so he could continue spending time with Karura and their daughter more frequently. Naruto especially wanted to be visiting often if he intended to use their chakra daily for his other clones. It would be in rather poor taste to constantly use the residence of his seals without ever stopping by to spend time with them. He was if nothing more a respectable host. Other projects he needed to see to included testing out his new seal in the presence of Orochimaru, or at the very least Taiyuya was highly advisable when he did so. Having Shizen and Tsunade with him probably wasn't a bad idea either, just knowing how things tended to go for him. A frown pulled at his lips. He should make an appearance at the academy too so he could see how Nami's future shinobi were coming along, but that reminded him that they had some of Orochimaru's forces being trained as second-generation wolves at one of the Snake Sage's other outposts. He'd been meaning to pay a visit there for some time now, but had decided to have Mai go instead, as they probably wouldn't be ready until she took her place as leader of the wolves. He'd never actually passed that on, though, which means it had never been done. He would either need to stick with his intentions to have her go and find some time soon to cover her duties to allow it, or he needed to head off himself. With 2 clones that was certainly doable, though he would have to keep them both active for the total duration he'd be gone from Nami, and hope they didn't get dispelled early. Not only did that risk him being dragged into unconsciousness while out visiting the future wolves, but then there would be 2 individuals missing from Hanaheim. If both were somehow dispelled, the chances of him being out of commission for a significant amount of time jumped dramatically, and then there would be no one taking on the responsibilities of Hana, Sai, or Tsukuyomi for gods knew how long. That would be a disaster of unmitigated proportions. Best to leave that for when Sai and Hana returned than just to be safe. The frown deepened. That was as had been pointed out by Hana 3 weeks away, and quite possibly the rest of the month. Ganju was sure to have something workable by then so he could relocate to Kuni. There was no way it could possibly take longer for something workable to be set up considering the team he'd been given. Hell, even if Gyurin had to form a structure made out of her crystals that they then proceeded to drain out to serve as a small bunker to work from until everything else could be built. The frown mellowed out, going so far as to develop a small twitch that threatened to pull the upper right of his lips into an amused smirk. If they hadn't already thought of it, he was suddenly very tempted to suggest something to that effect. Gyurin would know her abilities better than anyone save perhaps Orochimaru, who might have come to understand the limitations even better than his subordinate simply due to how his mind worked, so she might be able to do even more than that to prepare something suitable for him to be able to relocate. Even if there was some reason she couldn't use it in that way, it would be just his luck that those crystals dissolved in water or reacted poorly to the salt present in the Heron Bay. It could probably be used to a lesser degree, patching small areas even temporarily to make things go a bit more smoothly for the rest of the team. He went to scratch that idea down on a spare piece of paper only to find himself frowning again, and after a moment's consideration he instead went through his drawers for a new piece and began writing the letter out properly. He already had the idea fresh in his mind and would be writing it down in detail anyway in his reminder, so he might as well just jot it down as the actual letter and have it sent off as soon as possible. It didn't make any sense at all to delay, though he still had to figure out what he wanted to focus his attention on for the rest of the day. That is if something else didn't pop up at the first hint that he had some free time, as it so often did. At least the others shouldn't have to be worrying about his poor luck. He hoped things were going smoothly for them too. Tsukuyami felt his brow twitching as his head swiveled between the sheets held up in either hand. He had Hana's proposed and corrected budget for the month, and he had the planned expenses of the wolves both here in Nami no Kuni, and for those few as it were these days abroad, all listed here. Everything matched up everything, but he still found himself with a problem. Where the hell was he losing money? Every department was within Hana's budget. How the hell did the total between them exceed her total? That didn't make any sense. There was something wrong here, he knew it, and he absolutely blamed Sai for whatever it was. Gently lowering the couch and being very, very careful to make sure it didn't scratch the freshly polished wooden floors, Kankuro straightened back up and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Moving furniture wasn't that difficult, but with Gaara and Temari being unable to make up their gods' bedam minds as to where they wanted everything arranged in the room, those actually moving the furniture, Kankuro and Sasori had been at this all morning and a good portion of the early afternoon. The Suna puppeteer was more than ready for a lunch break. He also didn't know why his sister, or even Gaara being Naruto's son or whatever, couldn't just order some of the wolves to do this for her. Kankuro spared a look across the couch to Sasori, doing his best to ignore Deidara, who ran back and forth past the doorway carrying little knickknacks, so Temari could see how they looked throughout the room and could tell that while the man didn't seem at all weary from their morning activities, the legendary puppeteer was caught between amusement at performing such a menial task and utter irritation that Temari couldn't commit to a permanent form for the room. On one hand, the man would have appreciated trying for perfection, but on the other, he really wasn't a fan of change. True art, after all, was eternal. The older shinobi didn't pay Kankuro's curious glance any mind. The Sandaime Kazekage's son assumed a man of his caliber was probably well aware of his surroundings, choosing instead to glare at his blonde partner, as he dashed power walked around the room to Temari's commands. Taking a second to peer over his right shoulder, Kankuro was treated to the unholy gaze of the palace's mistress, as she watched the proceedings accusingly, just waiting for something to be dropped, paint to be scratched, or floors to be scuffed. He was sure she would descend upon them with all the fury of the gods as soon as she was aware of any wrongdoing on their part. Unfortunately, it was more likely to be something he and Sasori did, considering they had to move the furniture. Gaara, sitting in the open window with his knees pulled to his chest, was just as unlikely as Temari, who stood in the center of the room with her hands planted firmly on her hips, to cause any sort of damage that would anger the older woman. All he could really hope was that Deidara tripped and dropped a vase or something to draw the woman's ire to him instead of the poor puppeteers who would much rather be working on their personal projects at the moment. Before he could think any more on the subject, Temari's teal eyes focused on him standing right outside the double doors, and she snapped out more commands. If you have the couch out of the way, get back in here and move the bed to the far wall. I want to see how the desk looks under the window. If the desk is here, I can't sit here as easily. Gaara protested, the barest of frowns on his face as he turned from the view outside to gaze pleadingly at his sister. I would probably end up knocking things off it. She gave a firm nod and turned back to the middle child. Okay, never mind that then. Get the desk out of here too, and then move the couch under the desk. We'll try putting the desk where the bed is. Temari paused, thinking before continuing. We won't put it against the wall because then anyone using it has their back to the door. Instead, bring it more towards the middle and leave room on one side to get behind it. As tempted as Kankuro was to point out that no one had any actual use for the desk, it wasn't like Temari or Gaara did any sort of work that required one. He kept his mouth shut to avoid both Temari's glare and the possibility that she might agree with him, which would still earn him that glare, of course, and send he and Sasori away to find another piece of furniture to replace the desk with. He had absolutely no intentions of dragging an extra couch or a couple of bookcases up here to the 4th floor. He just wanted to be done so he could grab a sandwich or two and return to fixing his puppet that still hadn't quite recovered from the indignity of being utilized to transport luggage when they left Konoha. He started towards the double doors to comply with his sister's instructions when he noticed someone new and paused mid-step, his head swiveling to confirm he was seeing who he thought he was. Dressed in plain black robes of obvious quality tied with a sash of deep purple covered in fine gold embroidery, Tsukuyami paused in whatever it was he had been doing to peer curiously at the spectacle before him. Kankuro felt a sudden flush of embarrassment overtake him. Tsukuyami, or Naruto, or Sama, as far as Gaara seemed to be concerned, was around his age, but he was both the daimyo of this country and someone so powerful that the Ichibi had been terrified into submission without any effort. That was not the sort of person you would be wanting to make a fool of yourself around, and here they were tearing apart Gaara's quarters right in front of him. Saying it was impolite to be invited into someone's home, and just start redecorating was beyond an understatement, but that's exactly what he was watching them do. Sasori also seemed to notice him turning just enough to put the young man in the corner of his vision, and Kankuro really couldn't blame him. Anyone who could terrify a Biju should be kept in your line of sight. Come on, Kankuro. Temari huffed from within the room. You might not have anything to do today, but the rest of us do. Not only was that a lie, it was the exact opposite of the situation. Kankuro and Sasori were the only two, their daimyo notwithstanding, who had things to do today, whereas Temari and Gaara didn't have anything else to do but rearrange the room. Making yourself comfortable, I see, Temari. At the sound of his voice, Temari's attention immediately moved from her current task of telling others what to do qualified as such to Naruto, and with a brightening expression she hurried out of the room to greet him. Naruto-kun! She flung herself over the couch Sasori and Kankuro had carried out, and was quick to wrap the young daimyo in a hug. I've missed you. Gaara told me as much. I trust you had an enjoyable vacation? Oh yes. She nodded into his chest, reveling in the chance to feel him again. It was fantastic. I'm very grateful you provided us with the means to take it. Maybe I could show you just how grateful I am? Kankuro did what he could to not hear that. Unfortunately, what he could do was exactly nothing. Unfortunately, I have a meeting I must attend, and you seem to be quite busy making Tsunami worry about her floors. Perhaps another time. Temari frowned but nodded, accepting what he'd said. Not that she really had any other choice, really. Yeah, another time. Kankuro knew that glint in her eye, the one right behind the obvious disappointment. He had no doubts she'd be making absolutely certain that time would be in the near future. Patient his sister was not. As she dropped her embrace, she turned back on Kankuro and Sasori. Well? What are you waiting for? Get to it. Shaking his head and sharing a look with Sasori, he hunched down to move the couch again so the desk could be brought out of the way. He shot his sister an irritated glare as she hopped back over it to resume her position within the room. Kankuro Sasori Naruto only paused for a second as he acknowledged the presence of an S-rank rogue shinobi in his palace. If you cause Tsunami any distress with your carelessness, I will be quite displeased. The daimyo didn't wait for a response, continuing on towards the stairs with complete confidence that his instructions had been received and would be heeded. Let me know if they damage any of your hard work, Tsunami-san. I'll see to it that they are properly disciplined. Thank you, Tsukuyumi-sama. She flashed the man a brilliant smile, her expression softening and lighting up in a way that took Kankuro by surprise, but as soon as she turned her attention to the individuals moving furniture around her domain, her countenance hardened and her glare returned. It was too bad this was his introduction to the woman. She was really attractive when she wasn't hoping he would drop dead in a way that had the couch falling atop him instead of her floors. Maybe she would forget about this and forgive him if he by some miracle managed to get through this without causing any damage to the palace. He had to hope they managed to cover the spot in Gaara's room where they'd already scuffed up the flooring if that was to happen though, and considering that was the middle of the room it didn't look too promising. If only he could find a rug to throw on top of it. While he had been tempted to allow his clones to attend the meetings of the individual, they were replacing this particular meeting he wanted to experience firsthand. Not necessarily because it was especially important, but more because it was the first meeting he would ever be having that actually addressed well anything to do with Nami at all. Beyond assigning Sai and Hana to the country, he really hadn't had anything to do with its growth since he obtained it. This would be the first time he heard from people who actually lived here and helped determine the way Nami no Kuni would be growing. To be honest, the prospect was kind of exciting. He would actually be acting in his capacity of daimyo. To the best of his memory, this would be the very first time he'd ever done so, despite having been Nami no Kuni's daimyo for nearly a year now. At least he thought it was a year. If he was to be perfectly honest, he would believe someone who told him the wolves took control of Nami no Kuni just a week or two prior. It felt like it had only just happened. Of course, there was also the fact that last night had been less than pleasant when he dismissed both clones for the first time. He'd managed to finish Tsukuyumi's, and by that he meant his own work, early enough for the meeting, so he'd be dismissing San. Maybe he needed to assign coming up with names to someone else. Might keep Anko busy and out of trouble if nothing else, early going to the meeting and then finishing up whatever his clone had left. Hopefully it wasn't too much, as he had just been reminded of one of the many people who wanted his attention. That, and he was hoping he could find Orochimaru and a medic so he could try out his new seal. Exiting the small patch of woods that separated his palace from the city of Hanaheim, he stepped onto the paved walkway, and was quick to cross into the mass of buildings that made up the capital city of his country. The only city, really. He could have followed the road, it was more of a wide sidewalk actually. It would seem Hana had felt that the cost of concrete and labor had been well worth negating the muddy roads that Nami's frequent rains created. To the northeast until he hit the main walkway, and then followed that up northwest until he hit the governmental offices, or the equivalent Hana and Sai had snagged for themselves during Hanaheim's booming growth, but that would have meant crossing through the junction of the main road and Hanaheim's outer road that went all the way to the northernmost tip of her ports. As one might expect, that area was often full of individuals transporting goods to and from the ports and into the city via the main road. It was the sort of mess and large gathering of citizens he would much rather avoid if at all possible. To that end he chose to instead slip through the smaller side streets and back alleyways instead. They weren't quite as cared for as the main road, but were at least covered in gravel, sometimes an equivalent, made out of small chunks of concrete that were left over from other projects, but it did the job well enough, or even patterned brickwork if the owners of surrounding buildings took particular pride in them. Either way, those paths were relatively clean and unobstructed by the traffic of Hanaheim, allowing him to slip into the back door of the offices without anyone noticing. Not that they would be able to recognize him anyway, he supposed. Giving a nod to a wolf that had been sitting at the back table, probably taking a break if he had to guess, who scrambled to stand at attention, he turned to the stairs and went up to the second floor. He only knocked as a courtesy, immediately letting himself into Hana's office. His third clone sat there working on reports, budgets, and proposed policies for the city. Maybe he could leave the clone just for the duration of the meeting, letting it get more done. It might even finish while he was in the meeting. He shook the thought from his head. He would probably forget to dispel it, and end up keeping it active all day on accident. It was far safer to just do it now. Pack it up, I'll be taking over after the meeting. He didn't question himself then, thankfully, and within the minute completed files were put away, and those yet to be done had been appropriately secured in anticipation of his absence for the meeting. His teal-eyed counterpart gave him a quick salute, and vanished in a cloud of white smoke and a growing headache. He took a quick glance at the clock hanging on Hana's wall. He'd have to remember to comment on the fact that it had a picture of fluffy white kittens on its face when she got back, and determined he had a few minutes to spare to his favorite technique. Fingers glowing green, he moved them to his temples, massaging gently to fight back the pain of unintegrated memories. Considering he used Ryujitsu more than any other pretty much on the daily, if he was using clones for any length of time, maybe he should have taken Shizen's suggestion of becoming a shinobi medic. Gods knew being better at this could only be a boon in the future, especially if he ever found himself having to use more clones. A shudder of phantom pain racked its way down his spine at the horrible thought. No, it would have to be a hell of an emergency for him to use any more than 2 clones. Well, he paused. Unless he got better at this technique Shizen had taught him. Maybe then he would be comfortable using more. Perhaps he should consult her about that. He was confident he could find plenty of work for more Narutos if he had more Narutos around to do work. He would need to figure out what to do with the sort of free time that would create, though. He never did get around to a hobby, did he? Maybe it would be a good time to find something he liked doing other than keep himself busy working. Unless the things he did with Anko were considered a hobby. He was half tempted to say they were. When the closest thing you had to a father happened to be in a rank nuke Nin, famed for slaughtering an entire academy of shinobi hopefuls, and was well known as a sympathizer if not a full-blown member of the Kirigakure bloodline rebels, one became quite familiar with roughing it when it came to food and shelter. That was not to say Haku particularly enjoyed doing so, however, especially when it was as a part of a long-term mission. Even then, time in the various wildernesses that still existed across the elemental nations was hardly unexpected from anyone of at least Chunin capability, and could be considered rather common among all of the villages, greater or not. No, Haku's primary issues stemmed from the fact that she was not in the wilderness, and was instead very much in a metropolitan setting. More specifically, she was in the city of Namiheim, Mizu no Kuni's capital city. Arguably, it was much easier to scrounge a living in the middle of nowhere than it was to do so in the center of a city. She couldn't exactly set up a tent in the middle of the city, or at least couldn't do so without attracting attention. That meant she either had to make do sleeping in the streets, couch surfing off the generosity of kindly strangers, or use what little funds she had on either hotels or renting a proper residence. The latter options were not cheap normally, but in the country's capital the cost of living was understandably higher. The demand here was much greater both for goods and space than any other city in Mizuno Kuni. In the most simple of terms, she didn't have the money for it. Not only was this mission for an unspecified amount of time, which could easily be months realistically, but Kirigakure was in no financial position to fund her during it. Hell, she wasn't even sure she was going to end up being paid for it. The members of the rebellion had been being paid in ES, including bonuses and promotions, for nearly as long as it had existed. Fortunately for Kirigakure, or rather quite a few members of the rebellion had died over the years, drastically reducing the amount of back pay that would eventually abandon Kirigakure's coffers. You know when it had those. Some of the people who were fortunate to last through it, assuming they managed to continue doing so for the foreseeable future, could be looking forward to years of salary when Kirigakure managed to get back onto her feet, and she'd be lying if she said she wasn't looking forward to her own pay eventually. Haku and Zabuza hadn't been part of the main force getting regular salaries, but they'd both been on missions for them with similarly paid ES. It was just a pity that the landlords here in Namiheim didn't accept that form of payment. She was sure she had plenty. Food at least wasn't as much of an issue considering she could walk on water, and it was really rather hard for a fish to swim away when it was encased in a block of ice. It got a bit boring, but at least she didn't have to shell out for meals. Her savings would have been gone within a week. Instead, she could reserve her savings for real emergencies such as medical or any necessities that popped up. Toothpaste, for instance, would need to be addressed soon as she was nearly out. She could steal it, and any other number of things she could do with about now, like a nice meal, but she needed to avoid anything that could get her in trouble with Namiheim's law, which meant she couldn't be taking any chances. Damn it. Haku was here to keep an ear out for anyone looking to claim the title of Mizuno Kuni's daimyo, and seek out sympathizers for Kirigakure. Unfortunately, positive sentiment for the destroyed village was rare and weak. Considering Yagura had been draining funds and supplies directly from Namiheim to support his efforts during the war, she wasn't all that surprised, and she couldn't blame them for wanting to focus on themselves for once. She did think it might be a bit easier to get the information and connections May would like if she was anywhere near the circles of the upper echelons here, but that too was going to require at least some money to facilitate. She needed time around well-off individuals if she wanted any chance of impersonating them without being caught, and the chances of seducing and influencing some wealthy merchant or minor noble were rather low when she was more or less homeless. Not to say it couldn't be done, but Haku's strength had never been her personality or people skills. May might be able to manage it, but there was no way Haku was capable of doing the same. If only she knew someone with vast amounts of money who might be able to fund her for the duration of the mission, maybe even accepting an IOU from May on behalf of Kirigakure for supporting a long-term mission that could be paid back later. Outside the rebels and Kisame, who had vanished but might have some descent funding from his salary as a member of Akatsuki, the only other people she really knew were Naruko and her family. Kushina might be willing to help out, but Haku thought that might be really pushing it when she'd already been treated to the Uzumaki hospitality during her previous delivery mission. A sudden thought struck the last Yuki, reminding her that Kushina wasn't the only one in Naruko's family that might have money. It was probably a bad idea, she admitted as she started to dig through her bags for some paper for a letter, but what did she really have to lose in asking? Now, how did one go about asking for money from a daimyo for the sake of helping a village the man had personally reduced to rubble on the basis of being someone who had kissed their estranged sister? The meeting room of this particular building was on the 3rd floor, where the only space it had to surrender was to a single set of stairs heading down. Even so, it was hard for Naruto not to notice just how small the room really was with only 3 people in it. He would say it could sit a maximum of 6 comfortably, and probably up to 8 before safety became a legitimate concern, but even with himself making 4, the room already seemed more than a little cramped. Most of that could probably be blamed on the large table that dominated the room, and he couldn't imagine how much of a pain in the ass it had been to drag the thing up here in the first place, leaving little room for anything more than the accompanying chairs and a few filing cabinets against the far wall. Someone had attempted to bring a little life into the room with a potted plant that now slouched wilted in the corner, more dead than alive. Naruto's presence was immediately noticed thanks in part to the small size of the room, and he found 3 wary sets of eyes following his movements as he came to a stop at the end of the table. A second later 3 heads bobbed in hasty replacements for bows and mumbles of "Tsukuyami-sama" reached his ears. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long, gentlemen." The clock on the wall said he still had 2 minutes, but that didn't change the fact that they had all been here since before he reached the building according to the memories of his clone. He wasn't sure if they had been trying to finish up some project they'd started for Hana or because they wanted to make absolutely sure they weren't late to the meeting that was to include their daimyo, in which case he wasn't so naive to think it was admiration or duty rather than fear which persuaded them to do so, but he also had no intentions of asking. "And no, not at all, Tsukuyami-sama," was the answer he received. "I am Yubara lead architect. This is Tenba." He gestured to a young man who was only slightly hiding behind him. "My nephew and assistant." His hand moved to indicate a much older man in a loose blue shirt. "And this is Master Builder Tazuna, who has been serving as our consultant since the completion of the bridge." Tazuna gave a sort of half-shrug before holding up his hand. Naruto wasn't sure if it was meant to be in greeting or some effort to make it impossible to mistake who Yubara was talking about. Yubara, Tenba, Tazuna. Naruto gave a nod to each of them as he said their name. "It's good to meet some of the people who have been helping Hana." Just the name of the governess seemed to have them standing straighter, as if reminded that this was originally a meeting for her, and how it went with the daimyo would reflect upon her somehow. It wouldn't, of course, at least not negatively. Naruto wasn't about to judge Hana on the people she had to work with, only on the results she brought about. If that was in spite of working with a horrid team, then all the more credit to her. Of course, he knew better than to assume she would suffer the presence of a lackluster team when she was so dedicated to Nami's continued prosperity. No, he could trust that she would have chosen well, and any individual working directly for her was doing so for a damn good reason. He should be able to rely on and trust any of them just as much as he could Hana herself. "We're all very proud to have the opportunity to help Hana-sama." Yubara smiled and his nephew nodded in agreement behind him. "She's a fine young woman, just what this country needed," was Tazuna's addition, earning a quick, almost panicked glance from Yubara. Tenba might not have recognized the words for what they were, but Yubara and Naruto were very much aware that they could just as easily be an insult to Tsukuyami as they were a compliment to Hana. Naruto chose to ignore it. He already knew the people of Nami no Kuni favored her over himself, and he was here simply to see to his country in her absence. When she was back, they could resume working with her and forget all about him again. That was fine. "I do believe we were to be discussing Hanaheim's growth today, yes?" One crimson brow rose, daring them to try to break away from the topic he was dragging the conversation to. "Did you have suggestions to run by me already, or are we just starting today?" Today, Tsukuyami-sama." Yubara glanced over his shoulder to Tenba and gestured to the table with his chin. The young man was quick to rush forward and begin spreading out maps and documents that took up the entirety of the table. The fact that he still had several rolls of parchment under one arm and loose pieces of paper clutched in one of his hands brought a slight frown to Naruto's face. They were going to need more room than this to work, that was clear enough. "I don't suppose there's a way we can get some of these maps up on the wall to clear some space, is there?" he asked. No, Tsukuyami-sama." Yubara's head shook. "Well, we can," he corrected himself. "But the intention was to trace the boundaries we set today and send them off for a new map to be made before we get zoning approval from you." Naruto nodded in understanding. "Unfortunate, we'll just have to manage." He took a minute for his purple eyes to roam the map, picking out what looked to be recent additions in the form of his own palace, and the small outpost academy set up by Odo Shinobi. Gato's mansion, he noted with amusement, had been crossed off as if it was no longer there. He would need to have it remodeled sometime soon so they could pretend they had built a new building atop the ashes of the old. Preferably before questions were asked. The presence of the wolves might have dissuaded curious citizens thus far, but it wouldn't forever, and any continued presence in that area despite his palace having been finished was sure to bring up awkward questions sooner than later. The chances that the people of Nami would be particularly surprised should they learn of the wolves' deception was low, but the revelation itself was sure to invoke further resentment among them. For the sake of maintaining order, that was something Naruto would very much like to avoid. It's why their love for Hana was so damned important to Nami's continued prosperity. And that prosperity was why Naruto needed to determine how Hanaheim would be growing. Taking up a pen, he used the back of it to draw an invisible line from Hanaheim's main road all the way east to the Yato Pass in the Azi Mountains. The only reason that pass had ever existed was due to the former daimyo's palace just north of the Hape Lake on the other side of those mountains, but that palace, and the small town of buildings that had sprouted up around it in order to support his lifestyle, had been torched when Gato took over all those years ago. Naruto felt fairly confident in saying the only reason Gato didn't keep the palace for himself was so he could pretend officially anyway that he hadn't been the one to kill the man during his takeover. Oh no, he just so happened to come into the area not long after, and provide a form of order for the leaderless country. Honestly, it wasn't that far off from what Naruto had done, so he couldn't really speak too badly about Gato's actions there. I don't want anything being constructed south of here. His eyes flickered up to catch both Yubara and Tezuna's gaze for a split second each. More to make sure they were paying attention than anything. Hanaheim can continue expanding from here. He pointed to the westernmost crook of the map where Hanaheim's docks met with the city proper. Out to the northern curve of the Azi. That should easily be triple the space, though it may be prudent to turn at least some of that into farmland just in case Nami no Kuni has trouble in the future. As it was, they were a massive trading hub, so there were no longer shortages of food and supplies passing through, but it wouldn't be wise to assume that would always be the case. The last thing he needed was a Gato-like lack of food to cause an uprising. Not that it was likely to happen anytime soon. Nami no Kuni's relaxed customs and the safety of their port, shielded from the Kaizoku as it was by the rest of Nami, meant it was favored for any trade going into or out of Hai no Kuni, and served as a safe haven for vessels making trips between the Hokubu and Kanashii oceans. Of course, were Hai no Kuni ports to ease up on tariffs and fees, they would probably draw a lot of business away simply because Hai no Kuni had more coastal land, including that which led into the Hanai Gulf and Kanashii Ocean, which were simply more convenient for the southern hemisphere. With any luck, that could be made up by the fact that Mei and Mizu no Kuni seemed to have good relations with Konoha now, which might lead to trade between the two of them instead of Kirigakure trying to trade with its own capital, or with something like Mitsu no Kuni. Knowing his luck, Naruto thought it was just as likely they might just go straight to Hai no Kuni anyway as part of whatever agreement they would eventually come to. Yes, it would be good to have something to fall back on. Yubara agreed. There are fields in that direction too, so it doesn't even need as much effort to clear it out for farmland. The space currently forested would let Nanaheim double in size still, so we should be set for some time now. Is there a reason you don't want anything south? Was Tezuna's question. Yubara shot him a look for questioning the daimyo, not out of respect so much as it was self-preservation, but the old man ignored it. Expanding further south would bring Hanaheim close to my own palace, and to the Odo outposts where the children are being trained. It's good to keep some space there should any of them have enough chakra for jutsu training, or if any of the Odo shinobi are looking to practice. We could curve around your palace and go south a few miles afterwards, Tezuna argued. Following down along the Azi to the coast. Another port there would reduce the strain we have in the channel between Hai no Kuni and Nami. It could serve that purpose, yes. Naruto nodded. But this portion, he circled the southwestern tip of the island. I want protected from any and all development. Tezuna was about to say something when Yubara held up a hand to stop him. If I might ask Tsukuyomi-sama, what purpose is that intended to serve? That is the inheritance of Nami's children, her untouched glory preserved for future generations. I see. He sort of saw what the idea was, but that was still a lot of land to be forbidden to development. Everything south of Yato Pass? No, from the coast to the middle of the forest south of the Odo outposts, and the grasslands to the southeast of my palace. And between the boundary and the area you've set to develop? Imperial land. Naruto's answer was quick and final. There would be no questions. A pathway will be created allowing for citizens to visit the protected area through Imperial land and between wolves, and Oto will ensure it remains pristine. I don't want future generations to have nothing left of Nami except a city that spans an entire island. Yes, very good. Yubara gave a sharp look to his nephew, who hurried to write down what had been said. Everything else would be open then. Naruto shook his head. No. The Tenai swamps and the Basho pool will be part of a second protected region all the way up to the coast. It will include the mountains up there. Those are unnamed on the maps I have, though I'm sure the locals probably call them something. He pointed to the western side of the mountains. This area to the northeast is open and free to be used, perhaps a new port, but I think Tezuna here might prefer the area around his residence to remain quiet. It would be nice. Tazuna agreed. But that land isn't mine. No, it isn't. Naruto nodded again. As you're someone aiding in the development of Nami, however, you've been placed in a position that could keep it from becoming an extension of Hanaheim. Farms, perhaps? He suggested. That could keep it a bit more peaceful. Just to make sure we're understanding you correctly, Tsukuyomi-sama, Yabara sought clarification. We're free to decide that section between ourselves, yes? That is correct. I have no plans for it. Turning back to the map, Naruto pointed to Hape Lake, circling the area with the back of his pen. This will also become Imperial land. I have some ideas with what can be done with it. The rest of Nami, he gestured to the area between Hape Lake and the protected zone of Tenai Swamp, can continue to be developed. Personally, I think another port city on that side of the island would be good for Nami, but Hanaheim could always stretch through the grasslands north of the Azi, and then spread out along the eastern coast too. Hell of a city. Tazuna whistled. Yes, agreed Yabara. Though that might be just a bit excessive. By the time we get to that, Hana will be back so she can decide how the development is handled, but now the two of you know the boundaries you should remain within for your planning. Seeing as most of that land has remained fairly untouched, you have the opportunity to design a second city from the ground up to ensure efficiency. I would advise against wasting it. Of course. Yabara started to lay thin paper down to begin marking the areas Naruto designated. We'll get this to a cartographer and send you the finished product. In the meantime, I'll have markers made and a survey team ready to put them in place to designate boundaries. Very good. He nearly turned to leave when the sight of Yabara rushing to collect charts spilling off the side of the table reminded him of something. These buildings around us, they essentially hold Hana and those working alongside her, don't they? All the tasks relating to the running of Nami no Kuni? Ah, yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Naruto gave a nod, both accepting and coming to a decision. The forest separating my palace from Hanaheim, cut it down. Tsukuyomi-sama? Cut it down. He repeated. Leave the area as a public park, or a garden, or something, I don't care, but the palace shouldn't be so separated from the city, especially when I want these offices, he gestured to the walls around him, to be moved to the palace. There's no point having it all shoved into these small spaces when I haven't used rooms there. Tazuna and Yabara shared a look. You want to use your palace to serve as Nami's government offices? Asked Tazuna. That's what I said. The older man just shrugged. Far be it from his place to tell a daimyo how a palace was supposed to work. If you're certain, Tsukuyomi-sama will have it seen to immediately. I'm certain. There's no reason not to have everything in the same place, especially when it's the most heavily guarded area of Nami. Having it all under one roof should make it easier for everyone to communicate, and for those who need something to reach the right department. Yabara frowned. That almost sounded as if you're not intending to invite the public into the palace, are you? Naruto's brow rose up in challenge. And if I was? I had just thought it might be a rather large security risk, is all, Tsukuyomi-sama. No one who doesn't have business, of course, but if I move your offices there, and someone needs to reach one of you or even Hana, they would have to be given entrance to the palace. Naruto shrugged and turned towards the stairs. Of course, that also means anyone who might seek to harm any member of Nami's imperial court has to make it through the wolves first. Tenba spoke up for the first time since Naruto arrived, emboldened by the fact that the young daimyo was leaving, to point out Nami no Kuni doesn't have an imperial court. Not yet. Naruto agreed with a glance over his shoulder. She's still young. I'll see you gentlemen at the palace. Naruto left the room, his footsteps softly descending the stairs and growing fainter as the three men shared another look. At the palace? Tazuna snorted in amusement. Sure as hell didn't expect that. Yabara nodded, agreeing before his eyes widened in realization. Shit. Tenba, quick, pack this up. He gestured towards the maps and charts before hurrying to make his way down the stairs. What's wrong, uncle? He said he'll see us at that palace, Yabara explained. I'm pretty sure he meant today. So? Shrugged Tazuna. It's not that hard to get there, not if he's expecting you. We're moving our offices into the palace, which means everything needs to be moved over still. You don't really think he meant it that way, do you? A frown tugged at Tazuna's lips. Who dumped that sort of work on someone and expected it to be done on the same afternoon? A pointed look answered him before Yabara slipped away. Do you want to take that sort of chance when it comes to the Lord of Wolves? Or maybe you just want to go question him? He shook his head. I'm not about to risk it. I'll get some help and start moving it over. Join me when you have it all packed. Well, Tazuna had to admit it was a fair point. That didn't mean he had to like it. You heard your uncle pack it up. Tazuna gestured to the table already half cleared before taking his own leave of the meeting room. If everyone else was going to be busy moving things, then Tazuna didn't have to worry about any more work today. There was a bottle at home with his name on it. The wolves had been less than pleased by his decision to house the offices of Nami's burgeoning government within his palace, concerned about his own safety with the addition of individuals not directly associated with the wolves or himself. His comment that he would just have to trust his safety to the wolves stationed at the palace was perhaps a bit cruel, but served as excellent motivation as they took it upon themselves to start reworking patrols and setting official shifts to ensure his protection. It would keep them busy and help them maintain a sense of purpose, so he considered it a success. And with all the individuals in charge of Nami's prosperity under one roof, he didn't have to leave his palace for the rest of the month either. That was good. Dealing with Nami's populace was Hana's specialty, not his. Settling into his chair, he set about writing up a quick summary of the meeting he'd just had with Yabara and Tazuna, and noted the fact that he'd actually attended it in a journal. With how many things he'd been forgetting in the past few weeks, he thought it was a pretty decent idea to keep track of what he did, and how each day, just in case he needed to go back and review it. An even better idea, if he did say so himself, was securing similar journals for Tsukuyomi and San. He really needed to set someone the task of coming up with a better name. Maybe like Tsukuyomi, he should stick to the theme of Shinto deities, so that there was no way he could miss something they'd done throughout the day. Sure, he received their memories still, but that didn't mean he couldn't miss things, and it especially didn't keep him from forgetting. Speaking of which, forcing himself up from his seat, he peeked out the doorway and flagged down a wandering wolf. I need you to visit Sai's office and let me know that we're packing it up and bringing it to the palace. I'd appreciate it if you could gather some more off-duty wolves willing to help me move it here. Go there. Yes. And tell. You. That's correct. When the wolf continued to give him a confused look from behind their mask, Naruto released a sigh. You'd think by now they would be used to this sort of thing. You'll understand when you get there. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. They might not know what he was talking about, but they weren't going to question anything beyond confirming his orders. I'll leave right away. Giving a bow, they turned to do just that, and Naruto, confident things would be taken care of, returned to his desk with relieved groan. Things were being moved to the palace. His work as Tsukuyomi was done. Tsukuyomi the clone should be finishing up their work, and he'd attended the meeting. Things should be just about done for the Damn, never mind. With a shake of his head, Naruto lifted up his journal and the papers documenting the meeting to reveal the stack of work San hadn't been able to finish before he dismissed him. Yeah, he knew he was forgetting something. He set everything else to the side and pulled the luckily small stack towards him so he could finish up for the day, only to pause as a sudden thought intruded. Did details on this work go into his journal, or should he enter it into San's journal when it made its way here? The sound of someone choking on their own spit caught his attention, and he looked up from the last of his work to see a wolf standing frozen in the doorway. Can I help you? They took another few moments to stare at him, turned to look in the direction he knew to be the palace, back to him, back to the palace, and finally rested on him to stay. Tsukuyomi-sama, you told me to let you know that we're packing up these offices and moving them to the palace? There was no mistaking the fact that it was more of a question than any sort of statement. Oh, did I? He finished the page he was on, signing off on a request to modify standard wolf equipment that seemed vaguely familiar. He could have sworn he'd already authorized changing the standard color for sleeping bags months ago. Why were they trying to change them again? And set it with the rest of his completed work. Very well, let's get this packed up then. I'll just have to finish my work at the palace. You can just make your way there, Tsukuyomi-sama. We'll take care of it, you don't need to help. Naruto frowned for a second before nodding in acceptance. Very well, thank you. Reaching up, he ruffled the wolf's hair affectionately. I'll see you all back at the palace then. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Naruto. While Tsukuyomi left the office, passing a half-dozen off-duty wolves who stared at him in confusion as he made his way out. Idly he wondered if these were wolves who spent more time in Nami than in Konoha with him. It would certainly explain why they weren't used to there being multiple of him. Though to be fair, even those in Konoha never really got used to it. Strange, really, they were all shinobi, and they thought he was a god. How hard was it to comprehend him being in more than one place at a time? Maybe Sai would be able to give a bit more insight into the matter when he got back. Pausing near the back door of the offices, any opportunity to avoid the crowds on the main road was a welcome one. He pulled out his journal and made sure to jot down his question. Now the only way he forget to ask was if he forgot to go back and check his journal. No one ever said his solution was perfect, it was simply the best he'd managed to come up with. And done. Naruto pushed away the last of the paperwork, tossing his pen onto the stack carelessly as he leaned back and rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. Assuming Tsukuyomi was done, and he would still need to deal with those memories should that be the case, he was one day, rather a day and a half in, and only had about a month to go. Doable certainly, but maybe he should have taken Sai's advice and waited for Hana to get back first. He was perhaps just a bit too eager to get them both out of the way for vacations so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore, and he'd be lying if he said part of the reason hadn't been because he hoped to be in Kuni right after they both got back. It was a hell of a lot more efficient than spending an extra unplanned month here in Hanaheim, that was for damn sure. Not that he didn't want to be here, it was good to have a chance to check in on his country, but staying here for extended periods of time really didn't do anyone any good when he left it in the hands of Hana and Sai anyway. Really, he was more daimyo of Nami no Kuni in name than anything else, and that's the way he intended it to stay. For some reason he didn't think he would actually manage to be so lucky, but he could always hope, and should every attempt fail he could always just make Hana the daimyo and retreat to his new hidey hole to address projects where he belonged securely within the darkness. As Danzo had once told him, the light was no place for people like them. A soft knock at his door, he hadn't realized it was open. Did he miss someone opening it or forget to close it earlier? Had his hands fallen back to the chair, and he was greeted to the sight of Temari leaning against the doorframe with a gentle smile on her face. Despite the serenity her expression tried to portray, it was impossible not to notice the barely contained excitement shining in her teal eyes. Maybe it was because both Karura and his son had those eyes, but he was really becoming quite fond of the color. "Good afternoon, Temari." He offered her a tired smile. "I didn't even think to check Gaara's room when I returned. Have everything to your liking?" While it was Gaara's room, he knew damn well she was staying in it too. He also knew Gaara would have been happy on a couch so long as he was near him, so the rearranging of furniture wasn't for his sake. "Just about." She grinned. "It looks like you've been busy too." She nodded towards the pile of finished work on his desk. "All done? For now. Was there something I could do for you?" "Perhaps." She avoided the question, moving to lean against his desk. "I was more thinking there might be something I could do for you, Naruto-kun." "Oh? I did say I wanted to be able to show you just how grateful I was for that vacation." Naruto had the good sense to not bring up the fact that technically it was Sai who had authorized and arranged things for that particular visit. "Maybe I could start here," she offered, swinging behind him and reaching for the back of his neck as she began to knead the muscle there. You know, Temari, I like the way you think. If you think you like this, Naruto-kun," he could hear the salacious smile in her voice. "Just wait until you experience all the other things I've been thinking about doing to you." Oh yes, this was an excellent way to end the day. He just hoped Tsukuyomi would be considerate enough to delay dispelling himself until Naruto was asleep, whenever that ended up happening. Hopefully not any time soon. It would be a pity to miss this just because he let himself drift off.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.